Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
This is bound to be a spicy series. Let's find out, ladies and gents. Oh! Dad just making them pay. Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Here he comes! Oh, it's Shotzzy!
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Oh my word! aBeZy pounces.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Whoa!
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game. It is over. Double challenge, here they come. There's one, and he doesn't get the second. Holds it off to begin with. Scrap, though, going to be on the actual flank as well. It's HyDra versus Scrap. And Scrap backs off because he only has a pistol. It's a good call.
Daddy. He's called Daddy in, though. HyDra will be getting no information now. Scrap in the prime position.
She's seen him as well. Sniper, pistol, Vaznev, all into play here as he tries to get the hit marker on a HyDra. HyDra's going up close. The pistol is out. The nade is out as well. Both for the one. Oh! And then Scrap gets it.
Get pistoled on, kid, says Scrap as he beats HyDra in the 1v1. It was a 3-0 for Toronto over the Subliners, one of the most shocking finishes of day 2. But here we are, day 3, week 2 of our Major III qualifiers. Chris Puckett alongside Ali, Cat, and Nameless. And Ali, we got to talk a little bit about this Toronto squad. They are looking dangerous here this week.
Yeah, they've looked incredible since the addition of Hixie, but specifically, honestly, Kleenex has been looking incredible for me personally.
Nameless, a lot of shakeups in our standings. Our top teams have faltered. We only have one team that's looking unbeaten so far. Who's impressed you the most up to this point?
I mean, there's been a lot of teams. I would say Boston up until their match yesterday versus Florida. I think LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe continue to look excellent. I feel like we have a lot of teams that are competing for a chip right now, so it's getting interesting.
Let's take a look here at our standings coming into today. Remember, we have just 1 day and a week to go before we head to Texas. All teams will play 5 matches, and we talked about it. Everyone, they've had their missteps, they've had their wins. And I said one team unbeaten. I have to correct myself. Toronto's unbeaten since adding Hixie, but they dropped that opening match here of our Major III qualifiers. But as we look at the teams on the right, there's still room for some movement here. The Mutineers getting a win yesterday puts them in the running for a top 8 spot at Major III.
Yeah, and either London or LAG is going to join them in that tiebreaker in that 1-2 matchup as they play on later today.
You also see that Seattle was 1-1. Let's take a look here at our points, though, because all those standings, that's great for Texas. But here's the big picture. You got to finish top 8 if you want to play on champs. OpTic and Breach, they're at 100 points. Surge in the top 8 currently with 80 points. But you mentioned it, Ant, someone, either Royal Ravens or Guerrillas is going to get a score, and Mutineers could maybe break it within a game here today.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Like, the Mutineers aren't too far out. I mean, this is very much the time of the year. We're at the midway point for those teams that are not currently in the top 8. It is make or break time, right? You start and lose, you get bumped out here, you are going to have a miraculous Major 4 or 5. So these teams are playing for a whole lot because that ring at the end of the year is the most important.
So 80 points right now on Seattle, 60 points on Florida, and those two teams are going toe-to-toe today. Let's talk about this Mutineers versus Surge battle. First off, I got to start with the Florida squad that nobody predicted to get a win yesterday officially on Twitter. I called them on the show, and I didn't even feel good about it. But Florida coming in with the upset over the Breach, a Breach squad that was 3-0 with Beans in the lineup.
Yeah, a very unexpected win for Florida as well. Again, they did have a hard schedule going against the Major 1 and then Major 2 champions, and we thought it was only going to get worse for them going against the Boston Breach that were undefeated and looking phenomenal since Beans was added to their lineup, especially in Search and Destroy, a game mode that they seemingly were struggling in. But no, it's the Florida Mutineers that come out hot and get that 3-1 victory. It was a dominant Fortress Search and Destroy, and what really impressed me had to be Capstone.
Yes. On the SMG, right?
Yeah, and Cap and Fellow, the new guys, had 9K damage each, most in the lobby, so both of them had a big performance. For the Florida Mutineers, I mean, they had tied the losing streak when it came to maps for a team in CDL history, so winning this was huge just for confidence purposes, and also proves they can still compete at a high level in this league. I think they went up against a very overconfident Boston Breach squad that was probably writing off the Mutineers a lot, but I think there's still a lot to be desired out of this squad. I'm interested to see how they perform today versus a very strong respawn team in the Seattle Surge.
Florida getting a win yesterday, but Surge, they fell to the Thieves in a 3-1 fashion, but it was Surge who came out with a quick game one hard point. They looked really strong before kind of tapering off as that series went on.
Yeah, what's really unfortunate is they also looked pretty good in the opening rounds of that Search and Destroy as well, but Thieves seemingly just made the adjustment. You know, they have a lot of reps on that map mode specifically, and it really was the Kenny show as well. And that HyDra, it was a lot of Seattle making some missteps. They were getting out-rotated heavily on that map number 4, and they tried to bring it back in the end, but it was really those P2s that cinched them in the end. And when it comes to the Seattle Surge, you're just worried, is their Search and Destroy looking any better than it previously did?
Now here is our SMG battle, Pred versus Caps on the front line, and we have to take Capsitol's stats here with a grain of salt because the man had to play against your Raleigh and your Boston champions. Meanwhile, Pred's competition hasn't been easy either having to play against LA Thieves most recently.
Yeah, also Pred is in a lot better of a system. He also is just simply a better player than Capsule, but either way, Capsule makes plays on the map. He's an impact player. He's going to be in your face. It should be an interesting matchup. To touch on the Seattle point as well, that is what you want in a match with the Seattle Surge versus the LA Thieves. That was a banger. Went down to the wire. A couple small plays that we saw, Kenny with the 2-piece in control, and a couple rotations on that HyDra. Either way, I think you're happy if you're a Surge fan with their performance so far on the stage.
The most exciting matchup on paper today, though, has to be Minnesota versus Texas. OpTic struggling 0-3 against Toronto. Meanwhile, we had Minnesota Røkkr, always dangerous, but winless so far here in our Major III qualifiers. What's going on with the Røkkr, and what have we seen from OpTic, Allie?
And that's what's so incredibly shocking about the Minnesota Røkkr is usually when it comes to our online qualifiers, they are one of the teams to beat. They are usually one of the stronger showings, and maybe they can get a win here in the fact that they have beat the OpTic Texas before last time they matched up. I believe it was 3-1 victory, but I mean, to get handed that loss by Seattle Surge of all teams that have been struggling across the board, get 6-1 in that map 2 hotel Search and Destroy, and then the Fortress control just to get 3-0'd. It's not the Minnesota Røkkr that we're used to seeing it.
Yeah, we've seen frustrations in like the player cams at the end of these series. It looks like they might be having a little bit of issues internally on the squad, but with the Minnesota Røkkr, this is just a team that has to be good at Search. They haven't been winning their S&Ds. They go up against New York in their first match if they return from the Major, and they lose back-to-back searches to lose that series versus a New York team that has been seriously struggling in that game mode, and then you lose it to the worst Search team in the league in your very next match. So you can see it here on the graphic. Like, that is all the difference in the world, and that's going to be very important going up against Texas OpTic.
You're looking at their map counts, 2-6 for Røkkr, 3-5 for OpTic, and those last 3 all losses. OpTic going up against Toronto, they got bopped. Scrappy kind of shutting down Dashy in that series, and we got to talk about the struggling OpTic squad. You made a change after finishing top 4. You drop Illy, you bring in Ghosty, but it looks like this team still has a lot of room for improvement.
A lot of room for improvement. To be honest, in that series, I almost feel like we have to act like it didn't happen, especially with some of the performances out of Dashy specifically. That is just a player that it is very rare and far in between that he has respawns that don't go his way.
He put up 5 kills game 3. That's never going to happen again, right?
I didn't want to say it. My bad. I didn't want to say it, but yeah, 5 kills in 3 rounds of control is just not really heard of in CDL history, so we doubt we see that again today. But maybe just some of the teamwork wasn't there in this series, to be honest, against Toronto Ultra. I feel like they were simply a little bit outclassed, and hopefully we see a little bit more from Ghosty.
Yeah, listen, in Call of Duty, all these teams are good. Sometimes you're going to show up and you're going to get bopped. It just happens. But championship teams don't get smoked like that, and I think that's where the big criticism is coming from. You can see some of their KDs versus Ultra Heroes, just a smoke show aside from that game 2. And even in that game 2, like, they got come back down 4 rounds in a row. So for OpTic, it's your top 4. You're fighting for a championship. You were right there, and now it just feels like you're starting from scratch once again. Now, keep in mind, this is still no bottom of the barrel team. They're still going to be competing for top 4. They are just not in championship form like they look at the last Major.
And it's one of those teams that we can't be lenient on, right? Because they place top 4, they make that roster change. Their Search and Destroy is obviously struggling now, and I feel like OpTic Texas just haven't given themselves that room to breathe, that room to get the practice in, to feel out the squad for longer than a couple of weeks. So I hope to see a big turnaround from them today.
Sadly, I think think it's Minnesota that has more pressure in this matchup. You are winless so far in the qualifier. You got to get one against OpTic, who already has a match win under their belt. That's coming up a little bit later. In fact, we should update you on the schedule because normally that match was scheduled for 4:30 p.m. We are told the LAG, the facility for the Guerrillas, having power issues. That match now is going to be pushed back to 7 p.m. We're moving up that Minnesota OpTic match to 4 p.m. So here's your new look at the schedule. That means we're opening things up with a banger. Are we going the distance here already at 4 o'clock?
I think we are. I think it's a 3-2 match. It has Game 5 written all over it. I mean, just so much pressure on both sides of the coin in this match. It should be insane, Chris.
We've got that matchup kicking off at 4 p.m. No games between now and then, so load up some ranked, get some games in, and get ready because 3 matches on Sunday kick off 4 p.m. Eastern. This is Headquarters. We'll be back with the games in just an hour.
can't stop us.
you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back.
Bottom the bend, a few more points, and then we'll be it.
Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Ooh, it's getting good.
What's up, chat? Did you miss us? We're back at your headquarters crew, pucking alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, and we've got our first match just 3 minutes away. It's OpTic Texas taking on Minnesota Røkkr. Alley, this is a big one because Minnesota, despite going to a round 5 or game 5, round 11, they lost to the Subliners.
Yeah.
Then they got 3-0'd. And on the other side, OpTic sitting at 1-1 after a game 5 against LAG in that 3-0 loss to Toronto.
Yeah, Minnesota Røkkr is on a 4-series losing spree right now, and in fact, their last win was against OpTic Texas, and I believe Crystal Mails, 22 days ago, and it was in a 3-0 fashion, so it was pretty dominant overall, and nobody from OpTic Texas in that series really stood out. Everybody under a 1.0 KD, so Minnesota Røkkr should feel comfortable in this matchup, especially now with the addition of Dan Ghosty and them coming off of a struggling loss to the Toronto Ultra. But the issue right now with Minnesota is their S&D has just not been there at all this qualifier, which is a shocking situation because, if anything, that was one of their stronger game modes.
Nameless, I'm looking at this for Minnesota. You went to game 5 against Atlanta. I understand that. Game 5 against New York. I understand that. But then you've been 3-0'd by Thieves and Seattle Surge. How do you right the ship right now if you're the Røkkr?
Well, one, I mean, at the last event, what we saw was Bance and Afro just going absolutely insane. So you need a collaborative effort. But then also, when it comes down to this team, they have to be great at search and destroy. Being 0-5 in your last 5 outings is unacceptable. Coming in and losing to the worst search team that we have in the league in the Seattle Surge, you know, and it was a pretty dominant win also by the Seattle Surge, and then losing 2 search and destroys to the New York Subliners, a team that was struggling prior to that match in that game mode. Minnesota has to be cleaner in converting those first bloods into round wins, especially versus Texas OpTic.
Bance with an incredible hairline, and in fact, we saw him in Boston featuring that on land, where he dropped a 2.25 in hardpoint, a 1.67 overall against OpTic. The man was frying on land. How has he been playing though online since then, Allie?
I think he's been playing pretty solid overall. It's just about the fact that they aren't all consistently on the same page this qualifier, which is weird for a team that seemingly their teamwork was through the roof. I mean, in that series against the New York Subliners, Cammy had to go 31-14 just to win that map number 4 to force that game number 5. They go to the round 11 and they allow HyDra to drop 15 in the Fortress S&D. And so I'm hoping when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr, we aren't going to see that Fortress here in this lineup, but we are going to see an LSCLO that they're 1-5 on.
Now, in our last matchup for OpTic Texas, you took on Toronto Ultra, and a lot of people were saying, okay, this is our chance to really see what we're made of, see how our team stacks up against other squads in this league. They got wiped. In fact, Dashy, their best player statistically, shut down by Scrapz. And this had me a little bit worried for the OpTic squad, because it can't all be on Dan Ghosty. I know he's the newest face here, Nameless, but Scrapz even called out guys like Shotzzy in the post-match interview, saying, you got to do more than dolphin dive. You got to be able to shoot back.
Well, it's no individual's fault, right? It's the team chemistry is clearly off. Like, Dashy was literally him the last couple of months. And then, you know, when they make this roster change, the team chemistry starting off, now it feels feels like they are starting from scratch. Sometimes you're going to wake up, though, you're just going to get bopped in Call of Duty. But a team that's competing for a championship will not put up a performance like that. So starting from scratch, once again, this squad, this OpTic Texas team needs to figure it out. I think it really starts with the ARs, though, now. Like, prior, I thought it was the SMGs having issues with their last roster, and if they fix that, they were going to take home a chip. But now I feel like Dashy and Ghosty need to fit their play styles around each other. I think Ghosty needs to speed it up a little bit.
Ali, we do love the story of Dan Ghosty, though, a guy who started in college COD, made his way through the challenger scene, dropped, picked up, dropped again, and then eventually given the call to come up into the big leagues.
Yeah, and that can be a lot of pressure, especially when it's on a team like OpTic Texas. It's not very often that you see an AR be brought up and plugged into a team, especially one that plays top 4 previously at our majors. So there's a lot of pressure in OpTic Texas right now. And I know we talk about, they got that first win against LAG, but now that we've seen more matches from LAG, they are looking like one of the worst teams in our qualifiers. And the fact that they went to a game number 5 is very worrisome.
This is a massive match for OpTic Texas, not only because of the pressure. They're going up against Minnesota, who's had their number, and their next 2 matches they have are the New York Subliners and the Atlanta FaZe. So if you have any hopes of making it into the winner's bracket, this has to be a win right here versus Minnesota.
The Røkkr has a 2-1 record against OpTic so far this year, but they've never played this lineup, and today they're playing them on these 5 maps. So let's break it down. Ali, are the Røkkr the favorite here? They're lower right now in our Major III Qualifier standings at 0-2. They're also slightly above OpTic, though, in the season-long standings, currently in our top 4.
To be honest, for me, it's just more so about the game mode itself than these maps. I mean, that El Asilo, Minnesota Røkkr is 1-5 on OpTic Texas 2-0, so having that map number 2 isn't great. And then number 5, that Embassy Search and Destroy. Both of these teams prefer that map and mode, but what I'm most worried about is the stats that Minnesota Røkkr has right now. During the split, they are 12th in defensive for win rate. They are 12th in offense. They are 12th in first bloods. They are, in fact, the worst team statistically in Search and Destroy right now, and I'm hoping to see some sort of life out of them in 2 and 5.
Yeah, I think these maps are a little interesting. I think that control is very dangerous on the side of OpTic Texas. You're coming into it, you're winless on Fortress Control, and that's a map that Minnesota has been pretty solid at. They've taken 9 stabs at it, sitting at 4 and 5, and we've seen some dominant rounds of them. And then also, when you look at this series, that map number 1, OpTic 1 and 5 there. Minnesota not particularly great on Embassy, so whoever can steal that map 1 is going to be in a fantastic position. I think this has the makings of a Game 5 series. It's going to get wild.
Let's get the predictions here, Nameless. I want to start with you looking at those maps. Who starts off with our map 1 win and who takes this series?
Oh, map 1 win. I think OpTic can come out and take that Embassy. I mean, it's a mixy map, but I do think the Minnesota Røkkr take this series 3-2. They figure out the Search and Destroy.
Ali, where are we going this time?
I think I'm going to go with Minnesota Røkkr. I think they're due.
Røkkr. I'm going OpTic. Dan Ghosty's about to drop some bombs, and we got 2 beautiful men calling all of the action today. We've got Miles and Chance. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we are hurting for a squirt, and it's been a minute since we've been able to get into some action here. We hope the LAG guys got their power back and they're ready to rock and roll. But for now, we just want to get into this series. It's going to be a good one. Miles and Chance here to get you through. This one's going to be a banger, a guaranteed banger. Little bit of bad blood, Chance, just to sprinkle, just a syringe full. But overall, it's an important one for the stage.
Yeah, definitely a nice little, a dash of drama, if you will, right? Obviously, the year started out with very unique circumstances, I suppose, like game-specific, right? The say it ain't so type of joke. But even like Dashy a week or so ago, almost like giggling to himself about chalking scrims against Minnesota right before Minnesota had a match, just as like an extra little dig. So I don't know about like the viciousness of the bad blood, but definitely a little something extra, I think, is going to be in this match. Especially because both of these guys are like coming off of losses. Minnesota 0-2. OpTic just had their most recent loss. So like both of these teams massively need to step it up within the stage. So you got the extra, you got the stage specific stuff. And even on the season, I mean, it's a little bit borderline about making the top 8. Both of these guys a little bit comfortable, but not by a massive margin.
Yeah, comfort is not something we're looking for here in the COD League. Everyone's going to be on their tippy toes. As the season records there on the screen, we're almost ready to get into this one. Røkkr, OpTic, should be a treat. Bounce back essential right now for OpTic Texas. A lot of criticism been thrown their way. A team change. It hasn't quite worked out yet. We'll see how they go on local. But until then, for Røkkr, same thing for them. Chance tough stage ahead as the boys all get ready. On both sides of the stage. Ghosty, the newest addition to the OpTic Texas team. Can he bring the goods in this series? We'll find out. On the other side, will Afro's camera get absolutely smoked from atop his monitor? We will find out as well. Excited to get into this one, guys. We'll
be with it in just a brief moment. Dashy, no cam. Always somebody on OpTic Chance doesn't have a camera. What's going on?
I mean, you never know. Sometimes you're just too ready to play, so you don't have enough time to set up the cameras. I will say, though, if you're a betting man, Afro's camera might be one of the safest in this lobby, specifically against OpTic. The dude has a 1.41 on the year, so Afro has feasted in this matchup. I mean, most kills by a mile, hyper-aggressive player, and if the dude that's seeing the most action has a 1.41, I mean, damn near hard carry when he's playing against OpTic Texas. And Bance, not too far behind him, a little more comfortable. Bance, obviously the playmaker, not always the up and in your face guy, but Bance also has a 1.3. So I know Nameless already touched on it, especially so at the most recent major. The SMGs for Minnesota Røkkr were completely running the show, and that's when Minnesota Røkkr were at their best.
Yeah, for you some machine gun players running in ranked play, keep an eye on Bance's arrow on that minimap. Lots of crazy routes being taken, wonderful timings, a very exciting and interesting player to watch. We'll see how it goes in this game. Minnesota Røkkr, though, their journey here, Chance. Oh, baby, it has not been a pretty one. Game 5 loss there against the Subliners and a 3-0 absolute smacking from the Seattle Surge. Time to turn that ship around.
And the worst part about that, like 3-0 loss to Seattle, is literally just the search and destroy, right? Just for the fact that that was the one where Seattle like made sure they didn't break the record for the most losses in a row. And Minnesota, a team that at least on paper, the expectation is for them to be very strong in the game mode, and that's been one of their weakest on the year, and they have been suffering, especially so throughout, like, you know, the road to Major 3 so far. I know Ali was already breaking it down, but just to be 12th on so many different statistical categories in the game mode, it's just not a good sign. And especially for an El Asilo, which is one of OpTic's like stronger maps. Huke just dropped bombs on it the last time that they played. It's going to be a very spicy map too that we have, because obviously for one side for Minnesota Røkkr, the team a little bit struggling in the game mode, and on the positive note for OpTic Texas, I just think it's like the individual pop-off potential that these guys have in spades.
And that's what we've been seeing so much recently. Really exciting watching OpTic Texas on the individual front. Huke been the man of the moment. Dashy for the last sort of 2 months, he's been so strong in the individual front. Obviously with a record low performance in that 5-kill game, crazy, the internet will never forget. We'll see if he can forget. Into this matchup we go. Smiles across the board. I do believe we are ready to rock and roll in a brief moment, ladies and gents, but keep an eye out on those individual plays, keep an eye on those teamwork moments. We will be calling all the action as we roll through this one. Game number 1 here to start off this spicy Sunday in the road to the major. It's OpTic Texas, it's Minnesota Røkkr, and it's aBeZy Hardpoint.
Hey, we named the game of who to pay attention to on the side of Minnesota. It's the SMGs. There's not really ifs, ands, or buts about that one. On the flip side, though, I know Ghosty is the new man, but you bring up Dashy dropping 5 in the last map that he played. I'm looking for the instant response out of him, because obviously no stranger to dropping massive numbers when he needs to.
Indeed. Let's see if Bruce has brought the fire today. Hardpoint in the hand of OpTic to start things off. They get that sweeter spawn, but will they make the most of it? Kills now going down. Mostly Røkkr for this part. And we're looking towards that far right-hand side of the minimap, the parking lot area of the embassy here, where you're pulling up for your embassy visit, gonna get your visa sorted, or maybe some kind of weird misdemeanor in a foreign country. We'll find out, though, Ghosty, as he dives on forward. This big fight against Attach. Take control of this spot. You got eyes on the hard point.
Oh, that's a good win as well, because as soon as you get this top bathroom control, well, obviously the hill is now yours. Whether or not your team can collect the time, at least Minnesota's not going to be involved in. Now, that battle for rotations, Afro's the guy that's nearby with Dashy, and, well, Afro's going to be the guy that catches them. So, early on, solid stuff from Minnesota Røkkr. You have a little bit of bump on the lead, and you can try to lock down this time. Admittedly, not going to be easy. OpTic's pinching from everywhere on the map.
Yeah, good work. This is Shotzzy doing what he does best. That's the dagger into the back of the hardpoint player for now, and you're just causing problems for Røkkr. Can they keep this going? Indeed he does. That's going to be a nice spree there. As towards the hard point now, Shotzzy, he has done the hard work. Ghosty and Dashy now on point. Trophies are in position. That's hard point time now. Soaking. OpTic Texas should take the lead back.
And honestly, Shotzzy just putting in massive work just to keep things slow on the front end of the hill, because his teammate just had the numbers on the other side, and a cheeky little spot right there from Ghosty, so he gets a freebie. And honestly, as good as the rotation earlier on was for Minnesota Røkkr, these final 30 seconds, OpTic are poised and ready to collect them all, to the point where Røkkr, not even fighting for it, they're forced to rotate this far in advance to AC Hill. That is not a fun situation to be in.
Not at all. AC, top left-hand side of the minimap. High ground essential as we go towards this one on embassy. OpTic with a decent lead. Røkkr with full map control. Here we go. Shotzzy on the approach here with a Vaznev. Not the ideal weapon for this situation. Play it a little sensible though. He can find kills like this. That's going to be nice. Any more of those would be very handy indeed for his teammates to make the approach forward. Look for trophy systems up at that point as well. It's going to be a tough one to break.
Well, right now he's got a little bit of help from the tennis court side of the map, but he's going to have to solo do this himself. And maybe Ghosty can help him for the first, can't quite win the second. And unfortunately for Ghosty, not only is he weak, he only has the attack, but coordination's good enough. And they get the break. And you had Dashy, I think he was able to catch 2 players in that moment, at least one of which was on the catwalk. So that is a perfect rotation over to AC, as good as it gets for OpTic.
That's huge. 4 down as well. 25 seconds remaining on the point. They should be on a net every single second of it. Røkkr should give this up. They're going to net themselves towards the spawns for next. That's the goal for them. Get back into this game as fast as possible. Huke can't win the fight against Bance towards the backside of the new hard point. Inside the embassy, that's where we go. A couple of ways in, 4 ways in, 4 ways out. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath when that bad boy pops in 5.
And this is just like an attempt at stabilizing the game, because OpTic have been very annoying, and well, Shotzzy, an annoying player, at least gets dealt with for the moment. Minnesota, a little bit of a tight setup, quite a few players inside the hill, 1 man in the back, and well, the furthest pushed up player, Afro, is already going to fall. You do get the trades, but look, enough time was baited just for OpTic to fly into the hill, 0 time wasted, trades out and abound, but attached, last man standing at least for a moment as these trades continue.
Cammy get it? No, Huke's there again. Great work out of the nuke on a 3 spree right now. Shotzzy makes mid-map dangerous. Afro's going to get a trade out. And Ghosty's got the long sight of line of sight cover. Excuse me. Over 100 points now for OpTic Texas. They are running the show so far on Embassy.
I mean, every single break that they're going to need to get, they've been able to collect in, honestly, a pretty easy fashion. I know this one was just sort of trades heavy, and Huke was the guy able to pick up the 2-piece, but multiple hills getting the job done time and time again, and that is a heavy lead that they now have in this game. But Minnesota, at least the good news is you have been rotating, so if they're able to lock a hill down for a decent chunk of time, they can get right back into it, but not a good start as they have no pressure on the map. Huke already causing problems. Another 2-piece just to intro the hill.
5 in a row for Huke now. 6 is on its way. He's got himself another point. There it is. That's kill number 6. That streak's now gone. That is a cruise missile that's going to come in real handy later on in this matchup. Huke's spree finally comes to a close. Cammy from upstairs now. Another avenue of attack for Minnesota Røkkr to work with as they approach this dangerous little kitchen hill. Nowhere near as snaky as the one we see on Hotel, but doesn't mean it's any less dangerous. Here comes the hit. Oh, and Røkkr have been absolutely wiped out. OpTic with another great hold.
This is just completely free. Huke literally just walking through the hill, setting his team up, basically doing it all himself. Huke, the absolute fry man. They got a more than 100-point lead. You might as well listen to their comms. Let's go to a listen in.
I hear you. I hear you. Let's wait for tops. Let's wait for tops here.
I have one with the nade in red.
Yeah, you can go
I got one. Another one.
You can hold for me. Get time, Brandon. You can or
Down also.
Get an initial. I can't. Okay. Here's play for the guy off hold.
Where's the I got time.
I have your double palm. I have your front double palm.
I have top cat.
I have your front double palm, Tyler.
Yeah, here one orange, I think.
In red.
I'll be back.
Another one orange. Afro.
He chopped him. He went orange.
Yeah, he puts an orange.
One's Xbox.
One guy's top cat Cammy, challenge P1.
Top cat, really weak and left side of time.
Left side of time, dead.
Alright, the one guy's top cat weak. Hear you, let's get top control. I'm gonna go top with you, Brandon. Actually, I'm gonna shout. Right, I'm holding.
I'm looking
top AC.
Top cat dead.
Alright, top cat, one more top cat. No, one more top cat.
P2?
Yeah, I'm looking at
he's AC, top right AC, top right cat.
I don't see P2. He's like laundry probably.
Can we get time? Can we get time? Guys, top cat.
Watch out on time, guys. Absolute on time, Afro. Watch out on time.
One guy's flanking me, PD. One guy's behind me, PD. One's behind me, PD.
PD,
one touch it down.
I'm playing back.
Yo, we're missing one. We're Bance. He's gonna be flanking the back, I promise.
I have the back. Yeah, he's on you, guys. On you, Bance. There's 2 on you. There's 2 on you.
Hold the back. Hold the D back in.
There's 2 on you.
He's in the back. Got truck.
One guy push out milk. I have a tree.
I stay alive. They're gonna flank you in.
One guy's on top. Kimmy's milk. Last guy.
Vance. Cammy.
I'll kill him. P1. Watch your P1.
I have milk pitch. One way search. Once they search Vance.
I hear you.
Milk.
Yeah, milk. Watch out. Vance.
Okay, my own Xbox.
He's still there.
One stop gas.
He was really weak.
One still gas.
I spawned out behind him.
I don't have a trophy.
There's a point. I want to guess. I found laundry.
Backside time. Nice. Frontside time. Front.
Yeah, much out.
OpTic Texas bringing the same fire as their Spartan siblings across the country right now with those comms. We heard a lot of S-bombs chants. Ghosty's bringing the heat.
I mean, for good reason. That is exactly what they're doing in Minnesota in this moment. I mean, Bance got a kill on the rotation. 2 players spawned up right on top of P2. And time again, Røkkr are getting to the hard points first, and then OpTic are just running them over like a truck. So you're out slaying a team by 10, 12 kills at a time where, like, the game hasn't been going your way, where you're the team forced to make all the moves, and OpTic simply does not care. And now they get to be the team that gets set up over by servers.
That's going to be a tough one indeed. First time round, we saw Røkkr have the opening time. We saw the great kills. Oh, Lord, yeah, Shotzzy. That's a great gunfight to win for Afro, though. Now close to the point. Ghosty banged up. He's hurting. Here comes the nades. Good work out of Afro again, keeping the play alive. Attach from upstairs as well. Good chance now for Røkkr to get on that point. And better late than never, because they are getting smoked here in map 1. 203 to 93 and climbing.
And finally, maybe the best moment Minnesota has had this entire game. Attached doing nice work to pick up 2 kills to get the time. But the question is, can you hold it? Everybody just abandons the point. So I think that means they didn't have any trophies. So even when things started to go right for Røkkr, the fact that they were getting outslayed so hard early on means, well, they lose an extra few seconds. On this rotation, though, if Røkkr are thinking about a comeback, a guy like Cammy needs to get these spawns for his team. But the question is, are OpTic going to be heads up and ready for it? Eyes towards the back, though, you see Huke. He's got at least an idea someone might be sneaky.
Røkkr are so spread out right now. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make too much of this. Individual gunfights are going to go their way. Ghosty behind the front desk. Here comes Cammy. Can you find it? Absolutely not. Easy reads. Absolutely melted. Attached from the outside. Last man up for his boys on this side of the map. They've got to make something happen sooner rather than later. The time is ticking. You get 1 kill at least. You get that player off the point. Watch out for the players from behind. It's Huke once again on a tear. Here come the reinforcements from Røkkr, though. Into the point. Dashy reads it. Guns them. Nades are there. Bance gets in. Oh, can't get the second. 30 seconds remaining on the point, and OpTic can win it here.
Yep, a flying Huke and a flying Shotzzy just picking up the pieces in and around the hill. So even when they lose it for a second, they take it right back. There's been no sweat on their brows. As comfortable as a game as you could really ask for. I mean, this was just domination through and through for OpTic. Even when they were getting out-rotated, really didn't matter. Shotzzy and Huke put on some serious work, and when normally it has been Afro and Bance feasting, this time Shotzzy took over.
Oh, we're going to get the row regardless, but they could have won it the last one. Good work out of OpTic. No hope there for Minnesota Røkkr. Map 1 closed out, and it was a banger for OpTic.
Yeah, having fun, finding their flow, and smiles on their faces for good reason. I mean, I think Huke was certainly the guy early on. I mean, Huke's been the guy throughout this entire stage, but especially so the first half of this game. The fact that Shotzzy was able to catch up and end up getting the best play towards the end with obviously the fancy footwork in the background. Not too bad out of OpTic in that moment, and as strong of a start as you could ask for.
0-1. Powerful go there on aBeZy. Looking across the stats, indeed. Shotzzy, 27-15. Great work out of him. 25-18 Huke. 20-18 Dashy's turned that round upside down. And Ghosty, 16-14 as well. The team certainly came together there. Ghosty with 2 minutes and 16 in the hill. Great work from him. The boy was soaking. Absolutely soaking in that first one. 250 to 111. Yeah. You know what I'm saying.
And just for the fact that Ghosty didn't even have to have any significant damage output as well, that means all of the hill time, he's just hanging out, nothing to shoot at, because it's not like he was going negative. There was just nothing for him to do. That is just the prowess of the slang right there, especially out of the SMGs from OpTic, to make everybody's life that much easier.
The highlights here, some sweet spots to be found. I didn't actually know you could hold a hard point from there, so Ghosty, cheers, mate. We're taking that one a rank play for the rest of the squad, though. It was great work, good streak usage there from OpTic Texas. No trophies to be found in those crucial moments for Røkkr. But again, it was rotations chance. Røkkr were there first, didn't make a shred of difference. OpTic Texas bullied their way through massive individual gunfight wins. Huke was the man. Every single time he stepped up, it was a sweet spree from him and very pivotal 1v1 gunfights, especially towards the backside of those P2 hills.
And even just the idea of how difficult it can be to break a hill when you're the team forced to make moves on the rotation. It took a 5 or 6 spree from Huke to actually get inside the kitchen and officially make the break. But when they needed to make the big plays, they did. Or when Huke needed the 2-piece to go into bottom PD, he was there to pick it up. So really just a non-stop effort. Lightning fast speed that these guys are playing at as well. And again, I know Dashy, maybe we tried to put a little bit more limelight on him, but wasn't even remotely necessary for him to have that pop-off game. Just smiles out and abound, and a little bit of weirdness as well.
Hey, we love to see it. Well, that's a great start for OpTic Texas. A wonderful way to get the series going. Can they keep it going, though? That's the question. They've been in a tough spot recently, an essential bounce back for them. And they don't have the best record against Røkkr either. They've seemed to have their number as of recent. But the Team KD there tells you all you need to know about how this first MC hardpoint went down. An absolute smoke show, a true blowout. Good work there from the boys in green. Search and Destroy now coming up next.
And Search and Destroy is scary hours for the side of Minnesota Røkkr. It's not just throughout this stage where they've had poor performances. It's also been on El Asilo the entire year. They have a 1-5 record on this map. And obviously, last time we saw OpTic play, Huke was playing pretty well, and he was also playing well in map number 1. So that is going to be a dangerous man to have to go against on this map for a team not having a lot of success. So it'll be interesting to see if Minnesota can, show some resolve, bounce back in the series. But just the idea of locking down Huke and Shotzzy after a performance like that doesn't sound like a good time.
No, that's going to be a tough one to run there on El Asilo. We'll see how that goes. Snipes as well. Keep an eye on that. It's always fun to see on El Asilo. But for now, yeah, going to be a tough one to deal with those two rascals flying around there on El Asilo. That's going to be loading up in a moment. We really do hope those LAG guys have got their internet sorted. Oh, not the internet, their power sorted. Crazy storm situation here in Los Angeles. And for you long-term Call of Duty League fans, my power could go out at any second. So you may be blessed with a chance solo cast. I know many of you have been asking for it. It's become a yearly tradition. Who knows, guys? Today could be the day. Almost ready to get an El Asilo now.
That's okay.
We're almost ready to get an El Asilo now. Search and Destroy around the corner. Bounce back here for Røkkr. Essential to see what OpTic Texas have got here in the mode.
And those player cams a lot more serious on the side of Minnesota. I think a lot of smiles before map 1, and they know exactly what they're up against. It's certainly not a fun time getting pieced up basically on cooldown, and obviously you bring up the stat for good reason. A 12 kill streak in Search and Destroy. If there was more time, Huke might have gotten the nuke.
Raise the sun. Here we go into the Search and Destroy. OpTic will be attacking first. It's going to be bomb in hand. Nades are up. Where are they going to land? On the other side. That stun connects. On the far side of the map, those frags landed. No damage dealt, though. Cammy might have been spotted there. Huke's got a gift for him. Catch. Great throw. No damage.
Yeah, well placed, but now you just got to go back to taking your time just a little bit. No dead silence just yet, but the stun checks also don't connect with anything. So if the A side's wide open, and funnily enough, that doesn't actually hit him. That is such bait. The stun was actually pretty clean, but Afro gets away with a freebie.
We'll take it. Bomb's going down now. Huke's going to get the plant. Post plant set up now for OpTic Texas. The 3v2 ARs. Upstairs. And Huke's trying to stay alive. What a win! The nuke survives again. 3v3, 35 on the clock.
Yeah, he beat Challen and pops the dead silence, and I think Dashy might have the intel that someone's in and around the site, but he's got eyes on it, so no one else actually has to make a play. Huke's repositioning, Ghosty's there for the cover, Dashy's there for the bomb check, and attaches here for the 1v3.
This is going to be impossible. 2 on the round for Dashy. Great post plant set up there. OpTic Texas, all bases covered. Ghosty has the window. Disgusting. This is what it looked like from Bance's POV, trying to hit the retake there. He gets himself onto the bomb for a mo. Instantly. Oh, that is unfortunate timing. An attach can do literally nothing in that situation. Big win from Dashy there. Unfortunate from Bance. Trust your gut. Might have been able to buy his teammates a little bit of extra time. Maybe even relieve some of that pressure there. But Bance, will see what happens in the next round for him. Røkkr down by 1.
Yeah, Call of Duty timing at its finest, but also just the fact that Huke was the big man that wins the gunfight that sort of seals the deal for the round. Now Shotzzy getting first bloods on the outer lanes of the map. That is a quick one to get, and that makes life for Minnesota Røkkr kind of hellish. Not a lot of options in this moment. Huke's going to be able to hear everything that Afro at least attempts to do. Playing a man down on offense is not a fun time.
Step by step, we're going to creep on in towards that bomb site. Fast plant from Afro. I'm not sure if Dashy saw it, heard it, sniffed it out, nothing. Whoa, Huke's back at it again, baby. Can he get any more? Stun check, no problem. Tagged up. Can Cammy find the kill? He does indeed. 2v3. Live still going the way of OpTic, though, and there's a gunfight taking place upstairs, and it's Shotzzy again. Cammy, 1v3. 2 members of OpTic now. Daddy, can Cammy catch anyone out here? Spots them! Gunned to bed. Ghosty on the case. That's the defuse as well. OpTic, another great round.
Yeah, I know he had dead silence popped, and then he kicked open the door, and all 3 of those arrows snapped to turn and watch the flank. Instant bounce back no issues. I mean, Huke absolutely just doing his thing, winning the gunfights down low, and even though he gets traded out, sets his teammates up for a very easy life, and also a cheeky first blood coming in from Shotzzy. Might have been peeking through the door down in that little cubby by the garage, but however we got the first blood, his teammates had great effect around it. I think that's the reason why aBeZy looks so scary. Minnesota Røkkr's record, not too great at the 1-5, and this might be one of OpTic's stronger maps, and obviously maybe feeling a little more fluid, a little more comfortable. If you see Dashy with the snipe, they're certainly mixing things up.
Yeah, a bit more loosey-goosey than they've been as of recent. Afro straight into the A-bomb site on defense here. Behind that couch, going to be chilling. Patience. Gun skill pays right off there. Afro first blood, Shotzzy. No shenanigans this round.
Yeah, it was a bold chow for sure. Not an easy site to break into, but Shotzzy gives it the old college try. But man advantage for Minnesota Røkkr, and this is just prime opportunity to get around on board. Huke, though, that talent's active. He's making plays.
Yeah, he's moving. Whoa, Bance catches out another. So there we go. Lives up now for Røkkr. Will they make the most of it? Cammy in the fence line. Can he hear Dashy? Can he see Dashy? Not yet. And that is going to give it away. As Cammy's managed to remain undetected in this position. Dashy unaware of his position here. We might be able to see something happen there. Clock's ticking.
Just the tragedy of not having dead silence, though. You have to play this so slow because if you make a mistake, you're just going to get hurt. And they're waiting for Dashy to get caught out. But down low, these players are making moves around the site. And Cammy's not active just yet.
No, not yet. Dashy, though, trying to get a 4 spree going. There it is. Cammy's on the back line. Wait a minute. This might be turning around. Can OpTic get a bomb down? Dashy's in. Doesn't check the corner. And that's going to be a round for Røkkr.
And that's just good positioning towards the end. There's a moment, because I'm pretty sure Dashy or his teammates heard Cammy on that side of the map, but not enough to know to guess every single corner down low that you're going to need to check. So just good positioning. Cammy again in a situation forced to take his sweet time to get himself in that spot. And obviously, first blood, incredibly important on aBeZy, and Afro delivers.
A scary map, aBeZy. All those tight corners there, those close-range gunfights for the Vaznev players. They're having a good time on the outside of the map. You've got snipe potential. Attack 56 players having a whale of a time. This map has it all. And this time around, we might not be seeing a whole lot of those long-range engagements. Røkkr are in. They're looking for that bomb site, but Huke's the man in. He might be a problem for him. That stun's definitely going to land. Afro's already managed to get into the room. Oh, no, maybe not. X-ray read incorrectly. Dashy, though. First blood.
And that's a hell of a first blood to get. Again, that is always a difference maker. But still, if Huke's the lone man on site, it's about the timing of when he has the coverage. But in the meantime, Shotzzy just finds another pick on the top side of the map. And so Huke's job right now is just stay alive as long as possible.
Røkkr, they're going for it. They're on the site. And Huke, oh, he gets one. Brought down immediately. This is a 1v3. A technical 1v4 for Afro. Good luck, my mate. Have fun.
And you can hear the footsteps as well. So he might have a little bit of intel, but this is just as dire as it gets. You plant the bomb, it's going to be two different players up top that are immediately going to trap you in. And I think Ghosty will be down low if he needs to. Or you can just stun him and swarm and waste no time and just take care of the round. OpTic Texas on the prowl.
It's an easy read for the attack towards A, and you've got Huke on the site. He slows those players down on the outside. Shotzzy managed to pick apart those defenders, and then you've got no numbers. You need the numbers to hit A and get those trade fights going. I think it was Dashy there, currently sitting at the number of the beast on the damage front, and he is that beast today. He has shaken off the tough rust of that last series. So far, so good, OpTic Texas.
And I'm sure a lot of people are very excited to see Dashy with a sniper in hand as well. Obviously, one of the most lethal snipers we've ever seen. I know Black Ops 4 stands out in memory of just him being at the absolute top of his game. So 6-1, not too shabby. Tough angle, though, for Huke. And should get first blooded. Or Bance was trying to make an IQ play. I think he wanted a second player to run past instead of the two-piece, but too smart for his own good. Instead, he gets first blooded.
He does get first blooded. That's unfortunate. Information passed over, though. Afro cleans up and top white. This building really, really important. Watching over towards those long lines of sight by field. Gets that kill. Dashy's up next. Big win at Cammy. That's going to be a 1v2 now for Røkkr. Can Afro find something? Got 25 seconds to get near the bomb. Good work again out of OpTic Texas.
And I mean, if anything on the flip side, maybe that's a quick indication of some of the S&D struggles right there from Minnesota Røkkr. Just incredibly unfortunate. If I had to take a guess, Bance is probably just literally seeing the player walk past, is hoping that a second pops up to his like field of view. And as soon as he's like, I guess there's not a second guy, goes to try to kill the first. And then someone on OpTic was there for the instant trade on Bance, who couldn't even find the first kill. So too smart for his own good. Give away a freebie like that. OpTic Texas will happily take this 4-1 advantage.
Yeah, nothing's going the way of Røkkr here so far. Tatch yet to get on the board in the kills department. We'll see if he can find it this round. Heavy stack towards B for Minnesota. It's a different look. Dashy, though, he's got eyes on. Missions the sitter on Bance. We'll see if he can find another hit. But then for now, it is just going to be a stalemate. You've pulled the defenders over towards B. Now the bomb goes back to A.
And pick your poison on this one, right? Do you want to deal with Dashy, Snipe, and Shotzzy playing the top side of the map? Or do you want to deal with Huke, who is potentially on A? They do clear out the A site because Huke knows that his teammates putting a lot more pressure elsewhere, so they're going to give up the bomb plant for free. We get to test OpTic's retake.
Retake's going to have to be a little faster. They've got players on the outside of the map. Can they get in there quicker? Ghosty's first blood takes care of Cammy on the back lines. Now forward we go. Huke's on the inside of the site. Ghosty, bit of parkour, maybe. You're running out of lives, Røkkr. You're running out of chances. Can Attach get on the board? Oh, it's the fight from Bance. 25 on the clock. Bance gets it. Shotzzy takes care of Attach, and it is an unwinnable situation for Benjamin Bance as once again OpTic clean retakes on LSELO.
I mean, this is just like too easy. Hey, this is looking like a tale of two completely different teams. Like, it's not like there's an individual on OpTic taking over. Everyone just has a job to do on the map, and everyone is just doing their job. Shotzzy getting picks when he needs to. Dashy's finding the snipes when he needs to connect. Ghosty's finding picks on one side of the map. Minnesota Røkkr have offered them nothing so far. I still think Attach might be sitting on a donut.
He may be. It's not over yet. It is never chalk. That is Minnesota Røkkr. Through and through. There's something in that brand. There's something in that camp. Matches are never over until it's truly done. Can Attach get off the donut and get into this matchup? 5-1. What a comeback it would be. Has to start here.
And if there's been 6 rounds and Attach is 0-5, that means even in the round where Minnesota Røkkr won, he just wasn't particularly active on the map. And obviously a role where if the action doesn't come to you over towards Radio Tower, not too much you can do, but not finding activity after the fact. And he didn't spot Shotzzy, but Shotzzy definitely saw him.
Oh, Shotzzy definitely saw him. Attach might be in trouble here. We're snaking, but we're not sure why. 50 seconds. Dashy with the first blood.
The only round Minnesota have won is when Afro finds the kills down low. Meanwhile, the guy with the bomb over there making plays. Huke so active behind enemy lines. Shotzi's finding another pick. Everyone is falling, and Afro just going to be the last in line. A 1v4, bombs planted at A, and 2 players out by field. GG, no re, don't gotta run it back. OpTic was the better team.
Absolute smoke show on LSELO. You have got to be feeling fantastic, OpTic Texas. That was a massacre. 2-0 here in the series. Røkkr, they have been stunned. Not a single hope for them there. LSELO was all OpTic Texas. It was green, baby. And they made Røkkr look green there. I can't believe it, Chance. Who's this OpTic? Where were they last week?
I don't even know how much of like where's OpTic, more so like where's Minnesota. Their S&D has been abysmal. They showed nothing there. I mean, Attach had 80 damage in 7 rounds. Certainly one of the worst stat lines we have seen so far this year across any game mode. And again, no one from OpTic needed to pop off. There was no hard carry necessary. Everybody just did their jobs. The first blood far and away favored OpTic in this moment, and they were able to share a little bit of love as well. Just 2 completely different teams. OpTic looked like they knew how to play the map. Minnesota Røkkr, just pain on LSELO search.
Pain indeed. Well, Attach joins a very special club. He becomes the 4th donut on the year, thanks to Tim in stats there. And Lordy, look at this series. A double dose of Fortress ahead of you. If that doesn't cure all your ails, Minnesota Røkkr, we have an embassy search and destroy if you can complete the reverse sweep. But it all begins here on Fortress Control. My goodness, what a series so far. A smacking 251-11, 6-1. OpTic Texas are running this one. Will they be able to keep it going into the control on Fortress? We'll find out after this.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Røkkr staring down the 3-0 defeat. Let's see what happens here as the rest of OpTic Texas are pumped. Dashy popping off, baby. Absolutely lit over there in the headquarters as Bruce is frying. Look at him popped off. Wow, never seen a player so just absolutely electrified right now as OpTic Texas staring down the 3-0 victory. What a bounce back for them. They needed that one sorely.
It's no wonder the camera doesn't work, Miles, with reactions like that. I'm surprised everything in the office isn't destroyed.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. It's a miracle any of those players are still alive. Dashy is so turnt right now. I mean it deeply. But yeah, well, this is going to be a good one. We've got a Fortress Control coming up now. This is it for Røkkr. This is the absolute last stand they've got here in the series. Have to try to push that one forward. If they can, good look for them. You go play a Fortress Hardpoint. Embassy for the final map. We go search and destroy. Let's see, though, how this goes down, brother. Chance Tower to the numbers fair. This is going to be a tough one.
Well, I mean, theoretically, Well, no, theoretically, actually pretty good for Minnesota Røkkr. Like, Control has been their backbone. This isn't like their strongest map because they have an 8-0 record on El Asilo, but still strong on Fortress, and OpTic are 0-2, just not with this roster. So we really just don't know exactly what to expect. I think for Minnesota, though, it's just a little bit scarier of like, you're already 0-2 in this like split. This could be a disastrous stage 3 if you continue to lose in a fashion like this. So they need a quick response, and a decent start for Attach. At least he's shooting back now.
Yeah, he's shooting back big time. You've all been there, the ranked players. You know how hard it can be to win an offense here on Control, on Fortress. Let's see how OpTic do so far. They've managed to get one player out. Ghosty taken clean care of. They gets busted by Afro. And now back into the trap we go. How many Røkkr players have we got up? Attach is doing a great bit of work. He's gone from a donut to 6-0. He's a monster.
That's all I want to see in Search and Destroy. Just get in the mix. We know what Attach is capable of. You don't have to snake the radio tower forever, man. Go make some plays, but now that he's in position to make plays, Vaznev or Tack, it doesn't matter. Finally gets traded, but look who's there for the cleanup kills. Afro with the big 2, and Minnesota Røkkr, we asked for a little bit of fight, at least at the start of this round. They have delivered. 7 life lead, and hey, as long as you can win a defense on aBeZy Control, you're going to be okay.
Good luck. Whoa, they're flying out. Maps is full of them. One player managed to slip away. Who's that? No, it's good teamwork. That's what it is. Final 15 seconds here on the round, and it is as predicted. Minnesota Røkkr started off very strong. OpTic, 1 or 2 players managed to make it out. That seems to be the sort of statistic we're looking for a chance. Who managed to escape? How far did they get? And did they have any impact on the map whatsoever?
Well, no impact there from OpTic, unfortunately. I think the only player that was able to ever cross the 50-yard line was Ghosty, and as soon as he got a kill bottom green, he got traded within a half a second. So Røkkr able to effectively set up the stranglehold, and just a little something. The fact that you do not get trophies off the rip absolutely changes the way that you have to, break off the opening on offense. So OpTic just got put in the blender. Now it's their opportunity to set one up of their own.
Calm focus across everyone in this game as we roll now. You've been dealt a tough one here, OpTic Texas. How well can you hand it back out now as they're on defense? And it's a good look from Afro. He's through. That's a 6 spree. That's going to be streaks. Røkkr, they may have found the gap in the armor. Oh, wait. No. Afro. There's one. No shot. Dashy, he's still in the room with you, bruv. There's a no. Wait, what's going on? No, what is this? What is going on? It's a breakdown. It's a total breakdown of communication and spatial awareness. OpTic are in trouble.
I mean, yeah, they just completely let Afro get out of the gate for free. Nobody watched a thing, and then even with the awkwardness top dub, this is 2 ticks already through on the A zone, and Bance doesn't even have to do too much. He's getting wall banged, but it's only one player, Ghosty, that can stop him. And honestly, Ghosty is just going to back down and chalk this one up, give it away for free. So this is beautiful for Minnesota, as good as it gets at the start of a round on offense.
Hey, man, it could not have gone any better. A little bit of weird timing, bit of good luck, bit of bad luck. Either way, though, a single zone now remains. Dashy, Huke in the feed. Ghosty pushed up forward. Snaps from Cammy, though. As he managed to get himself at least one out of this. Oh, Cammy and Afro on the approach now forward. Dashy, he's got that stair side covered. He does actually headbutt that nade. Keeps it away from his teammates, so good on him for that. 22-19, though. Røkkr still with a slight life lead.
Well, hey, they've stabilized. At least I know Ghosty sort of chalked up the A zone, but he doesn't throw away his life. Gets grouped up with his team, and since then, they've done a pretty good job of not letting anyone on Røkkr out. You see a couple players putting the pressure on the left side, and I think Cammy might actually have a bit of an opening towards P1. You see him finding kills in the feed, but it looks like the rest of OpTic are at least doing their best of keeping things contained. No one else from Røkkr able to get through.
Dashy's going to hold down this Gallows side as long as he needs to. Minute 20 remaining here on the round. I'll get OpTic back into this one. Back up by 1. Huke, nice shots. 5 spree for him. If Afro challenges this one, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. That could be streaks for both sides if Huke gets one more kill.
Now the timing is bad on the flank as well. Or maybe you don't have to worry about flanking those players, as Shotzzy is just going to cut them all down before they get there. And boom, there you go. Clean 4 down. And if you get a clean 4 down when you're on defense on this map, that's going to wrap it up.
It's going to mean only one thing. It's going to mean we've got a player in this position. Top maps. A player on the top of the truck. Oh, wait a minute. Afro smacks his way forward. Bance gets Huke as well. Can Shotzzy be the man to slow down the approach now from Røkkr? He's trying his darndest. 2 players up. They are out. But then get himself in a position now to try to keep this forward spot. No, Dashy cutting him down with attack there. That's 4 in a row.
Yeah, in the perfect spot as well. Can spot out the cross, can handle players coming through the blacksmith area, and Røkkr just getting funneled, or Dashy, excuse me, calls them all out. Shotzzy gets sent in for the kills, and even though Røkkr did a decent job after getting 4-man wiped to at least put on a little bit of pressure, it's simply that difficult. Only 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, the big deal here, though, is those 3 segments. You capture an entire zone. Røkkr have set themselves up for the final round defense, but wait a minute, the round is not over yet. You've got a few players up now. Huke, though, clearing out the top side of the fortress. In he now goes. You've got 2 players still alive and kicking on the point. Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, it's getting mixy. It's getting dicey. And all in the wrong way. Can Bance win this gunfight against
no, they gotta
one of
go.
his teammates? Oh, from the top rope, the nuke gets in. This could be the play. Gets them both. Huke, the man of the moment. He saved the round.
I mean, that's still painful, though. And I know Røkkr aren't going to get it towards the end, but the extra 2 ticks over to B, that's going to go a long way. And that is actually a big mistake to get that clean 4 down and let the pressure out after the fact, because a little bit more dangerous than it needed to be. The nade on the door, very unfortunate. And all things considered, that is an incredible round that Minnesota Røkkr are able to get. Even just for the fact that Afro ran straight out of the gate. I know he had a trophy anyway, but I don't think a single stun or nade or bullet came in his direction at all. And just gifting players access to P1, again, just for free, not ideal for OpTic. And that is a round they might feel the pain of long term.
Yeah, incredible. A very unusual sequence of events.
And attached, by the way, 19 kills. So I can't remember how many he had in round 1, but it was only like 6 or 7. So he just went like ballistic on offense.
Yeah, big time Daddy Dylan Price. That's what we call him in the streets. Ghosty smoked there. Cammy takes care of business. Up to Shotzzy now. Cammy back at it again. Can he get another? Tags in. This is great defensive work. This is what you want to see. But they do get in towards B. So that's a massive moment for Huke. He is riding that momentum. Man alive. Nearly hit the shimmy there on the Bance. Dashy's now up next. Oh, great counter-attack from Røkkr. They're back in control.
And that's not quite a perfect 4 down, but that's enough to get all the pressure back up to the map. And Cammy, not that he's going to need it, but a kill away from the cruise missile. And Røkkr have been much more impressive, I would say, on the defensive end of keeping these players contained. And good snakes, good crossfire, and Shotzzy the last man alive for his team. And good luck with this one. Shotzzy trying to create a little bit of pressure, but obviously a lot of these cuts are covered.
Yeah. Hard work getting out. OpTic went great at doing it in the first round, but they're looking a little stronger this time round. Shotzzy manages to be now inside the top fortress. He's going to be a problem. 30 seconds though. Can he get some kills? Can he help his boys get forward? They might be able to capture A, get the stack going, get a couple of kills. These waves will be dissipated quickly. If you can get involved and get going fast. Attach still finding the kills. The clock has been stopped, and we're looking towards that first segment on A. You need this, OpTic Texas.
They need, what, 5 ticks just to keep the odds even, and all that cruise missile is not going to make things that much easier. That's unfortunate as well. The spawn protection isn't there, and I guess Huke technically does trade with 2. So talk about gunfights are going to matter. Shotzzy wins the knife fight and keeps things open over towards the P1 side of the map. And of course, Cammy's going to be here to clean up the easy ones, and now the question is, how many ticks do you actually get on A before Minnesota score?
Very rarely do you see a straight-up knife fight like that. The second segment on its way out. There's numbers there. Cammy might be able to get another set of streaks. I mean, drop it, bro. May as well drop it. They clean up the point. A made safe, and that should be the round. No one close enough. Not even Dashy in position. Maybe get on it. No time. Røkkr win it. They keep the segment lead also. Still plenty of streaks. Huke invests his. They may have traded out, but Røkkr with a slight advantage going into this one.
And, well, I mean, not side advantage, massive advantage, right? They have completely locked up the defense for the final round. So already your odds of winning the map go from, 50-50 to like 90%. Or actually, I think it's 80-20 for defensive rounds there. And even with the cheeky little things coming out from Shotzzy, always loves to use the knife and whatnot. Minnesota Røkkr again in the driver's seat. Obviously had a fantastic round on offense the first go around, so maybe they can close it out here.
Attach is having one hell of a map. That boy dropped a donut and the calories have hit. He's on that sugar high, baby. Huke though, whoa, what a play! Right in. Softens up the attackers. Any more? Yeah, baby, that's the nuke we're talking about. Afro saved by the trophy. Great work from Huke there to push that front line forward. OpTic now driving their way into the fight. Find a corner, any corner. Shotzzy now with 2.
The only thing Minnesota Røkkr cannot afford to do in this situation is feed streaks. Doesn't matter how many times they die, as long as no one is able to go 6 in a row. Outside of that, Minnesota could do whatever they want. And, well, Bance is trying to lead that charge with a 2-piece. Shotzzy, perfect angle to get 2 of his own, or maybe a little bit of help from Ghosty. and a much more well-orchestrated round on defense. Bance, the only player able to get through.
I mean, I'll tell you guys, Shotzzy is beating the living piss out of that left stick. I can't begin to tell you how... I don't even want to look at it. It must be so battered and bruised, unrecognizable. There's Ghosty from up top, the opposite, not moving a whole lot. He's holding down these positions, but Shotzzy running laps since 15 seconds to go. OpTic Texas will tie up the score with going into that final defensive round for Røkkr. Map point.
Just a round, honestly, where just get on with it. We know we're going to a round 5. We know it's just going to be the question of whether or not OpTic can pull off anything on offense. It pretty much got sealed partway through that third round. This is the name of the game on aBeZy. If you're the team in a tough spot, what do you have to offer? What can you do?
We've seen it happen a few times. Hotel especially. You get 2 offensive rounds in a row and you just have enough in the tank. You sort of see enough angles. The defensive team make a sort of a mental slip, a bit of a blunder, and then you are in. That is what you're looking for right now if you're OpTic Texas. For Røkkr, it's tried and true. You know exactly how to trap them in there. Identify those plays. Don't let any shenanigans happen. And you've got this. You've got yourself another hard point here on Fortress. But one more round. Here we go.
Say a prayer on the opening break as well. Maybe a small opportunity of success for Ghosty. He's on a 4 if you can get a cruise. Literally any bit of utility can be helpful. That is a dangerous round 5 record to have, especially on this map. And off the opening break, though, OpTic at least find a little bit of pressure out towards that zone that does not last for too long. Huke's going to have to oscillate and go over towards B.
He's got help. Oh, attached though, man. He's having one hell of a control. I'll get that.
Perfect, though. That's 3.
Beautiful work. He might be able to get himself streaks if Cammy gets a little overeager, and he might do it. Ghosty gets the streaks as well. Big turnaround for OpTic.
And he's dragging a little bit of pressure over towards this B zone. So you have a split players right now on Røkkr. So at the very least, when you have this kind of pressure on the map, all of your teammates able to get out of your spawn, and you play it like a round of S&D.
Slow. Oh, Afro, man. Dangerous right now. Gets himself 2 in that situation. 40 seconds to go. Huke's on the flank. This is a big moment. He's going to contest. He's going to ring the alarm bells. Oh, but he spots attached. That's huge. Streaks now from Ghosty.
Oh, wow.
Trying to clean up these players as best he can. It's going to be a dud. That's absolutely fine. But the boys have managed to get onto A. OpTic are holding it down.
But he burns the cruise missile like that, hits the top of the roof, and somehow Dashy picks up 2 kills. So one of the worst streaks, at least I thought, to be used. OpTic are making the best of it. And Huke's trying to keep the middle of the map contained. You got Shotzzy pushed out very aggressively. A lot of control on the map right now, and OpTic, they're going to make this work.
We're going volleys back and forth with the streaks here. It's not going to be enough. Trophies are there to stop it. That's going to be A captured. 1 minute added to the clock. Big wins across the board right now on the defensive side from Minnesota. Dashy has pumped the brakes. Oh, baby, he heard that. Cammy did not. Dash from the back line now. Can Dashy keep these kills going? This is 4 in a row. He could get himself streaks if he's keeping these kills going. Ghosty now pushing through the front. You've got a player made their way through closed. That's Huke once again. The scalpel. Precision indeed. He's onto the point. There's a 2-man stack. Cammy better land this one.
Oh, let's see if they have a trophy for it. I know a couple players nearby. He's going for the roof for the splash damage. Doesn't connect on anything. The second tick nearly gone in Minnesota. Working on the jump. Everybody's going to fall. You just have to watch the back, and it's not a trade quick enough. Afro, the only one nearby.
Dashy cut off the spawners. He's got streaks now to go as well. His teammates are doing everything they can. Another head ripped from Dashy. It's going to be just under a minute. Running out of time. Keeping the play alive, though. Can Dashy get these kills? Huke's there to clean them up. Oh, my God. 1 player left on the point as OpTic keep the pressure going.
Dude, they've done it. I mean, it's straight sailing. It's 4 lives on Minnesota. Røkkr make it 3. They stop shooting in the final round. OpTic take them to task and get a hot 3-0. The stamp on the game. They just dealt with like 3 cruise missiles on a round of offense on aBeZy to get the job done.
Now, what a turnaround for OpTic Texas. A bounce back they needed so deeply. Turn that 3-0 into a 3-0. The other side, though, this time, GG's to them. Minnesota Røkkr, their tough road to Major III continues, and it doesn't get much easier from here on out. They are still on the losing streak here, and man, even with attach dropping crazy numbers like that, huge damage from him there. Still not able to pull out the win. Final round goes to OpTic. GG's at 11-minute matchup. What a way to get it done.
Hey, that's tough too, because Attach, those like 12 kills on offense, he had like 9 or 10 of them in the second round to get his team into that clean of a spot. Then on the flip side for Bance, he had 3 defensive rounds. He could only find 7 kills, having nothing to offer, especially so in that final round. That's just pain through and through. Minnesota Røkkr now 0-3 in the stage. I think 2-9 in map count. The team that has been performing at the absolute worst in Search and Destroy. And even that round 5 record they had in control, I think it was 9-1 that we saw absolutely shattered in that final round against OpTic.
Unbelievable. What a blowout. There we go. Røkkr fans, oh, they're going to be feeling the burn there. OpTic Texas, GG's. 3 relatively clean maps. Well played there in the control to turn that frown upside down. And hey, man, they've got to be feeling great after that chance. A rough couple of weeks for them, and now back on top. Good luck to them through the rest of the major. Guys, let's go now back to the desk. How are we doing, fam? I also thought that was going to be a Røkkr victory.
Oh, you did?
I'm eating my words. Yeah, I did, mate.
I'm sorry to hear it. Chance even dressed up for Røkkr Day, and unfortunately, it's OpTic taking the chat. They started writing lameless on game 2.
Sure.
They felt OpTic was coming out and that you were too harsh on this squad. Do you feel that you need to take a little bit back? Anything that you might have said in the past, or you still have those same opinions on OpTic?
No, I don't think I need to take anything back. When you look at this performance, it was fantastic. And OpTic is not a bottom-of-the-barrel team. They're going to still have those pop-off moments. We saw the SMGs in this series were absolutely unreal. They still are a top 4 threat. Whether or not they're a championship threat, I think the last squad was in a better position. They get top 4. We will see as they develop. But looking at this team, we have to see them go off against a top squad. We saw that Toronto match. The next 2 games they have are New York and Atlanta FaZe. I still think there's a lot to be desired from OpTic Texas.
And I think that is a very fair answer right there. On the other side for Røkkr, you got to be devastated. You're now starting 0-3. The best possible record you can have is 2-3, trying to sneak into a top 8 finish. But it's not going to be easy, and you are 0-6 in your last 6 games, Allie.
It's not going to be easy, and it doesn't look good. I mean, that LCO Search and Destroy was abysmal from Minnesota Røkkr. They were already 1-5 in series count when it comes to MF mode specifically, but it was also just like the game plan I didn't understand from Minnesota Røkkr. They constantly was getting blooded. They'd get the bomb down in 4v4 situations, and when the bomb is down 90% of the time, you should win the round, and that just wasn't the case for Minnesota Røkkr.
Let's take a look at that road to the major here, Allie. You mentioned it. They've got the Legion, which statistically should be a win here. But then you're pulling the LA Thieves, a squad that gave you some troubles, a squad that has looked dangerous recently, no matter who you are in this league.
Their best opportunities for wins here was against the Seattle Surge and the OpTic Texas. They lose the New York Subliners. That's fair, Major 1 winners. But now you have to round it out with the Vegas Legion that is looking so much better since the roster change, who was already contending with teams before then. And now you have to also end your Major 3 qualifiers against the LA Thieves, the second place at Major 2 and.
They have to figure out so much. I mean, when you look at the series on the side of the Minnesota Røkkr, they were early set up on a lot of hills on the map number 1. Now, granted, it's a little bit of a tough map pick going up against OpTic Texas. These guys can get mixing when the SMGs get going. It's going to be extremely hard to beat them, but you have to put yourself in positions to have an advantage, which they did, and they dropped the ball a couple of times. In the Search and Destroy, I thought seeing Dashy with a sniper was excellent for OpTic Texas. That's also a map now that seems to be very good for them, as we saw Huke's 14 streak, and now him just getting pushed up behind enemy lines. Him and Shotzzy, they just had an unreal series.
We were talking about it in the green room, Allie. Is Huke the most entertaining player to watch right now? Does he fly the fastest on the map? How do you describe the guy who dropped 14-1 in his last game 5?
Overheating at all times is how I think I would describe Huke. I mean, he's always go. He's a player that, and that's what gets him in those positions to drop a number like 14 on an S&D, or to go and pop the 3 to 6 spree and just constantly be in the enemy's face. Because once he's going, he will not slow down for the rest of the series, and that's definitely what we saw today. But I also want to give a little bit of flowers to Ghosty. I feel like we saw a little bit more from him in this series than previously. He went off in the Search and Destroy 6-2. Not as much as his teammate in Dashy, who was sniping and went 8-3, but he also popped that streak there in the end of the Fortress control in round number 5 when they were on the offensive side of things, which that is the hardest map to get an offensive round win, and he goes on the spree, gets the streak, and they get the points and the kills.
We got to welcome in a member of this OpTic squad to the winning circle. I'm told it is Shotzzy. Welcome to the show, my friend. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Now, Shotzzy, I want to talk about the rematch here because, of course, you had a new fourth in this series. But last time you played Røkkr, you and Huke got shut down. You had a .67 in that series. Today, you come in, you drop a 1.8 in our hard points, 2-something in our search and destroys. What was different about the rematch?
I feel like I'm comfortable now. I guess you could say in terms of like the way I am on the team. I feel like, you know, when we had Indra on board, I felt like I was always trying to, you know, try to get everyone on the same page in terms of like, you know, make sure everyone's on point. Like, yo, let's do this. And, you know, ever since we brought Dan on board, you know, he's allowed me to play my game and I could kind of just do whatever I want. I mean, I'm not whatever I want, but like, you know what I mean? But yeah, Dan kind of just allows us to, you know, play like us. So
Shotzzy can do Shotzzy things. That makes sense, yeah.
Shotzzy, congratulations on the win, of course. But I wanted to ask you, what has it been like for you kind of having to step up a bit in the sense of being a little bit more of an IGL and be able to kind of make the play calls that you want to make?
Oh, wait, repeat that question?
What's it been like for you to kind of step up and be the IGL for the team now in comms?
Yeah, is Dan doing it? Are you taking it? What's this look like now?
Okay. Well, so yeah, I used to do it in terms like on our old team, but now it's like somewhat like everyone for the most part.
Okay.
And I feel like we actually have like a really good balance between all four of us. So, you know, I kind of do it, but for the main part, I would say Dan's like our IGO, quote unquote. So, yeah, it kind of just allows me to do shots and things this fucking set.
Shotzzy, talk to me about the dynamic between you and Huke, because it seems like in this series, and sometimes we get these series where you two just take over and you're running through the opposition. How's it been sort of like trying to fix the mistakes you guys made at the major and developing as a sub-duo?
Kyler's my guy, man. This guy, dude, it's so funny because in practice, this guy, you know, I'm always in front of him, but he's like, no, let me bait for you. And I'm like, damn, I'm like, say less. So, yeah, you know, this guy's always flying for me. You know, usually I'm the flyer, but, you know, this guy's way faster than me. So shout out Kyler. This guy's my sub-duo. You know, we've done great things in MW, Cold War, and, you know, we're looking to do the same this game.
Shotzzy, anyone who puts on that OpTic jersey has a bunch of eyes on them. A fan favorite since the beginning of competitive Call of Duty, but you also get a lot of scrutiny. And I saw everything from, Shotzzy is playing like hot dog water to now you're the greatest player on the planet once again. How do you guys as a team handle these mental swings of the fans, and what do you want to see from your fans in the future?
I've dealt with it my entire career. I'm used to it. I'm like a rock when it comes down to these things. You know, obviously Dan is new to the scene and I've been trying to teach him, you know, that's just how it is being on the green wall. You know, a lot of haters that just come with this type of organization, but, you know, obviously there's, you know, good fans out there that spread love, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't get to us. You know, we just know what we're capable of and we're going to continue to do so in practice.
Headstrong and nasty on the sticks. That is Shotzzy. Thank you for joining us again tonight.
Thank you. Have a good day.
OpTic now 2-1 after their victory so far in our Major III qualifiers, and they still have 2 more matches to go. And I have a feeling we're going to see these players from our Scuff Play of the Game popping off in their next matchup. Let's take a look at this one more time. This, of course, is Shotzzy, it's Huke, it's the SMG duo, and what they were able to do in that game number 1. They absolutely set the tone for this series.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Shotzzy ended 27 and 15. The final score was 250 to 111. It was just what really impressed me about this map number 1 is that Texas in this split was one of the worst holding teams in the league. They were getting that early rotation, they were getting these breaks, but they'd get insta-broken back and they weren't able to hold this time. I saw the complete opposite from them in that map number 1. They would break in and their holds would be solid. They'd play off the trades and play around each other, and that heavily is off the back of those SMGs.
That is our Scuff Play of the Game, but Nameless, now we got to check in on the points, and it's getting spicy here. Remember, OpTic and Boston were tied. Well, OpTic reclaims their throne, and also with the win over Røkkr, now jump up to 5th place.
Yeah, and also now OpTic getting that second win now puts them in a position where they need one more to make it into the winner's bracket, and Røkkr now most likely starting in the loser's bracket, right? So Røkkr in a very tough spot. We never want to start in losers.
And here is that look right now. We have all of your records from the qualifiers alone. 4 matches already done for Ultra, FaZe, Breach. Everyone else still has at least 2 to play, and we're going to have to keep our eyes on those squads on the right. Who can climb up and steal a top 8 seed? That is going to be crucial for everybody. Quick reminder, we got our Upper Deck cards. Start your digital collection today with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. Collect your favorite teams and players on UpperDeckEpack.com or just scan that screen right now. Thank you all for tuning in. That was match number 1. When we come back, Seattle, Pred, and the rest of the crew taking on Havoc in a surging Mutineers squad. You don't want to miss this one. The battle of number 8 versus number 9. We talked about the importance. If you finish in the top 8, you're playing at COD Champs. You're playing in the winner's bracket at our Major 3 in Texas. Finish in the bottom 4, well, you're going to have a tough road. Either the losers bracket or watching on the sideline. And if you're looking at the Surge right now, you have to feel a little bit worried for your squad. They started with the 2nd place finish back in Raleigh. Then they went basically winless online. Now they seem to be back to their winning form until they ran up against their most recent opponent. But the Seattle Surge are always dangerous, especially when you look at the firepower they bring, including last year's Rookie of the Year in Pred.
Yeah, the most frustrating thing when it comes to the Seattle Surge is that it is clearly a championship caliber team. When they're having a good day, they look like the best in the game, but it's not consistent across the board. And I think a couple of those factors is just, they love to stick to the game plan on game day. And I feel like they've been struggling to do that, especially when it comes to the search and destroy. They did have that 3-0 against Minnesota Røkkr, but we just saw Minnesota Røkkr, and they haven't been looking very good recently. So when they went up against a team like LA Thieves, they got bopped.
Nayless, I got to ask, who has the fastest hands on that team?
Fastest hands? Like
yeah.
IRL?
What?
I feel like Pred might have the fast. Well, actually, Simp.
The guy at the top left. Come on, now.
We saw the video. Simp's got some hands, man. But, talking about this team, I disagree with the take that they got bopped by LA Thieves. It was actually an extremely close game across the board, and they did have the most dominant map win in that series. I think Seattle, I think you're happy with what you've seen from them so far. We've seen improvements in the search and destroy. They beat Minnesota Røkkr there, and they go into an LSCLO where they had a couple opportunities to win that versus Thieves. So I think in this series, they have to come out, look great in the search. Once again, those improvements have to be there. And then also accuracy. I need to see him step up in performance. I mean, he has 7K damage in that series. They were still very close in the respawns. The guy just hasn't been playing that great. So if he can step it up, the game just becomes even that much easier. But this is a team that still looks very solid. And on the season in respawns has really never shaken. They've been solid in the respawns in the entire season.
That is Seattle's Surge. And Ali, we were talking about how we need accuracy to have stronger games, right? But we also want to see continued success for Mack Melts. We'll be keeping eyes on him throughout this series. On the other side of the battle, though, my eyes are on these players in the middle. Fellow and Capsule are bringing new life to the Florida Mutineers. Caps, he gave us his interview at the end of their last win. It's nothing but good vibes. And Fellow finally had a chance to showcase what he can do in that AR role. It looked like the team finally found what was missing. At least it was enough to get a 3-1 against Boston.
And can I just say, Fellow's been around for a hot minute, but he was absolutely snapping on players in that Boston series. But the big player to watch has to be Capsule, right? It came down to that search and destroy. They beat Boston 6-2 on that Fortress, and it was Cap that went 9-5. And again, it was against his old team in the Boston Breach. Not only a revenge match, but also just because of the slow start that Florida Mutineers had to the opening of Stage 3 qualifiers with this new squad.
Yeah, this team, they look really good against the Boston Breach. I mean, going into that series, I feel like a lot of people were writing Florida off, myself included. And then Boston Breach looked like they may have took them a little bit light. And Fellow and Capsule, the two new additions to the squad, both popping off 9K damage each. And, we went into that. Listen, I love what I heard from Fellow. It did get a little hectic there for a bit, but Fellow is the guy who really got them together. And you can't help but support Capsule. I mean, we talked to him in the interview. He's just happy to be back. It was a big revenge game, and he's just trying to figure it out. He talked about they played the major winners from 1 and 2, coming into it maybe expecting some losses, working on their things, and now they get a big win.
Both of these teams have losing records or 500 at best, so you need a win today. Who gets it looking at these maps and modes? Ali, let's break it all down. We've got 3 nights in the hotel to open up this series before closing it out. Embassy, Hardpoint, and a Fortress for Search and Destroy.
To be honest, I think this first 3 maps in the series is worst case scenario for the Florida Mutineers. I mean, you give Seattle Surge one of their better hardpoints. Florida right now is 3-7, and then you move into that hotel S&D. They're coming off a hot 6-1 win versus Minnesota and a hot 3-0 win on that hotel control.
So where are we going, Ant? Let's get the official predictions in. Match is ready.
I think you'd have to be crazy to pick anything but Seattle in this series.
Seattle?
Seattle with 3-0.
3-0, Ali?
Seattle Surge for sure, 3-0.
That means the Mutineers are winning it again. I'm sticking with Florida, and we got this match ready, so let's send it over to the casters. We got Lando and Study on the call tonight.
That's exactly right, Chris. Yes, folks at home, you guys have got us for back-to-back matchups. It's going to be a fun one. There we go. The desk is having a great time. We love you guys. But Florida Mutineers taking on the Seattle Surge. Jay, it's interesting, right? You've got the worst hardpoint team in the league going up against the worst Search Destroy team. Lately things haven't been great for both of these rosters, but I don't know. It feels like as of the last week, the fans are very optimistic about both of these teams now.
Yeah, when you say worst hardpoint team, you gotta take that with a little bit of a grain of salt, because this is not the same Florida roster that they had before. They come in with 2 brand new players, and you saw what they were able to do yesterday. Capsule put us on a show with the amount of pressure he's able to do with that SMG, and then Felony, he was winning some big gunfights off the rotation with that AR in hand, securing those spawns for his team, making the game a lot easier. So I'm super excited for this matchup, man. Florida need to come out swinging, because if they win this match, they still have the potential after starting 0-2 in this stage to still make that winner's bracket with that final matchup going up against the Guerrillas. So I just want to see what kind of Florida we're gonna get, man. That worst hardpoint team has got to go out the window going up against a nice respawn team in Seattle.
That's exactly right. The funniest thing that you talked right there, Jay, is the fact that Florida literally start off 0-2 in series, 0-6 in maps, yet we're still talking about how they very well still have a chance to get into the winner's bracket when it comes down to Major III in Texas. Texas is calling our name. It's a second home for me. Cannot wait to be back there. However, we do have to take a look at this series in its entirety. We're going to be at hotel for quite a bit of time, starting things off here on the HP, where Jay and his Seattle doing a great job when it comes down to the time, but that's because Florida, they were really taking their time to jump inside of the hard point.
Yeah, Florida just trying to time these kills, chain them a couple together, but maintain those spawns going into the next hill. They're still spawning on the better side of the map. Seattle is just trying to soak up as much P1 time as they possibly can get. But with the final 20 seconds, these next couple of gunfights are going to be big. You don't want to drop. If you are Florida, you need to win these gunfights to win this rotation. 2 players are already going to drop. Seattle put pressure through Shandy's.
Yeah, you already see Capsule spawning out. Player number 4 in Fellow, he has 2. So now that puts all the pressure in the world on the Black's shoulders, but he's got some pretty broad ones at that. Wonderful work there coming in from Mr. Newberry. And so lock down the spawns and now give Florida a much better chance at holding down some early time at the lobby.
And Florida, they're technically good on this map when it comes down to the whole, the second best team that we have in the game, but they're going up against Seattle, who are #1 in that category. So it's all about these breaks. If you are Seattle Surge, able to find that first kill, able to find the second through the middle of the map. They set up the pinch. The spawns for Florida are still going to be in towards the back side, but Seattle Surge, they look like they have the perfect setup to read this play.
We'll see how Seattle can look to handle this massive advantage that now they've been given. Brack, meanwhile, falls off the 5 spree. He was doing his work, but really that's about the only positive that you have right now if you're Florida. As Seattle, well, they're able to break on in. They get the time. They also get that backside spawn. So I guess positive is, Jay, is that at least you're not in the spawn trap, but you do walk away from our first 2 hard points with little to no points, less than 20 to their name, as they look to hunker up now in the kitchen.
Yeah, this is where Florida need to answer back. You cannot let this game start to get out of hand. You need to respond with some good time over towards the kitchen. As they win that early rotation, they're winning a couple gunfights already. So they know where the pressure is going to be coming from. Seattle just going to team on up, trying to push on through the front. Diner trophies go down for Simp, who's currently on a 4 spree. So here comes the bait and switch.
Here comes the bait and switch, and well, nothing works. Mack tried to dive on in. He sacrifices his life. Same thing can be said for Sib and Pred. And now, well, it's all up to Lamar. 30 seconds to fight for. You can tell he definitely wants to get involved. A bit of information there onto Fellow. However, Trophy's going to stop both of the tacticals and the utility. Great work once more from the Mutineers as Mack, the last charge is made, and there you have it. The Mutineers get a full 60 there at P3.
Yeah, Florida get themselves right back into the game. They knew where the pressure was coming from. They won the key gunfights and now are going to be able to find themselves by down only 10 points. Off the rotation, though, it's going to be Seattle. Early setup towards double des. You're watching that overextension. You're watching mid-map. Well, all the pressure from Florida is trying to come out from the front. Sib, a man on a mission when it comes to the hotel hard point. He is a reaper. 1.33 KD, and he shows it. He's cussed down 3 already on another 3 speed.
I don't know about you, Jay, but I think I saw a little bit of sweat on his brow. Maybe doing a little bit of shadow boxing before this game. I don't know what his pregame ritual is looking like, but clearly it is working out nicely for him. On 5, eventually drops, but as we said, he has had a flurry of sprees so far to kick off this hotel. But the positive is that while Seattle did a great job early at getting time, there's still half of this hard point to fight for. And right now, Jay, the Mutineers have the preferred positioning.
Yeah, Florida, they have the bodies, but they don't have a Sid. Sid able to cut them both down. With that TAC 56, he finds another 3 kills in the feed. Now, with only 15 seconds remaining on this hill, you have to hit that rotation. Huge gunfight goes down across the map. Mack is able to win it versus Havoc. Mack trying to stay alive in this position, wait for his teammates to get into the play. He's dancing around. He's able to take down Capsule. and it should be putting Seattle Surge in the advantage off the rotation, but that's already 3 dead. Seattle Surge late once again.
Yeah, you can tell, I mean, like Mack's in a spot where he's trying to win gunfights. You can tell he just does not feel comfortable, pulls out the knife, and has to go for a very, very difficult gunfight. By the way, as we enter in toward this hard point, accuracy right now at 1 in 9. So he hits the dust, and really for Seattle, I'll be honest with you, I'm pretty impressed by the fact that they're currently in the lead right now, despite having one player who has 1 kill still.
Oh, it's because they have a Simp, man. He's the guy that usually takes over on this map, but accuracy still has some time to turn this game around. Basically a tie game. So ready at this P5 hill. Florida with great time, 20 seconds remaining here, but it's all about that rotation. It's going to be Seattle there first.
Oh, Big Cap, he's starting to fry, he's starting to heat up now on a 7 spree. He has got that cruise missile. We'll see if it can come into good use throughout the remainder of our first set of rotations. There's been a lot of talk about this team, and when it comes down to their comms, let's see if they've improved. A check-in now with the Florida Mutineers.
Two time. Top bed, time.
I'm staying alive. Backstairs.
I got one top bed.
One was backstairs. I got Lamar backstairs of time. Okay.
You got one.
Lamar backstairs of time. Trust. I'm looking at push goal.
Dead. Last back right. Come dead. Nice.
Sit down, Cat. Sit down. I have all of mid.
He's right side. I'm getting
right time. Tyler, can you look it for me? Yeah,
look at your man. One cross. One metal steps.
I'm looking your top. I have top person.
Bottom secret. Dead.
No more bottom. He's pushing to the back van. Fred. Nice 3. Missing 1. We are missing 1.
He's holding me. One shot. Lamar.
He's
front right. One shot. He's just laying down. Front right time.
I'll come on time. Give me a second.
Dead.
Okay, nice. Good job.
Can you get that time? I'll get it.
You look over.
No, you're good, Cap. Go.
One's left already. Couches already. He's low right. Nice. One's gonna be red hall or double arches.
Double.
Red hall. I can look over you, Cole.
One's red hole. You can go back. Cat is dead. Double dead. One red hole.
Try to get time.
Couch in time. Couches in time.
One more couch.
Couches. Fred.
Couches weak. Fred. Our side.
Nice.
Missing Lamar and Simp.
Going before.
Good play. Missing double arch.
One shot double.
He's catwalk. I can't.
One behind him. Kitchen.
Go. One shot. Nice.
Courtyard. There's one kitchen.
Hold. Just lay down. Court. Absolutely.
One's their cap. One is their cap.
I mean, as we threw it to the listening, Jay, I was talking about it, how, you know, Florida, they were kind of scrutinized in the last check-in that we had to really listen on how the comms are sounding. It felt like a lot. It was Havoc and Fellow lead the way. I feel like I heard all 4 players talking right there. Lots of player counting going on as well. I don't know if it gets really all that much better than that. Obviously, certain things to improve on, but it felt like a world of difference from the last time that we checked in with them.
Oh yeah, the chemistry is starting to be formed right now for Florida. You can just tell the small talk is there. Tyler Fellow is letting them know, Capsule, you don't have to sit on the hill. You can go be the aggressor. You can make your way out. And so far, that has led to almost a 40-point lead right now for Florida. Seattle Surge, they need to have a response. You call that accuracy having a slow start to this game. He's only been able to pick up 5 kills after that as Fellow beams Simp through the back end. And now you have to be ready for this, because if you lose these gunfights for Seattle, you will spawn out the pressure share for Florida.
Oh, what? How does Fellow manage to win both of those gunfights? And from there, Capsule and Havoc will do the rest. That was a huge break for the Mutineers to make, because that pretty much gets Seattle back in this game. They were banking on it, and now they've got players looking the wrong direction. Capsule jumps on forward. You can tell the confidence that Florida feels right now, as Fellow not having an amazing game when it comes down to the statistics, but those 2 kills in particular, Jay, have netted the Mutineers a solid advantage coming in toward Kitchen, and now we've got ourselves a massive 1v1.
Oh, and Brack with the SMG, he's going to be able to win that gunfight versus Mack. So Seattle Surge have 2 players ready for this attack, ready to put pressure on him, but the repitch is coming in from Fellow. Right now, the fundamentals are working out perfectly for Florida. 2 kills go back and forth between the teams. With Brack, he's able to take down Mack with that trophy system. Now it's all left up to Pred. He's the last player here.
He is. I mean, take a look at those arrows. This is current 2 versus 3. Currently, Capsule's getting the cutoffs. He's found those 2, and Sim and Pred cannot win their fights either. Not only is it a break over at the lobby, but it is a clean break as well over toward the kitchen. Surge were low in numbers, and right now they could be staring at a game 1 loss. Less than 15 to go.
Less than 15 to go, but at least Simp finds 2. So now the contest can come in. Simp finds 3. Doesn't find the 4th. He sets it up for accuracy to get a nice and easy one. So now with only 15 seconds remaining on this hill, the rotation is obviously going to go in favor of Florida Mutineers. Seattle Surge, they need to find a break, and they need to find it quick.
They do indeed, and really that first opportunity is going to be to get Brack out of a spot like that. He's able to find two. Meanwhile, it's also the rest of the team picking up kills less than 10 seconds before they call game in our opener. As we said, the worst hardpoint team based off of Røkkr. Are they about to close this one out? And yes, they will. Records be darned, Florida Mutineers coming out with an opening hardpoint dub. And you can see the squad, Havoc especially, they're chirping, Jay. They're feeling good.
Oh, they're fired up, man. You can just tell by the way that map #1 just went. When you're winning your rotations, the gunfights come a lot easier, but even when you're losing the rotations, you're finding a break on an instant. What an opening hardpoint from the Mutineers. One of the worst hardpoint teams that we had in the league. They make the roster change to get better at this mode, and so far it is showing. 250 to 188 is the final score. You see everyone positive on the side of Florida Mutineers besides Fellow. But even 14 and 20 for Fellow, he was getting big kill after big kill off the rotation towards the back end to secure those spawns to make the game a lot easier for the Mutineers. They just came out and took care of business in map 1.
Well, Jay, I'm so glad that you brought it up. Like I mentioned it coming into this series, right? Florida Mutineers are the worst hardpoint team in the game, but you correctly brought it up. This isn't the same Mutineers roster, right? You have got a ton of new additions. We have Brack, who's back in the lineup, so there's a lot to be talked about when it comes down to this Mutineers team. And I'll tell you what, man, it just feels like this is the roster that we really wanted to see when it came down to those early roster changes. You know, when they faced off against New York, they faced off against Atlanta. It was like, really? Like, you couldn't give us anything. The Search Destroys, they looked lost. Like, that was the game that we expected them to be solid at. But to see certain players go on sprees like that, Fellow to make those crucial kills in the back lines, to see Capsule go on 7-8 in a row. I know it's early, like we're only really into like the 4th series so far for the Mutineers, and you know they technically only have 1 W in the books, but this is what we wanted to see from this Mutineers roster change.
Without question, man. We wanted them to be able to improve in their hardpoints, because you're not going to be able to win series if you're not winning hardpoints. With the old roster, that just wasn't the story. And when you make that change, 2 players come in for the brand new squad. That is what your main focus was. I think even in the series when they played versus Atlanta, when they played versus New York, the hard points were pretty close, but everything else was a smoke show. Yep. Now, with the team having an extra week of practice underneath their belt, you can just tell by the way that they played yesterday versus Boston, their setups are a lot better in Search and Destroy. Their game plan, even in Control, has been a lot better. And when you're getting that game plan, especially in your hard points, so where you're getting your SMGs to be the aggressors, when you're getting your ARs to get them important kills to hold down the power positions, that's the scoreline that you want to get. Florida, they make the right roster moves, and so far they're finding some success. And if you are Seattle Surge, now you find yourself in a difficult situation because you haven't been good at Search and Destroy all year long. You finally broke the streak playing some Hotel S&D versus Minnesota. But Florida, they're not no pushovers, man. You have to be able to hit that regain in this map #2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other part of the headline we talked about, right? Florida, based off of Røkkr, worst hardpoint team in the league. And as you called it, right, we said it. This isn't the same lineup. The sad part for Seattle, this is the same lineup. This is the team. This is the squad that you have had so far throughout all of these Search and Destroys. I mean, I don't know, man. 5-19. We got super excited. We celebrated. I was watching it on the couch. I was like literally like yelling at my wife. I'm like, Seattle just won an online Search Destroy. They managed to do it. Can they do it again? And I feel like after a hardpoint loss like that, vibes have got to be down. Like, I don't know how you expect to see Seattle play in this upcoming Search Destroy. I believe Hotel was the one that they did technically take versus the Minnesota Røkkr that netted them their first online S&D win. But what have you seen so far from Surge throughout our Major III qualifiers? Do you think that S&D improvement is actually there?
Oh, I definitely do think that their S&D improvement is there because they actually won one of those Search and Destroys, and when they won it was a 6-1 dominant fashion. You got to keep in mind that Minnesota, their game plan just wasn't on point. Seattle knew exactly what they needed to do. We even saw Mack clutching up 1v3s. Sid was super confident with that dead silence TAC 56 hitting those late flanks. So I think if you are Seattle Surge, it's all about those mid-round adjustments because a team like Florida, they can hit you with anything. They can be aggressive. They can slow it down. And with both of these squads on this map, for Seattle, this was their auto beat up for quite some time. But on the opposite side for Florida, this is one of the 2 Search and Destroys, even with this new roster, that they didn't really get a lot of reps on. Only one win on this map for Florida Mutineers. They really aren't good at a majority of things. When you talk about the attacking rounds, when you talk about the defensive rounds, 11th overall. So with this new squad, you got to change it up a little bit.
Indeed, another fly through. We're showing our control stats. We're talking about S&D, 1 and 2 for Seattle, 1 and 3 for Florida. So getting back to that point, Jay, that you talked about, an auto veto historically for the Surge as we jump into round number 1. And Simp, well, he's got the bad boy sniper out. He's been great with it. And yesterday, he was hitting some wonderful shots, as it will be Brack, who pretty much answers from the lower light side. He hits his shot and backs on up. Mack also put in a predicament. Wow. Pred will fall as well, and it's all on to accuracy. Well, I hope Jay can get that gun firing.
Yeah, accuracy. We need to start getting a little warm up, my friend, but fortunately, this round number 1 is not going to be it. What a setup right there from Florida. You have Capsule, who's sitting towards bottom bedroom. He's giving that information to players crossing towards bomb. But Brack, he puts himself towards bottom, likes and cracks the door open, doesn't give Simp an angle, gets that first blood, and then when the trade tries to come in, that's when Capsule was able to strike. It went from a 4v4, instantly turns into a 4v2, then all left up to accuracy in the 1v4. Does not find anything. Florida, strong on the first defensive round.
Yeah, like you said, that little, you know, opening there for Brack is going to be so annoying for the men who are over at that A site to kick this round off. It's a quick little tease, and that's where the round comes to a commanding halt. But right into round number 2 we go, and to no surprise, Havoc wanting to play aggressive. It is the B push now for the Mutineers, lined up and ready to go. Havoc, however, does get found out. Capsule will be eager to go ahead and rock that dead silence. Still hungry for information. However, it looks like that bomb is going to be hitting the rotation, so Capsule's hoping to find someone off the OE. And positive really is that Seattle have no real eyes at that A site. They've got somebody in couches, but that's about it.
Yeah, they have no eyes over towards A bomb. They allowed Brack to get pushed up all the way towards top plat. Gets the information, but not able to pick up that kill. They're trying to get these players from Seattle to hit that early rotation for Capsule to find that opening on the late flank. It looks like he's going to get spotted. Pred's going to be able to take him down. So now the ARs for Florida have to try to clutch up in the 4v2.
And that's a huge gunfight, as you called it, that Pred's able to win. So now it's going to be a 4v2. You've got the numbers. You're late in the rotation. But this gunfight versus Pred is going to be huge. Can Brack take it? Not going to happen. Late on rotation, but it does not matter. Tyler Fellow now left at a 1v4. Okay, that was wonderful. Are they going to get to him in time? Because this is about to be a clutch unless they can find him. Oh my God, Fellow! Simp still on the defuse though. Oh my word. Fellow did everything right. Jay, he did everything right. However, he did not take Simp fully off the defuse. That was nearly a 1v4.
I'm taking that right there if you're Tyler Fellow. Because you don't expect that to happen. The doors aren't even open. He has no idea how many players are over towards the site, Lando. And he won't bang 2 of them in the perfect spot. Oh. Man, he almost has pulled off one of the best clutches I've ever seen in Call of Duty. But Seattle Surge Simp sticks that defuse, tied up at 1.
Oh my God. That was almost absurd. I mean, it still was absurd. We got to refocus, ladies and gents. Round 3 we go. Havoc after a regain after a round like that one. Pred goes low. Pred goes high. That's going to be 2 there for the Aussie as he opens things up inside of the kitchen. However, Brack eager to get involved in the fight. He's lost a few of his comrades, and he is hungry to get back on the board, make things a little bit more manageable. It was a 1v4 last round where they stood a chance. Now it's a 2v3. Make it a 1v3. All up to Big Cap.
Cap in the 1v3 situation. Not going to be easy because there's so many chefs right now in the kitchen for Seattle. Able to just clutch on up, find that final kill to secure the round. But it all starts with the pressure from Pred, man. Like you said, he goes low, Havoc whiffs a couple shots, and then goes high to find the second onto Fellow. Once you take kitchen control, you get that bomb down, you have the man advantage. It's an easy round as he hits him with the classic drop shot and then a nice little jump shot to find the 2-piece. Pred is a predator on the map, and he showed it in that round. Seattle up 2-1.
You said last game, Jay, about how, you know, Seattle has a Sim. They also have a Pred. Like, just the ability for Surge to be like, okay, Pred, we just need you to pretty much just go off. We're just going to send you into the kitchen. You know, 1 would be fine. If you can find 2, that'd be great. Feels like oftentimes when you do that, he always is guaranteed to have somewhat of a highlight play. Great work They're coming in from the second-year ban for Surge. Pred, without a doubt, a staple in that round 2. However, round 3, excuse me, round 4 we go, and well, we've got ourselves a gunfight that is waiting to happen. They hear the steps from Simp. A few shots are expired, but take a look at the top side of the map. We've got player and player 1 also right next to each other as well.
They're just standing right next to each other. They're trying to play for the timing. Who's going to be able to budge on first? As Havoc is able to strike, get that first blood, and with Havoc getting that kill, it turns into Pred trying to be the aggressor. Capsule is able to take him down. So 2v4, making it 2v3. His accuracy is able to find one, but Capsule takes down accuracy. Now it's all left up to Mack in a 1v3.
Best of luck to McKenzie. 1v3, and he's going to go ahead and bet. I was going to say on that bomb rotation. However, Cap gets that information. He says, no, Brett, come on right back to me. That would be ideal. Full control over the map. As Mack will fall, Florida, they're able to get back on the board after a few wild and dicey rounds. I mean, you can talk about those last two where they absolutely stood a chance. Fellow nearly gets a 1v4, and if Pred does not explode for 2 in the kitchen, they very well could be up in this game, but they are able to bring things now to a level heading, 2-2.
Yeah, that was just good work right there from Florida to be super patient over towards that A bomb. They knew that door was cracked towards bottom lights. Havoc doesn't be the aggressor. He doesn't try to commit towards the gunfight. But once he finds that kill, Capsule, the island player, is able to take down Pred, and in the 4v2, you just play the trades and you're able to clutch up on the round. So now Florida Mutineers all tied it up in the search and destroy. Capsule not going to slow down the pressure. He gets the information, and he's also able to get out with his life.
How often do you see something like that where you put in a few shots, we're all like, oh, Capsule might have messed up, but he somehow manages to stay up. So props to Big Cap, at the very least, distancing out Seattle a bit. Meanwhile, Pred trying to hunt him down. He'll at least be awarded with a Tyler Fellow, and how about on top of it? Pred getting loud, and understandably so. He has got a triple to kick off this round. Bracknell left at a 1v3, would be for the 1v4 overall.
Yeah, 1v4. Brack is trying to clutch up. We know his stats in Search and Destroy so far in the season is like a 2.0. Guy takes over in this mode, but he knows that this round is basically chalked. So he's going to back his way all the way up to the back of the spawn, just try to play for a couple exit kills, and just chalks it on up. Let's end the round a little early. We don't want to waste any more time. Nades himself to close out the round. But Pred is just taking over on these attacks, man. He finds his way in towards kitchen, in towards top cat room, wins the first gunfight towards the back, and they line up perfectly for the final 2. What a play from the Predator. So he finds 3 on the round and secures it for Seattle.
And as we said, man, just incredible talent that we got to discover last season, and it just feels like he continues to impress us moving into this year. There were some doubters wondering, can he actually translate that from Vanguard to MW2? I think our questions were answered pretty quickly, and they absolutely have been so far throughout this Search and Destroy. I don't think there's anybody doubting Pred any longer. 8-3, and without a doubt has been the catalyst to Seattle's major advantage right now. It is a 2-man lead really pretty much throughout the start of this round. However, at the same time, Havoc and Brack bringing it back now to a 2v2. Things will pause for a moment as Pred does eventually get found out. That is wonderful work there from Havoc, Jay.
And now it's all left up to Simp. It was a 4v2. It's now left up to him in a 1v2 situation. Florida, they're not budging. Havoc is maintaining that bedroom side. Brack is making sure that he's watching the pinches. They have a lot of time to work with. And Simp also does not have a kill, does not have dead silence to work with on the round. So Brack's going to pick up that bomb. Going to try to get this down towards A. Do you try to play for the timing as Simp is going back and forth?
Oh, and Havoc going to spot something. However, when he gets the time, with a disgusting 1v2. Gets shot at by Havoc, goes for the chow, does a little 180. And also has some words for Brack. Yet to have a kill coming into that round. And now with his first 2, he has given Seattle new life. A near 2v4 loss ends up working out to a 1v2 for the other side.
Yeah, that round almost got away from Seattle. You get the first 2 kills, and then all your teammates do drop, but that's when you allow Simp to strike. Is Right there, if I'm Florida, the 2v1, you just want to get the bomb down, make the play come to you, but they go for the chow, and Simp reads it perfectly, but this time around, it's all out aggression in towards the diner. Pred is able to find the first. Felony there with the immediate answer.
Over capsule. He is aggressive on the flank. Mack's able to spot him. And with that, I mean, it's a situation where for Big Cap, it's a high risk, high reward play. But in that situation, makes the numbers deplete. Brack falls as well, and that is all left up to Fellow. A huge round, nearly had a wild clutch earlier. And I guess you could say he's left in a bit of a better spot. I mean, technically. But once that bomb goes down, it's going to get much more difficult now for the vet.
Oh, yeah, no, it's probably chalked. Another round that's definitely chalked, unless Fellow has something to say about it. Finds the first kill on to Pred. Doesn't have any dead silence to work with, so Seattle Surge are going to get a couple sound cues of where he's trying to attack this from. 30 seconds left. He gets a nade indication. Not able to pick up that kill. Now it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Oh, hold on a second. I was going to say, if he finds that gunfight onto Mack, there's a chance, but 15 seconds left. Seattle say all they have to do is just stay alive. Do not chow Tyler Fellow. Do not do it. Simp, don't move. Thank you very much. Simp able to clutch away the round. Last time it was off of gun skill. Now it's just based off of timing. Fellow gets awarded for the gunfight, but he has to watch this round come to a halt. An explosion will indicate now that Seattle sitting on map point after some wild and hectic rounds. As the dust settles, Jay, Seattle in a position to win another online S&D.
Oh, and on Hotel as well, my friend.
That's
right. It's going to be back-to-back Hotel Search and Destroyed in Seattle. Trying to close this one out, as this used to be their auto beta, but obviously the practice has been in on the back end, so they look like they've been getting a lot more comfortable. It's now Florida had to play some perfect search and destroy from here on out. They're gonna get super aggressive up towards the box with Pred and Mack. They cut them down. Simp finds a third, and the round is basically chalk. Brack in a 1v4.
Run for your life, Brack. Run for your life. A 1v4 now on the cards for Brack, and it's not gonna happen. Seattle Surge come answering back as it's Phoenix and Co. coming right from the behind the backdrop. Fist bumps are out. Seattle right back in this series now.
And if you would have told me, Lando, we had the worst hardpoint team in the game coming out to win the hardpoint, and then the worst search and destroy team in our game to come out and win the S&D. They both dominated in their respective maps, but I was not expecting this series to look like this. Seattle Surge is playing with nothing but confidence in their search and destroy. Pred, 2-piece, 3-piece, doesn't matter. What he's able to do with that SMG in hand early into these rounds are game changers. And then when you need some ice, the Iceman isn't bringing it, but that's where you have Sib, who just clutched up an insane 1v2 to win that round, put the momentum back on Seattle Surge's side. But I don't know about you, Lando. I felt like this Search and Destroy had the ability to have some insane clutches. We see some 1v3s turn into 1v1s, some 1v4s even turn into some 1v1s. What an insane Search and Destroy from both of these squads. Florida just didn't have a little bit more ice in a couple of those later rounds, man. They were just getting picked off really easily. We saw Felony in 1v4s, Brack in 1v4s. Just gotta play your numbers a little bit quicker. You can't die in the first 15 seconds, but Seattle Surge with the aggression, they respond in the series, and now tied up at 1.
Yeah, you could talk about, you know, is Seattle back when it comes to their search destroy? I mean, at least on Hotel. We're just going to put it to bed right there. We'll see if we can get to that game 5 on Fortress, which has definitely caused them quite a few problems previously, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. We do have to throw it to a quick commercial break. However, when we return, we are going to a hotel control. So make sure and stay with us, folks. Seattle Surge, Florida Mutineers continues after this.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hi, friends, and welcome back. If you're looking for the Call of Duty League, you're in the right place. Florida Mutineers taking on the Seattle Surge as we get ready to jump in to Game 3 on Hotel Control. This series has been anything but ordinary, Jay. We have Florida winning hard points. We have Seattle winning their second online search and destroy. How do you feel like this Hotel Control is going to go? Another wild result or more standard finally?
I think this Hotel Control is going to be a little bit better on the side of Seattle Surge, man, because they love themselves some Hotel Control. They are 3rd on attacking rounds, 5th on defense, and then on the opposite side for Florida, they struggle on this map, man. 10th overall in both of those categories, and the one that really stands out to me is their slaying on this map. They are our overall squad at 0.8, so that means they're basically not getting kills on Control. We know it's 30 to 30 in lives. You have to be able to go out there and slay, because if you're not slaying, you're not maintaining map control, and it makes the gunfights a lot more difficult. So if you are Seattle Surge, not really the best performance in that map, number 1. You're looking at accuracy, you're looking at Mack to have a nice little bounce back here in map 3.
Yeah, it's exactly right. I feel like for Seattle, we know the culprits, right? When it comes down to the slaying side, how they need to improve in that department is just to see those two guys, just play a better game plan. And it feels like on the other direction, Jay, you said it exactly right. I mean, for the Florida Mutineers, when it comes down to their control, if you have like a 0.8 overall as a team, it's not going to help. The positive, though, is that I feel like in that opener, hotel respawn, if we're comparing hardpoint to control in that fashion, you saw some players going off, right? We saw Brat going on sprees. Capsule was doing a phenomenal job of going on runs, being the aggressor. It feels like now with this new Florida Mutineers team, we talked about it in the hardpoint, but it translates in respawns. They could have that new slaying prowess that they've been really looking for so far throughout this season.
Yeah. They definitely can, man. Between the SMG duo on the side of Florida Mutineers, those are the guys that I really like to focus on, because on a map like Hotel, it's all about the pressure that they're able to apply. Putting yourself in towards top bedroom, playing nice little corners to get some easy kills. And then the difference between both of those guys, that Havoc is the guy that usually is going to play the corner. When we talk about Capsule, at least last year for Boston Breach, when he was released from that roster, they were talking about this guy playing way too damn slow. I feel like ever since Capsule has entered this roster, he's been a speed demon. As we take the look, the road to the major for the Florida Mutineers, such a big matchup for them, man. After coming out in your first 2 matches, playing our rally champions, playing our Boston champions, obviously you're gonna fall short in those series because the chemistry just wasn't there. But in the series versus Boston Breach, they look like a well-oiled machine when it came down to maps 2, 3, and 4. They had a game plan and they executed perfectly. So if they can come out and take this series versus Seattle Surge and be at a 2-2 record going up against LAG, who have been struggling, they still have the opportunity to make winners bracket even with a brand new roster. So both of these squads have a lot to play for still.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I know we'll be talking about that very same conversation in the series that follows this in London versus LAG, a similar storyline going down. But I mean, I don't know, Jay, the way that we're closing out this week, teams still have a chance, despite how negative that the community discussions have been on certain rosters, whether teams can't win certain game modes or if they're starting off slow. You still have a chance. It is so important to lock up a top 8 seed moving into major number 3. That extra life means everything, and oftentimes can decide a high placement from a low placement. We jump in here to Hotel Control. As we said, all eyes on Florida Mutineers, especially when it comes down to their attacking side. We'll see if the SMGs can get things going. Unfortunately, really, it is Prep starting things off, finding a few. The same thing can be said for Mack. So we're talking about Capsule. Can he get anything going? He's going to need his teammates first.
Yeah, you see the strategy right there from Florida. You even had Havoc whip out a 3rd AR. This Watchman map as they were trying to get that early pressure over towards B, but Seattle Surge, they cut them all down. At least you get in those close spawns towards top bedroom and also able to find a couple kills. Now that's 2 dead in the feed. Pred is the next guy you have to be able to take down. Felony does a great job of doing so, but Mack and Accuracy, they combine for 2. That's all 4 dead in the feed. Florida now coming off spawn.
And now for Florida, right, they're trying to cut down Pred, trying to cut down one player. They go for the aggression, and they end up getting punished for it. Another opportunity for Pred to go on a run, as now he's up to 5-1. The focus for Florida is very clear. You got to go for that A objective. Problem being is that Seattle have rotated accordingly. They've got a full Two-man lineup right now inside of the restaurant. Somebody in middle and somebody on that B objective. We've got to get a move on. 10 seconds only remain, and the lives are not looking good from the Mutineers. The time is not looking good for the Mutineers as Pred continues to play another one in a row as he hits 4. And now it's going to be a 1v1 on the point. Fellow cannot even dive in the objective before the time runs out. That was perfect work from Seattle, and Jay, a worrying sight as we talked about for Florida. Slaying, can they do it? Did not see it there.
Yeah, definitely did not see it there, my friend. When you start off the round, especially in control, you cannot go 3 to 4 dead because then you lose all map control. You got to check every single corner when you're coming out of your base. As they were only able to find 4 kills in that opening round. Seattle surged. yeah, it definitely did look like Fortress. Their perfect setup was on point right there for the surge. Now they're on the attacking rounds. Florida has to have a response. Early pressure from Seattle over towards B, just like Florida did.
Oh, and that is great information that Mack is able to find. He's on a 5 spree. Another one would be huge when it comes down to streaks. No go on that one. However, for Seattle, they'll reload and allow for themselves to get a few bodies over toward that A objective. So at the very least, they have a bit of damage being done on either side of the map, while accuracy looks to cause a bit of havoc on one side. But as we said for Seattle, not a problem. They lose a few bodies, but they instantly focus up, and now they're moments away from getting that first segment on A.
Yeah, first segment is already in. They're putting pressure on towards Shandy. Pred is not able to win that gunfight onto Fellow. This might be the opportunity where Florida can decide not to give this one up for free. The second tick is already in. Fellow finds another kill onto Mack. Now the pitch is about to be abound, but Simp cuts them down. Can't find the third. Pred is there for the trade. And that's going to be Seattle Surge closing out this 8-point. Extended time by a minute. Now only down by 1 life.
It's going to bruise you a bit as well if you're Florida. I mean, you send everybody into that fight hoping to get a little bit of map control, make Seattle have to work for it. However, they come out on top. 1v1 goes their way. And from there, you've now got an extra minute, a lot of time to work with if you are Seattle. We'll see how the Florida Mutineers elect to handle their early bit of defense. Now when it comes down to that B zone, is accuracy, as we said, having a slower series when it came down to that opening respawn. Now at 5-2, make it 5-3. He's the first one to dive in. He'll also be the first one to fall. A bit of information right now for Seattle, but no kills coming their way. Mack trying to cause a bit of a dent, and a dent he will make.
Oh, it's a big 2 kills because now you know the last 2 players from the Florida Mutineers are going to be over towards bedroom. The spawn's all the way across the map, so these kills are going to be big. Simp is at least able to take down 1, but Felony still causing problems from top bed. This allows Brack to get into the play. Fellow finds another kill. They shut down the push on the side of Seattle Surge and maintain bedroom side. So now if you are Florida, just keep holding strong on defense. Started to turn up in the kill department. Only a minute left, and they're up by 4 lives.
It does feel like a bit for Seattle, though, Jay. Like, I know they're able to clearly show that they can slay out Florida from time to time, but it just feels like Mack's jumping out after winning a few fights. Pred's jumping out after winning a few fights. We yet to see a full-on collective push so far at that B zone. We'll see if this can be their opportunity as they made their way toward the defensive spawns that are inside of the lobby, and now is their chance. Gunfight victories here could be huge. And accuracy is able to stall the first. Brack doing his best to try to be that major piece toward the back lines as Florida look to get involved. Brack eventually does drop. Time will be paused. Havoc falls as well. Numbers starting to fall the way of Seattle. However, Capsule could be the one to make the play. Cuts down Pred. That's a 5 spree for him. 30 seconds to go.
Oh, 30 seconds to go, but accuracy is at least able to maintain bedroom control. He finds 2 kills. All of his teammates spawning behind him, so they should be able to find this trade onto Fellow. Now Florida Mutineers have to try to hold the defense from the middle of the map. Capsule at least takes down Pred. No more respawns for Seattle Surge, but they are on the point.
They are indeed. Brack, he thought that somebody was challenging him close when in reality it's not at all the case. Capsule comes flying in from middle. However, it is Fellow who will save the day, but Pred will get that second segment over at that zone, which means, Jay, that while Florida are going to be handing out fist bumps, it is still frustration, right? You got no segments and you just handed over 5 to the opposition there.
I think the biggest thing, though, that you're going to take away from that is that you clutched up on the round. Because we know on a map like Hotel, attacking is a lot better than it is defending. So even if you're giving up that defense in that round number 5, you just have to show some fight on this round. Right here. Not going 3 dead right off the rip. Giving up full map control. Cannot happen for Florida. Might just want to switch up the game plan. Let's get A out of the way nice and early. They're going to change that one up. Full pressure on towards the middle of the map. You still have one player putting on towards couches, but they're going to try to get rid of it.
Capsule just feels like gritted with the stun every start of these rounds. As they try to go for a mid-round play, does not work out well for them. And already back to basics. All close spawning inside of the kitchen. And
Jesus.
Just feels like he's always guaranteed to win a gunfight like that, Jay.
Gosh, it's different, man. You can just tell he's playing with a lot of confidence. That man has been making moves happen ever since he's entered the CDL. As finally Florida able to get out of their spawn, able to stop that clock. But it all comes down to this 1v1 Havoc trying to go for the snap, and Mack is able to win it. But while Havoc was putting a lot of pressure over towards A, his teammates are spawning over towards bedroom. They're already about to complete this first segment over towards B.
Inching their way forward. Brack gonna have to win this fight.
Oh no.
Well, he'll bring a knife to a gunfight. Unfortunate press of the controller there. They still do grab that segment, but he would have much rather have found that 1v1 gunfight to go along with it. This capsule looks to be dicey toward the middle of the map, make the rotations more difficult for Seattle. So he'll go ahead and venture on now toward this B zone. To say accuracy is there to cut him down, but meanwhile it is the Mutineers having their SMG run forward, gain a bit of information, a scout indeed. Well, it is strictly business over at that A zone. Florida handle business, and now they're about to have an extra minute added onto the clock, down by 4 in lives.
Down by 4 in lives. So now time is going to be extended. How do Florida try to find their opening? Capsule with a big kill towards single is not going to allow them to put pressure through the back spa, and now influence that spawn for Pred all the way across the map. He's still going to get the close spawn to spa, so got to take this player down.
Oh, that is just another gunfight that Pred is able to take. I mean, while Capsule's there to trade it at the end. As we said, right now for Florida, numbers are dire. You're trying to make a play toward the back. You cannot afford to lose members in a situation like that one. Pred comes to the rescue once more, and now Brack winning that gunfight. He was the sole man for Florida that was able to stay up, and with that will allow for a pitch to occur. Accuracy still in the back lines. He also gets dealt with. There are bodies now here for the Mutineers, getting closer toward that second segment. Pred, can he win a gunfight from medium range? Not going to happen this time. It is Mack who throws a nade over the top. Can he be the one to save the day? Fellow sole man on the point. He also will fall. Great bit of work that is done there for the Mutineers. Job not finished, though.
Oh, job not finished. At least you get that second segment in. Now they have a minute to work with. And they have somewhat bedroom control. But accuracy cutting them down from top plat is now going to relieve that pressure. Seattle surge and full map control of the map. They know exactly where Florida's game plan is. They're going to try to overextend, play for these kills towards back spa to spawn them all the way across the map. You're going to have Simp taking his sweet time in towards back spa, but with Pred getting that close spawn, it's now his turn to hold this angle.
Just a matter of time. When does Havoc want to go for the chow? Pred's like, listen, buddy, I know you're here. All right, I know you're here. Time's ticking away. You've only got 5 lives left. Just go ahead and go for the chow. Do it. Go for the chow. Oh, Havoc, he takes it. Havoc beams him off the desk. And can they do anything with it? Time's a ticking. Brack's able to find a second pick. Accuracy could be the one to spoil it as he sits in top bedroom. Fellow, everybody's got their line of sight prepared, and that will be the round. Havoc wins the 1v1, and from there, Florida are able to take the attack. Now up 2 rounds to 1. What was that?
Such a crucial kill from Havoc to play super patient. He was in that back corner of spa for about 20 seconds before he commits to the chow because he knew that that was the last push we had. Wins that gunfight, starts off the trade battle, and then even with the teammate dropping towards bed, Brack is able to find that kill. Once you find those 2 players that are sitting towards back desk, you know they're spawning all the way across the map. All our focus has to be towards bedroom. You cut down the last 2. You stack the point. You're able to close it out. Florida Mutineers with the perfect game plan. So now be up 2-1.
And that, my friend, is why we love ourselves some hotel control. I mean, just 1 kill is all it takes. We saw it right there. Observers did a phenomenal job of pointing out that gunfight. Havoc finds it, and from there, the rest of the team comes up clutch. As we'll see if the Mutineers versus Seattle. However, they have a slower start. Right now for the Surge, they have just focused all of their attention over at A. But talk about Fellow coming in toward the restaurant with the point to prove. He'll end up hitting the dirt, and from there, Seattle We're gonna find that double kill, get that 8-point done nice and early, and quickly put some pressure onto that B zone now, Jay.
Yeah, Mack's already in the back of the spawn. He's able to find that first kill. The spawns for Florida still gonna be close over towards Spa, but these kills are so important. Capsule has to try to take down 2, and he does just that. Fortunately, the trade comes in, but you're maintaining map control. You're able to control every single player on the map where they are pushing at. It's now they're able to hold the line on the first defensive push. Accuracy wins a huge one-on-one, able to find the second, and now you get that information for Seattle. The last 2 players are going to be pushed out towards bed. We can stack this point.
Yeah, other 2 players from Florida Mutineers are making their way through the mid-cut. Accuracy right now is a tank. Havoc has to depart. In fact, he'll actually go for the reach out. My bad. I thought he was dipping out of that gun engagement. Not at all the case. Still staying alive. That's a thought that's in the back of the mind for Seattle. Is right now for Mack. Doing his dance. Just a matter of time, surely, before he hits the dirt. However, it's going to be 2. Now make it 3 kills. Seattle can wipe this round up right now. They've been player counting. They know that Havoc has got to go for a challenge at some point. A challenge he will make, but Surge here in round number 4, get business done. And from there, it is back-to-back attacks. Round 5 coming up.
And it's going to be Seattle Surge on the defensive side. Well-controlled round right there to just maintain that mid-map control. You find those couple of kills of the players coming off spawn. Once you get those 3 kills, you know they're spawning all the way across the map. Everybody relocates over towards that B point. They get the stack in. Use your tax to keep Havoc at bay, as he wasn't even in the play in that final round to try to contest this. Too many players from Seattle Surge on towards the point. Accuracy having a stellar control map, as sitting at 20 and 13, stepped up tremendously for this squad. All the players positive besides Pred, who is sitting even. But now this is where you have to show strong faith in that defensive setup again.
We talked about it for the Florida Mutineers, Jay. I mean, we discussed it. Can they come out and be a better respawn team? They lose that search destroy. We've been talking about it. Can they win a hard point? Yes. Can they win an offensive control? Yes. But now they're going to have to do it twice. Very much being tested now is this Mutineers roster as they face off against one of the stronger hotel control teams that we have in the game. And for reasons like that, Mackenzie coming out hot to start, trying to put Florida Mutineers in the spawn trap.
Yeah, Florida. Now they have to try to get out of their base, and Mack is setting up that flank. He's able to find one. Pred finds a second. He knows that they're continuously spawning over towards kitchen. So it's all about timing this flank, as Florida just trying to find an opening, big kill to take down Mack. Now you can put your pressure on towards A as they find the second. Only player is going to be Simp. You take him down, you're able to stop that time. Big kill from Fellow.
That was not an easy gunfight to win there if you're Florida. You got to get through Mack, you got to get through Sib and Pred as well. Not an easy line of defense to make your way through. However, they're going to try to go for this one again. Seattle going to cause some problems. 27 seconds on the clock. However, Florida handle business, and with that 3J, they're going to try to get a move on.
Oh, they're just trying to cut the map instantly because they know no players right now from the Surge are going to be pushed out towards bedroom. It's all about these gunfights. Surge have to hold their irons. You have to find these kills.
You do indeed. Sim trying to set up shop. However, he gets beamed. And you can see the comms trying to come in from Brack, given all the information that he can. Problem being is that he was really the only player in a position over toward that objective who could have really made the play. Meanwhile, it's Fellow looking to make a bit of a dent behind enemy lines. He eventually gets found out as well. So 50 seconds on the clock. 1, maybe 2 more good pushes at this for the Mutineers. We'll see how this process begins. Brack finds his pick, wants to back on up. Florida, they want their numbers, and they want this gunfight on their terms.
Yeah, they're just trying to find the right timing of when they want to attack from the front, because they know that they have full bedroom control. You have one player in the capsule trying to slowly work his way on the pinch, but these gunfights are going to be big. Pred is able to strike first, take some bottom bedroom control, make it a little bit more stagnant for Florida. This is going to be their last push.
And you can see the prioritization there for the Florida Mutineers. They've got to get Pred out of the fight. They're able to do that. However, Accuracy and Mack holding things down over at the bar, and with 10 seconds remaining, Havoc might just have to be the player to go for a dolphin dive. Pred continuing to cause problems. Mack will win his fight as well, and that will be game. A wild and crazy hotel control, but it's Seattle who make the plays in the round 4 on attack and hold the line here on defense as they go back-to-back here on Hotel, and now are up 2-1 in what has been a very interesting series up to this point, Jay.
Such a back and forth control. Obviously, rounds go back and forth, but then when you find yourself in that round number 5, Seattle Surge, they needed to at least get one set of kills when they were trapped in towards back spa. They did just enough to find a couple, get pushed out towards bedroom, and cause problems for Florida Mutineers. No one was trying to go for the overextension. No one was trying to go all the way through Shandy's side because they know Seattle were going to be ready for that push because all the players were in the base. The Florida Mutineers try to put the pressure on from the front. Seattle were able to find all the kills to close out the round. Told you before the map started, we need to see an improvement, a step up from accuracy and Mack, and look at those stat lines, man. 24 and 16 for accuracy, 28 and 18 for Mack, as they go 20 plus in the non-traded kills department. Those two guys just relieved a lot of pressure for the other two superstars on the Surge. Well played from the Surge. Now go up 2-1.
And that is as we said, I mean, we're talking about every team right now, Jay, really to close out week number 2 of our Major 3 qualifiers, how important every map is, what a series would mean to both of these rosters. It goes to a round 5 where Seattle have to clutch up, and they're able to do it. You can just feel it. You can just kind of feel a little bit of a sigh of relief go across the faces of Seattle. However, series is not done yet, but they have improved at hotel control record mightily once more, now at 8-5. As we said, one of the best attacking teams on this map, as they're able to find that one as well. But you saw a few moments that you got excited about when it comes down to Florida. I know you had a chance, Jay, to talk to Fellow a bit coming into this week after losing, going 0-6 and maps, 0-2 in series. He said that it feels like the control has definitely seen an improvement. And while it is a loss, as we said, we saw some great moments. They were up 2-1. Definitely had some winnable opportunities throughout this hotel control. But they have got to refocus because this Embassy hardpoint is what it's going to come down to.
Oh, yeah, and this Embassy hardpoint is not a good one for Florida Mutineers. The thing that really stand out is that they are last in breaks and last in holds. You might be able to get to a hill nice and early, but you're not able to set up properly around it, and that's what Seattle Surge, they can strike. Because on a map like Embassy, where they have a 5-3 record compared to a 1-6, you will, without question, be taking Seattle Surge, who are second in rotations on that map. So tall ladder to climb if you are the Florida Mutineers, but they have been showing fight. I love this new Florida roster because they're never out of it until it's officially over, man. We saw in that opening game 1, very close, they were able to take it. The search and destroy, I don't know what the game plan was. It was a lot of 1v3s, 1v4s. Like, we got to stop getting first blooded in that situation. But the respawn so far for Florida have definitely been looking on point. So the record says 1-6, but who knows what to expect out of this young squad.
And taking a look at our maps and modes presented by GMC Hummer EV, I want to ask you though, Jay, because let's say, right, that it comes down to this Embassy hardpoint. Obviously, if Seattle takes it, we know they win the series. But yeah, if Florida is able to win that Embassy hardpoint, then we focus our attention toward that Game 5 on Fortress. Knowing the records, knowing what we do when it comes down to both of these teams, do you feel like whoever wins this Game 4, aka if Florida wins this Game 4, do you feel like they now win this series?
Oh yeah, without question, man, because we know that Game 5 is Fortress, Search, and Destroy. Seattle have played it 6 times. They've only won it once. But every single time that they lose it, they simply can't find any success on defense. They are the last team on the defensive end going up against the first team on defense in the Florida Mutineers, man. If you're Seattle, this is where you have to close it. You do not want Fortress S&D to close this one out.
Yeah, that's for sure. And, we're talking a lot about, okay, well, Seattle, they've won another online Search Destroy. The problem is that we don't have a big enough sample size. They're winning on Hotel. That is wonderful, right? You've got some crazy clutches happening either direction. That Fortress S&D, though, just terrifies you because of the record that Seattle has. Also on the inverse, the record that Florida has, right? They have that 4-1 record on that Game 5. Brack has like a 7 KD on it or something wild. So, as you said, the pressure is obviously on the Florida Mutineers coming into this Game 4 because they have to win it when it comes down to this series. But on the other side, for Seattle, the S&D problems are by no means guaranteed to be fixed yet. Yeah, and if we do see a Game 5, our direction, our mood quickly will change. But all it comes down to is what Mutineers we will see. We know what we can expect when it comes down to Seattle. They've been one of the best hardpoint teams so far throughout this season. Can the Mutineers come away with another crucial HP dub?
But we would just have to see as they find a couple kills over towards P1. That's all 4 dead in the feed. Seattle Surge is just trying to keep them off of that time, but Florida, with the cutoff angle, is able to chop them all down. So now with 30 seconds left, you see what Seattle Surge are trying to do. They're trying to flip those spawns, trying to get the better side going over towards P2. But you can't give up all this time to Florida. They have been playing this P1 stellar.
Yeah, I love that for the Mutineers. It's like a matter of, okay, you know, we'll fight for P2 when it comes down to it, but let's just make sure that we're getting a decent amount of time over on that opening hard point. So Seattle investing a lot in this next rotation, and from there, the Mutineers will get a guaranteed 30, maybe 35 points off of our opener. And with that, pressure now starts to fall onto Seattle. We've got one player pushed up. That's going to be Accuracy, who could definitely cause a bit of issues early for this Florida Mutineers attack. However, he has been discovered. He has been found out. And from there, it is Mack doing a great job of cutting off the first. That's going to be 3 and make it 4. Thank you very much. First wave done.
Good hold right there from Seattle. Perfect setup. So know where the pressure is coming from. Now Florida have 40 seconds to try to break this from the front. You have one player in Pred is holding towards back gas, trying to make sure no pinches are going to be able to happen. As Seattle Surge have climbed themselves right back into this game, 36-29. Trades going back and forth. Accuracy is able to find 2. Simp with the 3rd. But now Simp is the only player here. It's all going to be about that rotation over towards top aBeZy, and it's going to be Mack there first. He gets cut down now.
So many crucial fights. I mean, we talk about our rotations. When it comes into aBeZy, you're just going to have to win some of those major 1v1s, the gunfights where maybe you're stunned up. You have to make the smart plays. And really, Jay, the problem when it comes into Florida, the problem that so many teams face when it comes down to seeing Seattle on the other side of these hard points is that you've got 2 dominant slayers, the only team that has 2 players in top 5 KD in hard point, that being Simp and Pred. We know the duo, we know the damage that they can do. We'll see if Florida will be able to handle this test, as so far they've been doing a great job over at the ACs, but the attack is still coming. Havoc trying to be fiery, but there we call it. That AR duo along with the SMG and Simp and Pred doing the damage as they retake control now.
That's a great break right there from Seattle to find the final 30 seconds to take the lead right on back for Florida. Since they have the better side of the spawns, they're still going to probably put pressure on towards this. Trades are abound, but Felony, he's trying to at least take down Simp, cannot line up the gunfight. Is now off the rotation. It's going to be the Florida Mutineers. The early bodies on that side of the map should allow them to get fully set up as the pressure from Seattle is going to come in through both hallways. Fellow wins another huge one-on-one, shuts down the aggression from Pred, and this should lead to Florida getting some early time.
That's also a nice kill to find on Pred to kick off this hard point, considering that so often we can see Pred get involved in these fights nice and early, and well, he's right off the spot. He is right back into that fight, and never mind. No matter if you find him at the start of the hill or even in the middle of it, it doesn't matter. Taking over the tight setup, gets found out once more from the Aussie as he makes that one look easy, and another break there for Seattle.
And you can see the last and hold percentage showed right there as Pred just flies right on through the hallways. He's able to find 3 to execute that break. Now Florida Mutineers have to make a decision. Do we still put pressure on this? Do we fight for this final 20? And that's exactly what they're going to do. You have one player trying to set up the pitch through bathroom, but he's easily red. That's 3 dead in the feed. Seattle Surge holding strong in their setups. Should be able to get this last 10 seconds and win that rotation over towards new.
I mean, Jay, we're talking about P2, P3, and P4. Seattle have, I mean, just skyrocketed into the lead, considering that half of this time that Florida has is off of P1. So they have not seen a solid performance on any of these hills since our opener, and now they're going to have to do it on another dicey hardpoint on aBeZy. Now over at P5 we go. Another tight setup where, as we said, it just feels like the plays can be made from Pred as he instantly answers the call. Accuracy, who sits on 5 in a row, is going to jump in, toss out that trophy. I have no idea how it's able to stick through the dishwasher like that, but nonetheless, the trophy is in, and Seattle once more are inside of that hard point, throwing the lead.
And Florida, they can't allow this time to get away from them. You need to try to break this, and with all 4 dead in the feed, the perfect break comes right on in for the Mutineers. Final 20 is going to be theirs. Seattle Surge now have to do a great job of just keeping them off of that P1. We saw Florida have a lot of success on it for the first rotation of hard points. They're maintaining the map control towards top aBeZy, towards the better side of the map. Seattle Surge just can't allow that 30 seconds to get away from them again.
That's exactly right. As you said, Florida, great job off the rip in P1. From there, Seattle made him pay when it came down to P2. So a little bit of an unorthodox way, that of which Florida has found themselves still down by 20 points after our first set of rotations. We'll see if they can finally be able to hold on to one of those money hills. It just feels like it has been bully cod so far for the Surge. But now a chance for Capsule to start to go on a run. I mean, we're talking about streaks. It could be a great opportunity for him to have that cruise missile in his back pocket. He will earn it. And with that, Jay, another major positive for the Mutineers as they are racking up P1 time once more.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of time, and they're also doing a great job of trying to maintain those P2 side spawns as well. As a huge gunfight is going to go towards the top. Accuracy is able to win it, but the trades are abound. Brack is able to find 2, but look at the spawns from his teammates all the way towards back aBeZy. So it's going to be only on to Brack. Can he try to stay alive? Wait for his teammates to try to get into the play, but all his teammates dropping. Now they know his positioning. Seattle Surge should be able to hold this one down with ease.
I can just tell, Jay, that like the excitement in your voice just instantly depleted as we saw 3 of Brack's teammates fall. The positive, though, is that you do have a streak. The issue is that the kills are still not going in your favor. You're awarded a free kill on to Sib, but what can you do with it? So far, it has been an all-out slaying frenzy for Seattle, and it will remain that way. The 3rd time that Florida have gone 3 down, even looking at this hard point, has been an issue. A Surge put in a great position to walk away for the final 30 seconds. A big spot for them, as we'll step aside and see how the comms are sounding now for the Seattle Surge.
By the wall.
I'm trying to go. I'm behind the bridge.
Yeah. 2-0. Challenge through. I spawned back here.
130 signed. I'm gonna flank gas, maybe.
They're gonna flank you gas.
One's flanking gas.
I don't see him signed.
Signed.
Nice. I'm coming.
Put a P on shit. I'm pushing out gas. I'm pushing out gas. Me and Amir have gas side.
Okay.
I'm on the staircase, man. Okay, I'm on the block.
Oh, gas got me. Gas.
Dead.
I died of time.
Stay down, Dante. I'm on gas, Mack. Yeah, I'm playing it.
I spawned gas. Turn.
Nothing P1.
I'm holding gas, okay?
I'm here, Dante.
One stair door. He backed there. Stair door. One shot.
P1 flanking. Dead.
One shot, Mack.
I'm holding.
Yeah, no, I have it.
Okay. I'm holding P1. You lay down in front of me, Dante? I still have P1, guys. We're good. Hold this shit.
No one's coming gas.
Needed barrels. One shot.
I gave up gas now. I'm coming. I gave up gas.
I'm watching it. I'm gonna let him move out. One shot on the block.
I'm naming the block. Come here.
Yeah, the guy's one shot on the block. And one on the ladder. You could go up top.
I have your ladder.
Nice. Let's go.
I'm going new.
On the block,
I went new.
On the block. Oh, he got me on the block.
Let's go 20 back.
I'm in new.
Yeah, I'm trying to kill this guy. I'm helping you at all, man.
I'm camping new.
I spawned you.
I got him. Put him orange.
I'm in you.
Every help. Put him orange.
Nice.
I hear them.
Get in you. Are they in you?
I'm in you. They could be close though. I'm
pushing out hallways.
I
have all your orange side. Get H2. Okay, one top office for you guys. You're gonna jump at the back.
Ultimately, I mean, a good check-in for the Seattle Surge, and it was interesting to kind of hear, Jay, their conversation of trying to work on scrap points while also trying to set up the next rotation over at the office. Right now, they have got themselves a major lead, and every time we're taking a look at the start of a hard point, it feels like they have got bodies in it to start it off. Can Florida make the break? Because they've got a tall hill to climb.
Yeah, they need to find the break now because Simp was the guy who influences those spawns for Seattle Surge to get the close ones over towards P4. Is now with 30 seconds left. Seattle Surge can still close it out on this hill. Florida Mutineers trying to set up the pitch. You're getting spawned towards back door. Spawn towards P2. As Capsule is trying to set up that pitch from bathrooms. Only 2 players left at the point. These gunfights are going to be big, but it's going to be Seattle Surge able to come out on top. They cannot win it here, but they can get pretty damn close.
Yeah, they're going to get maybe 1 point away unless one player from Florida is able to challenge there at the end. They do that. However, I mean, you can just take a look at that lead. It's a 100-point advantage. We're going in toward Kitchen, which is unbelievably scrappy. And as we said, it just feels like Seattle are here every single time, as that will be game. Seattle Surge call it here on aBeZy Hardpoint as they go 3 straight, locking up the Mutineers. Coming away with, it was definitely not an easy series.
Yeah.
But one that, I tell you what, S&D is looking better. Obviously, they come up clutch when it comes down to that control, but that aBeZy hardpoint looked like typical Seattle in their right form.
Yeah, Seattle just came out with the perfect game plan in that map number 4. You're winning their rotations, you're setting up properly, and you will have successes. They were finding break after break. The turning point of the game had to be that very first rotation of hard points. It was Florida Mutineers finding 30 seconds, but then from P2 all the way to P5, they only found about 20 to 30 seconds in between all those hills. You allowed Seattle Surge to grow a nice little comfortable lead. And then when you get over towards P2, that is where Florida really struggled, man. They were getting those back spawns towards Kitchen, and then with Brack being the only player there, all of his teammates dropping all the way across the map, Seattle just had the perfect setup to get good time there and then eventually chain it towards top AC. They would just step ahead all in that map number 4, and it showed in the score line. 250-148 is that final hard point as Seattle Surge respond after having a slow map number 1, 3 straight to take the series 3-1.
Absolutely, man. And it just makes you wonder, right? If that round 5, if Florida are able to close it out, and that round 4 in particular, you know, we had that guaranteed Fortress SD, how this series could have been different. But I want to ask you, though, there was a lot of questions, a lot of people interested to see, you know, the barometer of where Florida sits. Where does Seattle sit right now? As we leave this series, where do you feel about Seattle after the dub? Where do you feel Florida Mutineers sit now as they have a 1-3 record?
I'm feeling good for Seattle because obviously they're winning Search and Destroy. So in order to win some championships, you have to be able to win S&D. Not only because it's only Hotel that they have found some success, but they just look a lot more confident when it comes to their play calls. And on the opposite side for Florida Mutineers, you have to get back in your prime form and Search and Destroy, but they have looked a lot better when it comes to the respawns. We talk about that map number 1 where they were in control of the spawns, doing exactly what they needed to do. They fall short on that control, and then obviously if you go into that map number 4, it's just not a good one for them. They have just been showing fight. So I think the biggest thing for them is to obviously improve in those respawns in those final moments, but you have to get your S&D back to that tippity top 4.
Yeah, a good opportunity here for the Florida Mutineers, but it is Seattle who's able to call game. That's going to do it for myself and Jay as we toss it on over to the lovely folks at the desk. Guys, we'll see you in a bit.
Thank you so much, Lando and Study. And yes, we still have one more match to go tonight. But first, let's revisit what we just witnessed here, because it was Florida starting off with a Game 1 victory. Then 3 straight from the Surge as they shut the door. The Search, arguably the most impressive here with the 6-2 finish, Allie.
Yeah, the Surge for me was definitely one of the standout maps modes in this series, simply just because the Seattle Surge has looked so bad in that game mode as of recent. And to win it in a 6-2 fashion off of the clutches of some of the players like Pred going in 11-5 with that 3-piece in Kitchen, Sib with the 1v2, which it was a 2v4 that Florida was starting to clutch up, but he clutches out more in the end. So it's good to see Seattle winning those game number 2s. And honestly, I just feel kind of bad for Florida there in that map number 3. They were in a position where their offense was looking great to close out for that round number 5, but for some reason decided not to hit the spawn like they had previously, which got them those offensive wins. Hotel is now a more offensive favored map, and Florida just kept trying to butt heads through the front. I think because of how mixy it got right after they captured A, they were like trying to take that momentum and push it over to the B site, but all that really did was waste a lot of time, and nobody tried to hit a route in.
Yeah, fair. I think that map 3 was definitely the best map of this series to me. You know, back and forth a little bit. We saw some great plays on both sides of things.
Absolutely.
I think when that very first round, Pred just unbelievable towards the A side. And then also the defense is great on the side of Seattle Surge. I thought Florida, though, you know, they did have one big opportunity on that round where you saw Fellow going around back, just kind of got caught by Pred and sandwiched. Either way, I think you're happy. If you're Florida, you know, with your performance, where Seattle's a very tough team. Let's not get it twisted. When they're winning S&Ds, like, it's going to be really hard to beat them. Like you mentioned, the Sib 1v2, but also just generally the way that they were approaching those offensive rounds, Pred was going crazy, and that's terrifying for the rest of the league.
I think we need to remind everybody the stakes as well. This was number 8 with the Seattle Surge taking on number 9 on our leaderboard, and now the Surge hold on to that 8th spot, and they grow their lead by 3 matches. Let's take a look, though, at our scuff play of the game. It comes from the Rookie of the Year from last year. Pred, we hyped him up before the game. He gave us the highlights we all deserved, Allie.
Yeah, this was that Kitchen piece. He gets the guys in couches, and then they just line up for him in Kitchen here. I mean, nothing worse than possibly Havoc might have gotten his teammate weak in the back as well, but what a shutdown of a play.
Pred just making moves. That is our scuff play of the game, and you can see after that 3-piece, the man got fired up, letting his team know we're back in this one. We also have to take a look, though, at our Hummer extract mode. And this one I found very interesting because you nailed it, Allie. It was a round that this should have been Surge. They were up 4v2. Sib had to clutch him out here as he ends up being the last man standing, nameless.
Yeah, this was pretty sweet. I mean, he's just sitting here just playing so patient by the couches, just waiting on him. And then Havoc, he didn't even see Havoc's shoulder at first until he took the shot, guns him, and then he hears him. So he hits the turnaround, knowing that one's going to be coming from single, and just wins a crazy gunfight. Sib, man, he's just that guy. Sometimes you got to gun him, but he doesn't miss.
Watching it from Havoc's perspective, that is so frustrating as Sib extracts his team team from danger and hands them the dub in S&D. Here's a look at our points total right now. Ali, we mentioned it. Surge looking clean now. That 8th position, 90 points. Next closest, 60, and that is a tie between the Mutineers and the Legion.
And it's a shocking spot for them to be in right now because, again, they play second at our Major 1, so I definitely would expect them to be further up in the points, but they've been on the struggle bus as of recently, but this was definitely a good series out of them to keep them outside of that 9 to 12 range.
And, of course, we got to check in on our Major 3 standings. Top 8 starting the winners bracket. Seattle Surge battling for a top 4 seed, currently ahead of Thieves and Subliners, nameless. They've won, it looks like, what, 6 of their last 10 maps they've played?
Listen, man, these teams are starting to get better. Like I said, this next major is going to be insane. You can see so many teams improving in different areas of their game.
Game 2 is done. Before we kick off Game 3, reminder, shop.callofdutyleague.com has all the gear you could ever need. Get your CDL store official merch right now. We got some fresh hoodies as well as the full lineup of 2023 jerseys. And, of course, get your gear in game. The Call of Duty League team packs are available. They've been out for a minute, and you should be rocking yours every single time you drop into ranked. Epic start to the show. When we come back, though, we still have one more series to go. LAG, no power in the facility, but don't worry, the Thieves got your back. The headquarters is full, and they are ready to go. When we return, either the Guerrillas or the Ravens get 10 more points. Stay tuned to find out who. Seattle Surge are coming in fresh off a 3-1 victory over the Florida Mutineers, and we have a chance now to interview one of the Star Slayers from the squad. Welcome back to the show, Pred. How we feeling tonight? This matchup against the Mutineers, it was number 8 versus number 9, so on paper we knew it was going to be close, but you guys didn't let it go the distance.
We came out a bit slow map 1, but we've been playing really good lately. I feel like after Major 2, we've had a big wake-up call and been, putting a lot of work in. So I'm glad that it's kind of showing in S&D as well. We're starting to win some S&Ds, but our hard point's always been good.
What do you think kind of contributed to that Major 2 slump? It just seemed like for a few weeks, 5 weeks in a row, the team had their ups and downs, but it's mostly a dip. Now you guys seem to be resurging once again leading up to Major 3.
It's just a Seattle roller coaster, man. I think we don't know why, we don't want to go on that roller coaster, man, but it just tends to happen. But like I can say, the S&D was a clear, we're like 0-12. We're about to break the record. So that's something that we just obviously really focused on, because we know if we can win a map 2, we can, really be a contender.
And talking about that search and destroy, I wanted to know, do you still feel like that is your weakest game mode right now? And kind of what extra steps have y'all been taking to go the extra mile to fix it?
I think it's definitely our weakest game mode. I think we're a really good respawn team, but what we've been doing is we're just putting a lot more like VOD sessions and just watching what like good S&D teams do. Just sort of getting into a lobby and just thinking of creating ideas and what to do, how to play certain situations, just basic S&D stuff. Just to, something that we weren't really doing as much, because we're really focusing on just getting our hard point good, which we have, and we kind of just let S&D just kind of get by. But we've been making that our main priority.
Pred, when I watch your screen, it just feels like there's something different about it compared to the rest of the SMGs. Like your play style, sometimes you're fast, sometimes you're slow. You have a really good grasp of the game. For people at home that watch you and want to emulate your play style, what makes you unique to the rest of the SMGs in the league?
I think for me, it's just I have a really good understanding of the game. I know how to get my kills. I just know certain things that I kind of know how to play every situation to a T, if that makes sense. I'm just really good with my situationals, and my awareness is just really good. I just tend to pride myself on that, and I just try to help my team win as much as I can.
My guy said he's 99 overall.
I like it. Pred, looking at your future matchups, you have just 2 left before we head into Major 3. How are you feeling about your chances of finishing 4-1? Because that's still a realistic possibility if we're looking at the math.
Last year we went 4-1 as well. Major 3 ended up winning the tournament. It's just destined at this point. We just got to keep putting the hard work in and making sure that we clean up these series.
Well, you made a lot of people in the chat happy. Collect your channel points, everybody. Thanks to Pred. Pred, we can't wait to see you in match number 4.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
That is Pred. When we come back, though, we got our next match ready to go. It's London versus LAG. Strap in. Match 3 coming up after this.
All shadows, ground team is mobile. Keep them covered.
Eyes watching for the opposition. How they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get it. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. Nigga rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War ready, crew coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out as the gorillas. Not any with a one out of many. Find talents empty, lights out as the gorillas.
final series of the day. It is the LA Guerrillas taking on the London Royal Ravens. It's our number 12 versus our number 11 versus number 12 seed. There we go, Jay. Somebody's got to win. Somebody has got to win, and it's interesting too, Jay, because you know, there were a few issues getting into this series. It was supposed to be the first one. Now it's the third one. I feel like the Guerrillas may have taken Lights Out a little too serious, but I do appreciate their dedication to the branding. When it comes down to the maps and modes, how do you feel about this one? We're flying into Fortress right now, brother.
I feel like this is going to be a battle, man. A straight square up in this map, number one. Obviously, we know LAG, they love themselves some Fortress. But overall, in Hardpoint, as of recent, they haven't found a lot of success. When you think about this LAG roster, when they were first formed, they went like 7-0 in Hardpoint, and eventually they ended out Major 2, 8-2. But ever since they got to the Major, and so far at this point, 1-7 in Hardpoint. So that's the biggest thing for me. LAG had to get in that prime form. On the opposite side for London, they have been showing fight ever since Major 3 has started. Close series versus Atlanta, all the way into game 5. When you talk about the series versus Boston, they have been fighting, man. So this is going to be a battle for whoever's trying to get their first W.
That's exactly right. It's been funny trying to see people make predictions, talking on the timeline of is there a favorite in this matchup? It's going to be a fun one. And we haven't yet to see a game 5 so far throughout week number 2 of our Major 3 qualifiers. This one maybe has the chance to go the distance. As we said, both teams eager to walk away with their first dub. And, well, Jay, I know we're on the topic of Lights Out. It feels like there is a little bit of light potentially, especially when we talk about the Guerrillas. Why is that when it comes down to their schedule?
It's because they have a pretty easy matches for the next one up. You're not playing any of the top contenders. If you win this series, you put yourself at 1-2 with your final 2 matches going up against the Florida Mutineers and the Vegas Legion. So very doable for the Guerrillas to still try to make that winner's bracket run going into the Texas Major. But it all starts with this match. You can't fall short versus London, who have been coming out swinging in their last couple of series.
Yeah, you called it perfectly. I mean, London, you know, despite having that 0-2 record, they have a close 3-0 versus Atlanta. Believe it or not, 3-0 sometimes can be close. You and I had the cast where they faced off against Boston, a very narrow 3-1 loss. We talked about it, how they very well should have won that opening Hardpoint. So with all those things in mind, we quickly fly in toward P3. Some fights still going down over at Old. That's a 1v1 that's going to be pretty much guaranteed on who walks away with that final 15. But understandably so, it is the focus over toward the Fountain. LAG awarded the Scrapz, and they very well could be awarded the next rotation.
Oh, well, they have to be. You need to make sure you get this next rotation because London, they do tend to struggle off the breaks, but they find a lot of pressure already through double doors. They take a little bit of map control. Only one player here left from the Guerrillas. It's all going to be on the Arcties. He does take down one, but with him staying alive as long as he does, he's hoping his teammates can get into the play. He lines up for the second. Jodeci's finds 2. Now it turns into a 1v1. LAG able to win the trades and able to win the spawns.
It is all out chaos. I'll tell you what, man.
Welcome to Fortress.
This map just feels more and more like Mokaj every single day, but at least when it comes down to this Hardpoint, it is really a muddy hill when it comes down to this map. I know so often we talk about rotations, but right now it is about the breaks. LAG held the early time, but the Ravens never lost that fight as they're able to break for the final 25, and they're going to go ahead and extend a bit of that advantage as we get ready to head in toward cannons. One interesting aspect about the Ravens is that they've experienced a bit of a role change, right? We've got Nastie now on the flex. We're going to see Paul X more on that SMG. How do you feel about how both of those players have performed lately with those new roles?
Oh, without question, man. We saw London go up against Atlanta FaZe. Every single map was close. With Nastie now running that AR, he just looks a lot more confident on the map, man. Nastie's a guy who can slay with the best, and he did it versus Atlanta FaZe. He had like a 1.24 in the series, the only player positive on the side of the Ravens. So he's taking over when it comes down to the slaying. And then for Paul X, they were probably just getting that feeling you're playing a little bit too slow with that AR in hand. You're not putting yourself in these powerful positions to allow your SMGs to get pushed out. So swiping him to a sub has definitely changed the pacing of this team, and it's been working out so far.
Yeah, it absolutely has. I mean, how often do we talk about a player walks away with a 1.24 KD despite getting 3-0 swept? Like we said, light at the end of the tunnel still for the Guerrillas, and the same thing can be said for the Ravens. A difficult schedule for them as Jodeci's has come to play in this Hardpoint. We've talked about it for the Guerrillas. They really saw dramatic success with this early roster change back at the Major 2 qualifiers. Since then, 1-7 and their last 8 Hardpoints. It could be up to some of the rookies that make the plays. 16-7 right now for Joe to see as we fly in toward P5. And right now, Jay, it is the Ravens who have control over Blacksmith.
Yeah, the Ravens are fully set up. They know exactly where the pressure is going to be coming from. You have map control. You have stables control of that player watching the flank. You also pushed out towards open arches. Just keeping everyone at bay right now for the Guerrillas. Finally, Joe Thieves is able to take down one. Now you have some map control, but now you got to focus on where Matty Marshall is, who's currently cutting them down from inside the stable. Just going to go out and chow. Unfortunately, he walks right into the preaim of a soul. But this has been a great hold from London to take the lead of this game. Final 20 seconds left. If you are the Guerrillas, you want to slay them out. You want to try to trap them in, but kills going in favor of London. They can potentially chain this and get out at the same time.
Oh, and Scrapz goes for a bit of a heat check, puts a few bullets there in the back of a horse. But it's Nastie who's there to clean it up in the end. As you said, LAG trying to put them firmly in the back of that spawn trap. However, the Ravens say no. They spread their wings, and now they are the first ones that are going to be over at P1. A solid start here for London as Nastie tried to get things going. Eventually found out from the back, but London with a sizable lead as we've still got 45 points to fight for, kicking off the second side.
We still got 45, and that's going to be LAG finding a clean 4 dead in the feed. But the only thing is, now London were able to flip those spawns, put themselves on a better side, going over towards that P2. So these gunfights are going to be massive. The Guerrillas all control right now of P1. You have trophy systems to work with to block these tags, but it's all going to be about these gunfights. Only 25 seconds left. If you are London, you don't want anyone to slip on out. You don't want to drop as well off the rotation, but you at least still have that one player in Arsenals that was playing it nice and slow towards double sword. So the spawns do not flip. London just have to set up around this P2 now.
Well, we talked about it previously for the Guerrillas, Jay. Their primary mode of success when it came down to their run throughout the Major II qualifiers was in breaking. We'll see if they can do that right now as Scrapz is putting it all to an end. A lovely little 3 right now from Scrapz. Now at 21 and 13. We've talked about it on multiple occasions about him, his new addition to the team, you know, a veteran coming into the roster, takes the break off of Vanguard, but right now, you would not know that the man took a break. It takes a few members from LAG just to wipe him off of the point. But as Scrapz falls, it then opens up an opportunity now for the Guerrillas. They have their chance. They get about 2 seconds inside of the hill, but that is all that they will be awarded. 20 seconds to go, and right now, Jay, the Ravens have wonderful position over toward the fountain.
The Ravens have wonderful position, but LAG are fighting for this remaining junk time. Let's step aside and listen how the comms sound with the Guerrillas.
Yeah, I'll get this shot. Go. I'll see top circle. Back circle that. Under me. At the box. Jumping on it. I'm up front. No, I'm dead. I'm gonna spawn gate. You hold up front. I got you. Okay. He's one shot at him. That's you got, man. 3 circle. He's one front. I got naded. He's gonna turn for some shit. He's stable. He's on the box. At the box. Got you. I'll see him back. Box dead. Box dead. Nice time. We block 8. We should spawn the guy out now. We can maybe hop with you.
Wait, front triangle for it.
Top circle weave.
You're good.
Back map. One is top. Let's spawn out there.
He's going to
Or jump wrapping. Yep.
Watch out. I'm stuck P5.
I'm trying to play for this. P4 side door. Help me.
He's on time.
He's weak as fuck.
I'm backing up then.
We gotta play rotation. We have to play rotation.
Playing you are.
I'm missing Paul.
He's going up P5 right now.
Paul's top rail.
We're sorry.
That Spawn gate. Play safe on street. I'll push out left.
I'm backing up. Play windows.
Yo, gate right now. Gate dead. Listen. Play safe on right. Play safe on right.
And the communication is on point for the Guerrillas, but you can hear the signs of disbelief that they just gave up that P3 the way that they just did. They won that rotation, but just couldn't find any kills. And now London find themselves up by 60 points. You have to cut your losses. You have to play over towards P4 and get yourself a solid hold to try to climb back into this one. It's now LAG fully set up towards P4. The pressure from London all going to be from Art. They have full rallies control. These gunfights are going to be big.
Oh, and Joe Thieves tries to snap on a second. Asim's still alive, and that distraction will cause some problems there for Arsenals. Meanwhile, it's the other AR for the Guerrillas in Assault. Trying to make a bit of a play on the outside. Not comfortable to get back inside of the hard point, and for good reason. The Ravens are running wild in the bottom side of cannons, as it is another break. And I know, Jay, it wasn't the greatest hard point over at that last hill, but P2 to P3 is where they have extended their advantage. And tell you what, man, it feels like they have a newfound confidence The best part about it all is that so often we talk about Asim as the guy making the plays. He's turned things around when it comes down to his game, now on 5 in a row, but the rest of the team coming to life. Paul X, Nastie, and especially Scrapz, 10 points away as he's nearly at that 30 bomb.
Oh yeah, this game is basically over, Lando. LAG have to try to find a break. 2 dead already in the feed, make it all 4 as the Ravens come out in map number 1, making a statement, dominating to now go up 1-0 in this series.
And it's unfortunate. It is. I mean, we were talking about the Guerrillas side. I mean, now it's going to be 1-8 in their last 9 hard points. Coming into this fortress, we were wondering if the SMGs are going to be able to open up the lanes, if they can really kind of get back to that previous breaking style that they had become so successful at back in our Major II qualifiers, but there on Fortress, not at all the case. As we take a look through the stats, Jay, is there a player really throughout either of these 8 names that stands out the most for you?
Oh, well, it's got to be Scrapz, man. You see his stat line, 29 and 20, 21 non-traded kills with 3,400 damage. The guy was putting down some shots, man, for his team, making these gunfights probably a little bit easier. But you see on the side of LAG, they just couldn't win a couple of rotations, man. That P2 was a really struggle for them because when you're not finding any time off P2, obviously you have to make that decision pretty quick to hit that early rotation over towards P3. They try to do it on the second rotation of hard points. They got there nice and early, but then a lot of pressure. All the trades are going down towards double doors, and it was London who were able to come out on top. It was a really slow start from the Guerrillas. In this map number 1, London just had way better setups. They were winning their rotations. And that eventually is what leads to a success on a map like Fortress. It's not easy to break out of a bunch of these setups, especially when you're getting those bad spawns. LAG just didn't have an answer, especially for the slaying on the side of the Ravens. It was like Asim who started off really slow, but then he just turns up to a whole different level. He's able to earn that cruise missile towards the later half of this game. Once he finds those couple of kills, you see the score line, it drastically changes. Guerrillas just have to get back into their prime form and hardpoint. I know when this team was first formed, they were the #1 breaking team all throughout stage 2. They didn't find it at all throughout stage 3 because teams are starting to understand how they like to play. You get there early, you will find success. LAG just have to get back to the fundamentals when it comes to the respawn.
And it made you kind of wonder a little bit, Jake, for the other side of the London Royal Ravens coming into this, right? Both teams frustrated, as you see Exceed's face, still experiencing a bit of frustration, but recently for the Ravens, right, we know the records that they have been going on, right? They kick off the beginning of this season hot. They win their opening first few series, and from there they've won like 1 in their last 10 games. They've experienced such close matches lately versus Boston and versus Atlanta. The questions are out there, right? Are Ravens going to be able to use those close series as frustration or use it a bit more as motivation? And I feel like this game 1, regardless of the way that we thought they were feeling after those opening 2 series, a W like that has to feel good. And I feel like also when it comes down to that role change, this team is looking on a much better pace. I feel like when it comes down to just different plays around the map, Paul is just incredibly snappy with the Vaznev. Obviously, we saw what Nastie was able to do versus the Atlanta FaZe. I know the records aren't amazing lately for the Ravens, but I wonder if that role change especially has a lot to do with what is still a very excited and fiery team, despite what's been a very poor record lately for them.
Yeah, you have to be a very excited, fire team up because this squad, keep in mind, they haven't been a roster for that long, man. You think about when this team was first formed, was like during the middle of stage 2 when Zero decides to hit the bench. Paul comes in, and he comes in as that flex player. Obviously, you're going up against a lot of tough teams. You make that roster change going up against a bunch of these squads who are already polished, know exactly what their game plan is. It was all catch-up for the Ravens. But it's looking like they have eventually caught up, man. So far throughout this stage, they've had a lot of close series, maps that they should have been able to win. And map number 1 this time around wasn't Hotel, so it doesn't end over towards Diner. That has been making them nightmares. They switch it on up, they take that Fortress, and now they start off 1-0 in this series. It's good, because now they're going into this Mercado Search and Destroy where they do have a better record than the Guerrillas. The Guerrillas have a 1-3 overall record. They have lost 3 times with the same exact squad on this map, losing in a 4-6. They've won it the only time that they have played it versus OpTic Texas in a 6-4 fashion. But I think the biggest thing that this map is going to come down to is the success on their attacking rounds. It's London 4th overall on this map compared to LAG, who are 11th.
Oh, and kicking it off, it is good old Mr. Plumridge putting in the work with the sniper. Does he have something to be said for the second Nade tossed out, but it is a great answer here off the start for London as they begin their process of elimination toward the Cantina. Second snipe, not going to hit it. You can see from Nastie's POV, a bit frustrated with that gunfight loss, but a big one nonetheless for Assault. Thankfully, though, for the Ravens, despite losing Nastie, they pick up from where he left off. Current 3v2.
Oh, Curry 3v2, but Assault finds another kill onto a round, and Exceed finds the time to strike. Great shots to take down Asim. So now in the 1v2, all left up to Paulex. Dead silence has yet to be earned. Gonna wrap his way all the way around towards the back, but the rotation for the Guerrillas is making its way all the way towards B. You should be able to pick up that information, and with only 30 seconds left, now you know that the bomb is gonna be committed over towards that B bomb plant. Just gotta probably wait for your dead silence to come in.
Only problem though, Exceed hanging out. Is Paul gonna read this? Is Paul gonna read this? I was gonna say he did not pop Denny. Paul knows that he's here. LAG trying to set up that crossfire. Aggressive as ever was Paul X in that 1v2 situation. But my goodness, Jay, it felt like he had the opportunity, but the Guerrillas hold. As we said, that crossfire, it would not give.
Yeah, that crossfire was too good. Exceed was not overextending on the Chow. He was waiting for that crossfire to be set in place as Assault eventually plants that bomb and is able to find that final kill. I think right there, if you are London, you find that first blood onto a player towards top Cantinas in the 4v3. You have two players playing towards tunnel. You know they can't get that bomb down. We shouldn't be able to give up our lives for free. But two players are able to do so. So LAG, they take the first round, all in the 3-piece on the back of Assault.
Utility tossed early, but it's Nastie who's got all the information in the world. However, I was going to say, does he spot the player that's made it toward the top side of this roof? That's going to be Exceed. He fires back with a quick 2. It was an instant 4v2 for the Ravens, but the rookie has turned things around and at the very least makes things a bit more manageable. Now for the captain in Arsony, set, tosses out a nade, says a prayer. Not going to go. London equalize.
It's all about the attacking rounds, man. I told you, London right there, they just played it super patient. They found the initial 2 kills. Exceed almost makes a play happen with finding 2 of his own. But you sniff him out, and then Scrapz throws a perfect short towards tunnel to not fully commit towards the gunfight. Once he gets that information, both players fly out from Cantinas and are able to set up the double chow and secure the first round on the board for London. Tied at 1 now.
Jumping in toward round number 3. Trophies available. Currently dead silence as well, but we all know where you're headed. There is no surprise when it comes out of Mercado. I know, I think that's player number 5 in Paul X. Just being careful in case something spicy were to occur, but all out toward the Cantina once more. And so far, it has been easy pickings for the Ravens. That is 2 to start.
Yeah, Scrapz finds 2 from the top dumpster heady. So now into 4v2. You don't really have to be the aggressors here. Just play for your information. Do not give up your life for free. They are forced to commit towards the bomb plant. You have one player in Paul X watching that cross over back towards B. So everyone just simply play your life. As you're still getting the sound cues, Asim is able to take down Assault. Now it's all up to Exceed. And a 1v4 makes it a 1v3.
Well, Jay, we nearly saw a 1v4 earlier, so I would say anything is possible. 30 seconds to go, though. And the issue for Exceed is that no matter where he goes, there's going to be 2 players looking at him. We'll see what the rookie has up his sleeves. Nice shots there on his Scrapz. Goes for the instant challenge. Able to find that one. Nastie now goes for the challenge.
Oh my!
And there was not an instant answer there for Paul X. Paul will pop Denny, get out of dodge. The same thing can be said for Exceed as he'll look to make the rotation. Can he get to B in time? And yes, he will. A 1v4 that is very much still on the cards now.
Oh, Exceed makes a phenomenal play. Rotating this bomb all the way towards B. So Paul X, he does invest that dead silence, but it eventually runs his way out. As now time is starting to tick. Such a crucial round for this young man. If he can make this play happen, he's going to get the sound cues that Paul X is going to be towards middle. The engagement is here, and he's able to clutch on up the 1v4 from Exceed. What a play from the snapback. Laying backwards. Unbelievable, Lando. I cannot believe he just allowed that to happen.
Fellow walked so Exceed could run. That's all that I know. What a wild play that is from Exceed. A 1v4 in a spot like that. How does he escape? And I gotta say, Jay, the timing there for Nastie where he pops on out and there is nobody there. There is nobody there. Miscommunication at its finest. As Ravens crumble, Exceed walks away with the 1v4, and momentum surely has got to be underneath him as he is going through every single bit of utility. He wanted a bit more of the fight, and I wonder if that was maybe the right play looking back at it, as Ravens are able to reply back really the way that you wanted to see them do.
Oh, yeah. Just 4 out towards A. You win your initial gunfights. Everybody just plays the trades. Perfect round fighting there from London.
I can do it. The stuns, the utility. I'm getting hit with grenades. I can do it. Not this time, buddy. 1v4 was nice, but I don't know about
Not that time. You see Asim, he's probably holding that to his forehead.
Oh, he's drenched.
Yeah.
Sweating.
A little stressed out that his teammates just gave up a 1v4. But it's all tied at 2 now. You basically chalk that round up. You're able to even the playing field, all on the attacking side so far on Mercado. London going to be the aggressors. You have a couple trophies into the block, a couple things when it comes to the attacks. As they're going to be able to put that pressure over towards A, but this time London LAG are going to switch it on up. You have one player seeping his way all the way through that B site. It's going to be Joe Deceive invested at Dead Silence.
Oh, and you can see right now for the Ravens, they're trying to poke out a lot of players, make Arstees have to gamble. Joe Deceives going to put his first kill up on the board so far throughout this search. Very pesky player in a game mode such as this, and finally, he is there to arrive, making that B bomb site that much more easy for the teammates to join alongside of him. However, Paul X pops that Dead Silence and makes his way up toward the alley. And he's able to get onto this bomb site, Jay. He can cause some problems here.
Oh, Paul X, he finds one. Can't find a snap onto the second, but at least you get all the information for Mr. Scrapz, who has no Dead Silence to work with. So now in the 2v1, time is starting to tick. Probably not going to be able to put yourself in a position to take this player off bomb, but look at the route Arstees is getting. He's going to be able to at least spot that cross.
Oh, great work coming in from the vet. Trigger discipline at its finest. As Joe Deceives, who was so fiery to kick off this round, now has to go for the plant, and Scrapz has got first visual at him. Knows that he's gone toward the left, but once he escapes there, where could he go? As we said, no Dead Silence for Scrapz. Making some noise. Looking for the information. The vet versus the youngest player in the league. Who will come out on top? Would be a 1v2. Breaks the glass. Can he get the rookie to shake? Scrapz coming through the door using every bit of sound that he can. And it will be a clutch again.
What a round right there from Scrapz. He finds that angle onto Arstees to take him off the bomb. And then even with no Dead Silence, plays it super patient in the round. Like you said, just making a whole lot of noise in towards 10. Just had Joe Deceives looking at so many different angles of where he's going to attack from. But I think once Scrapz breaks that top 10 window, you get Joe Deceives to give up his positioning. The advantage is in your favor. What a clutch right there from Scrapz, who had a stellar map number 1 and is continuing on to this map number 2. London, go up 3-2 now.
I'll tell you what, man, like you said, I mean, Scrapz just using every single bit of audio cues possible. Incredible work. A 1v2 and a 1v4. We're only 5 rounds in. Good God. What do we have left? Here on this Mercado Search Destroy, it has been everything but typical when it comes down to this map. Oftentimes, it's a headbutt that just goes down to a quick round either which way, but these have been drawn out. And now the two clutchers will gaze upon each other for a moment. London, they've got full site control. Meanwhile, for LAG, they're the ones spreading their wings and looking for a window of opportunity toward the back.
Yeah, LAG are just trying to put a lot of pressure on through back Barber, but with all that information you just gained, let's just get this bomb down, force them to retake in the 4v4. Paul X throwing great show that at least gets communication onto 2, but these gunfights are going to be big. He at least finds the first.
Yeah, that's great work from Paul, being able to stay alive. However, Exceed eventually there to cut him down. 3 versus 3, 30 seconds to go, and understandably so. Nastie's there to pop the Dead Silence. Arstees able to find another straggler toward the outside, Asim. Nastie, that Dead Silence play ends up paying off, but Asim ends up finding 2 in close range. The statue AR putting that tack to good use. Hit fire indeed, as the retake is in for the Guerrillas as they come away with another crazy one. 3-3 now.
Oh man, this S&D has been back and forth, insane rounds, super fast rounds where you're talking about the pressure over towards A. But the Guerrillas, they said, London, you're not going to do that to us again. Let's take a replay look at this as the double punch tries to come on in. But the world champ in Assault is able to find that two-piece. You see the frustration right there at a Nastie.
We've all felt that way.
Yeah, that one's tough, man. You're probably thinking you're getting that easy two-piece beat down and then force it to 1v1, but Assault is able to clutch on up and already into the round. You have to slow down because these nades are flying.
Like, wait a second. My trophy's supposed to work in a situation like this. All right. Toss our nades toward you. Go to Thieves. Half HP. And that definitely will be a bit of an issue for the Guerrillas off the start, as they're a little slow to get in toward the cantina. A few shoulders exposed, but it is straight on playing for that first pick as both teams answer very, very rapidly into this round. Scrapz now improving to 9-3. Keeping that vet alive is really the most important part as X looks to hit the route. Dead silence has been popped. That runs out. Not a problem. Cuts down Exceed. Now all up to the ARs of LAG.
That's a perfect timing right there from X to find that angle to get that freebie onto Exceed. They were trying to rotate that bomb back, but now the Guerrillas are basically trapped. You have to at least try to push out one angle to get some information on how they're playing this setup, as RC is going to get super aggressive through back bananas. Unfortunately, he's going to walk right into the setup of Nastie. Now leaves Assault in the 1v3, makes it a 1v2.
Anything is possible, Jay. Anything is possible. Shout out to Kevin Garnett. 15 seconds to go. And Assault. This round has surely got to be done. Nastie is going to hang on that cop car heady for as long as possible. And here comes Paul to save the day as the Ravens are able to grab another one themselves. A moment where everybody takes a breath for a moment. There's an opportunity for a clutch. And so far, it feels like every time a player's been able to deliver. Not this time for Guerrillas, as the Ravens are able to grab their fourth.
Yeah, the Ravens just had the perfect setup right there. At least the trade goes on right in the initial beginning of that round to make it a 3v3. Scrapz is able to get out with his life. But then that play falls into the hands of X. Once he gets that kill of the player trying to rotate back, you have LAG trapped. They have to at least commit towards the bomb plant. They decide not to do that. And then the Ravens eventually clutch on up.
Oh.
But look at this blind counter. Look at this blind counter, Lando. They're expecting the Ravens to be super aggressive towards A like they have been every single round. But this time it's completely different. They're going to slowly work their way up towards B.
And you can tell for LAG, I mean, the SMGs, the rookies quickly clear out Cantina, and they know that this push is in. A tad late to read it, but they pretty much play the aggressive card. And now with that information, as they go toward B, London are saying, all right, back to A we go. Exceed the only player here. Nastie also looking for information, as this is an all-out switch up again. From B to A to back to B. I don't blame LAG, Jay. I don't know where Ravens are even going myself. Joe Deceives, first blood.
Joe Deceives finds the first. Now he's getting the sound cues that there's more players on this side of the map, so the Social's going to try to watch over him. 25 seconds left. Gets the worst timing possible as Pollux is able to take him down. Now forcing it into a 3v3. Big nade from Archides to keep him off bomb.
Oh, Assault! Assault's able to stay alive. Everybody wins their fight, and despite what was just a very shifty round from the Ravens, constant rotations, constant OEs, LAG, they work off the information and they don't get baited. That is just a huge amount of props for them, Jay. Not even to allow for the bomb to go down. And honestly, after some bad timing from Joe Deceives, I thought that maybe that could have been a round right there. Guerrillas showing their stuff and desperately trying to get back in this game as they level things to 4.
Such a back and forth S&D, and they said anything you can do, we can probably do better, but this time we're going to be super aggressive over towards that B site. And this should be a free B bomb plant. London to get all that information, and only one nade, one stun that goes over at that A bomb. We probably have to rotate our way back. By the time they get here, though, the bomb is already going to be planted. Now forced to 4v4 retake with 40 seconds.
Yeah, you got to appreciate the aggression. As now they will make the Ravens come to them. A 4v4 retake. Only player that's really out of the play right now is Archides. Trying to ensure that a flank is not a possibility, and it is not. It is all London from the front as they come stopping their way in toward the B site. X able to answer early. Now it's on his Joe Deceives. He has been very, very tricky when it comes down to these doors, as that's going to be 2 for him. Assault will grab the third. Nastie now left at a 1v3, and there is no time to defuse that bomb. Best of luck, buddy. LAG taking a page out of the Ravens book and making it work.
Oh, that's no hesitation plays right there out of the Guerrillas. You had one player that was just causing problems over there towards Cantinas through his attacks to keep them at bay. You get that bomb down for free, and then Joe deceives. Likes to hold the door open for a couple players. He's able to find 3 towards bottom 10. And is able to close out the round for the Guerrillas to chain 2 back-to-back and now put them at game point.
See if they can answer. Or do the Ravens have what it takes to get us to a round 11? In their last series, we saw them go to a round 11 versus Atlanta, and it didn't go pretty. Sorry, Ravens fans, I had to bring it up. It is the case. You allowed aBeZy to clutch it a 1v3. Anyway, into the round we go. Ravens a free A site, and right now for LAG, they are investing a ton in a flank. Everybody eager to jump in the barbershop. As a few shots are exchanged, Ravens, they're feeling the pressure on the back.
Oh, they're feeling the pressure. It's the same exact play the Guerrillas were trying to execute when they retake it the last time. So London know exactly where the pressure is going to be coming in from. Paul X still the same exact shoulder, but this time we can't dot the island player Narcities.
Oh, but Paul, he ends up getting sniffed out. He does not feel comfortable in the position that he was in. Wonderful utility toss from LAG as they clear the board. 4 up and 4 down. LAG do not allow for this to get to a round 11 and will answer in the search and destroy. Wonderful work covered in there from the boys. And Jay, it feels like that Mercado search destroy was anything but typical all game long. So often it is a headbutt toward Cantina, and in back-to-back situations where London are on attack, it's Guerrillas investing in the flank, and it will pay off as we've got ourselves a 1-to-1 series now.
Oh man, great search and destroy from both squads, but LAG with the mid-round adjustments to shut down that pressure towards A. They did the same exact pinch when they needed to retake in that 4v4 situation twice. You send 3 through back alley. You have Arsenes being that slow player playing towards the back end. As they find all 4 kills in that final round. And I don't know what's going on with the Guerrillas and Mercado S&D, but the scoreline is always 6-4. It's always 6-4 when you talk about this map for the Guerrillas. But this time they're able to clutch on up in the search and destroy and now make it a series tied at 1.
Yeah, big answer here on the Mercado. And, you know, it's interesting. We did see LAG. I think when they faced off against OpTic Texas, they got absolutely rocked in their opening hard point. They came to a Mercado search destroy. We saw some big plays. We saw some big clutches. Exceed, he was able to save the day in that search destroy versus OpTic, and he comes away with a 1v4 that has absolutely got to be the play of the game or whatever it is. Yeah, that was absolutely wild that he was able to come away with it. How lucky are we, by the way, that we nearly saw back-to-back 1v4s in our 2 series today?
You gotta be really lucky, man, because I'm telling you, plays like this do not happen. If you allow 1v4 to happen, your team made a lot of mistakes. It's not just the first gunfight. It's not the second. It's usually the third guy. The third guy who drops in that gunfight, which in this instance, it was Nastie. He just goes out for the chow. His teammates are probably calling out, I hit him with 2 bullets. He's going to be weak. You have the advantage. But they were not ready for the snap from Exceed, man. That young man had some serious ice in that clutch to eventually lead to the map victory for the Guerrillas.
Yeah, major props to Exceed, who is sitting in a pretty interesting seat right now. I think he's actually sitting in Drazah's spot at the LA Thieves facility, which has got to be pretty interesting. I don't know, something about the ice, I guess, when it comes down to a spot like that. But we'll see if both these teams can have the ice and maybe send it to a game 5. As we said, Jay and I have been pretty lucky today. Can we have the first game 5 here of week number 2 in our Major 3 qualifiers? We will have to find out. A long way to go. Stay with us as Hotel Control is up after this.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hi, friends, and welcome back. Leno and Study carrying you guys through the final series of the day and of the week. And if you have been joining us, you just got to witness one of the crazier clutches that we have seen this season. Our Scuff play of the game, and it's an Exceed, not 1v2, not 1v3, but a 1v4. Jay, this is tough if you're the Ravens.
Oh, yeah, without question. Obviously, Asim, he drops first. Scrapz drops second. But then Nastie, what are we doing, man? We cannot chow in that situation. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock. Keep in mind, you're on defense. He has to play it, Lando. He's got to get the bomb down. If you're going to go for the chow, at least chow with your teammate. Don't force the one-on-one and then allow him to get out the play. Exceed did everything right in that moment, winning crucial one-on-one after one-on-one. And then even in that final 20 seconds, hitting that rotation with that silence pop over towards B, getting that bomb down with about 5.6 seconds left on the clock. That was just an insane play, man. The young man with the snap back in that 1v4.
Oh, it's so funny, dude. Like, taking a look at Paul X, like, he just so frustratingly gives his teammate a fist bump. Like,
yeah, you gotta, bro, because at that point, you're sitting there like, dog, what are you doing, man? He has to plant. We can't fight one-on-ones, so you can definitely feel the frustration on Paul X.
I do respect the fact that he at least did fist bump his teammate. Like, you know, you say,
yeah, vibe's still there.
It is clearly not all good. LAG answer into the search and destroy. And, well, let's take a look at the guy who is the man of the hour right now. Mr. 1v4 now comes into the control. But as we said, a lot of eyes on him. And I know, Jay, you know, nobody really played well in that Boston 3-0 loss. But in the series that they go to a Game 5 versus OpTic Texas, if there has been a bright spot for LAG despite this 0-2 start, I really feel like it's been Exceed lately.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. He had, like, the best series I've ever seen him play versus that OpTic Texas squad. Just couldn't shut down Huke when you talk about that game number 5. But into this control, LAG doing a great job already. Turning the stats on its head, slaying out with the best. When you talk about control for the Guerrillas, they are not good at it. They basically suck because they cannot find kills. A 0.8 overall KD on every single control map is not going to lead to success. So it's all about the slaying, and they're finding it early.
Oh my goodness, and Exceed is just everywhere right now on the map as he wins that big 1v1, and that will open up the spigot of spawns essentially for LAG as they run right in toward the restaurant, and now 2/3 of the way are there. Asim for a last second challenge. He gets made quick work of. You got to be careful for the Ravens. You do not want to throw away these lives for free. Thankfully, Scrapz is at least able to find one as he will laugh his way toward just the outside of the restaurant. So going to continue to put pressure on. Meanwhile, LAG does fully capture A. Scrapz is found out, and now really for the Guerrillas, they've got a lane to make a bit of a push toward the backside of the spawns.
Oh, yeah, they have a great lane to at least find a couple kills towards the back of the base. And you also have Arsenies who's slow playing towards bedroom, but eventually he gets sniffed out. 2 kills go in favor of the Ravens. So they were able to at least maintain map control. Joe Deceive is able to find one, so you know this player is going to be setting up for that pinch. But it's all about maintaining bed, fighting for that mid-map.
Great coordination here for the Guerrillas. You can tell for Joe Deceives wants the challenge for one, and he'll pretty much leave that player over out of the play. As he jumps on forward, he eventually does get found out. However, for the Guerrillas, they will have a bit of an opportunity here. Arsenies hops behind the box, and now for Paul X, the pressure to find this player toward the top is incredibly important. Exceed eventually found. However, for the Guerrillas, they found that first segment over at B. Asim trying to be a bit of a problem. However, he gets found out as well. These have not been easy trades by any stretch of the imagination for the Ravens. They've had the control, they've had the map positioning, but they have not had the trades. Finally able to get a few bits of progress when it comes into kills from LAG off of this B point, but Guerrillas are making them work.
Oh, yeah, that was a very, very important trade sequence right there from the Ravens. At least able to come out on top and maintain the left side of that map. So now with only 30 seconds left, London do find themselves up by 2 lives. Just have to hold down this final push. It's going to be the Guerrillas trying to put pressure on towards the back. And Seed finds one, but Scrapz is there for another trade. He's having himself one hell of a series, man. Already 9-4 on a 5 streak, can potentially earn that cruise.
Without question, time continues to tick, and are they going to feed Scrapz for streaks? Looks like that could be the case. He's got a bit of pressure coming in from that blue desk. Tosses out the trophy just to ensure that his life is at least remained intact going into this next round. So London do walk away with the round. They do give away a few segments. I think all in all, you can still be pretty happy with that if you are LAG, but I don't know, man. I feel like they put in enough pressure to grab 5 segments to walk away with 4. Some big plays at the end from the Ravens, and as you called it, some big plays coming in from the vet and Scrapz.
Yeah, that's big plays coming in from the vet and Scrapz, man. Just holding down that power position with that AR in hand towards top double desk. Was able to cut down a lot of the important players on the side of the Guerrillas who were maintaining that bedroom control. Once you find those kills, you get pushed up. You force them all the way at kitchen, force them to overextend. Just wasn't enough time for the Guerrillas to work with. So London, they hold strong on the defensive end. And when you talk about London, when you talk about control, this is the map that they only find success on. Both the other control maps, they have yet to find a win. Overall record sitting at 3-8. Hasn't been the best, but this is the one where at least got a W.
So we were talking about it coming into it, Jay. You were like, you know, Hotel Control is a map where London's seen success. They have not won any other control map when it comes down to this game. And I was like, are you serious? And you're like, yeah, absolutely. The Ravens have only won on Hotel. That is wild, to put it lightly. You can definitely tell where the issues have come for the Ravens in their games. The reason why the struggles as of late have occurred. But a lot of things, but control in specific. Scrapz does not end up earning that streak in the meantime. Big life for him to take as he ends up dropping. Meanwhile, for the rest of the Ravens, still pretty much sunny skies. They made their way into B. Asim is able to find 2, and now Arshni's feeling the pressure. He's got to give that one up. He's got no teammate support, a full 4-man stack, and that is wonderful, wonderful play coming in from the Ravens.
That's good work right there from the Ravens to just put that early pressure over towards B and then eventually complete that point. It's a lot easier to capture over towards A. All you need is 1 set of kills. As you do have map control right now. If you are the Guerrillas, you're all the way pushed out towards kitchen. You influence on those spawns for the Ravens all the way across the map. But a couple kills go in favor of London. This is where you can attack.
But Exceed is going to win 2. However, only will find 1 for his troubles. Player number 3 in Joe Deceives. The next layer tries to go for the turn on. However, Nastie's able to find him. It is 5 in a row in total for the team as Scrapz is once more going on a spree and staking away inside of the restaurant. Have LAG got an answer as those segments begin to fly? They toss their utility. They throw in their lives. Do they have enough? Not at all. Ravens, wonderful, wonderful play. We talked about it. Scrapz doesn't earn the streak off the start. Looked like a little bit of a negative, but from that point forward, it was wonderful play and coordination coming in from London as they walk all over LAG in that attack.
That's just a perfect execution on the game plan right there. We're putting pressure over towards B. All right, we have to win the gunfights. All right, we did that. Let's everybody stack the point. Let's force the Guerrillas to all spawn out towards Jules. They're going to have kitchen control. We fight through the middle of the map. You find 2 kills, and then at that point, there's only 2 players from the Guerrillas left on that side of the map. You sniff them out, and you stack the point. Flawless round right there from the Ravens to now go up 2-0. Guerrillas just did not have an answer. You have to be able to slay them.
You do indeed. Ravens doing their best to try to snap a 4 control game losing streak. As we said, Hotel, it has really been their bread and butter, and that's really been about it. I guess for the Ravens, maybe the beans and toast would be the more accurate comparison when it comes down to food. I'm getting hungry, Jay. Meanwhile, for LAG, firmly into that A zone. Nobody really there to contest as Joe Deceives hits a snapper, lightening the load for the Guerrillas. And it feels like for Ravens, they're giving up that A zone and focusing all of their attention on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I'm a little hungry as well, Lando. With all these players from the Guerrillas in towards the kitchen, hopefully they can cook us up a nice hot meal.
Ooh.
But it just has to come with some slaying. Let me get a little side of slaying, and so far they're doing a great job of doing so. As Joe Deceives finds himself on a 2 spree, they're able to close out this A point and extend time by a minute. And they also find themselves up by 3 lives. So Joe Deceives invested that dead silence. He's going to be able to sneak by enemy lines, able to find that spawn kill onto Scrap. And this is where it can start to get scary for London. You have to iron up.
You do indeed. Nasty and Assault are right next to each other. I was going to say, whoever wins that fight, if it's Assault, that could break things open for LAG. They will have to live to see another day. As we said, they get that A zone nice and quick. Joe Deceives, hot enemy lines, cannot find that kill onto Nasty. And from there, it will get cleaned up. Ravens doing their best to establish a bit more of map control, and all of it comes down toward the bedroom. Who has got it? Attack or defense? And right now, LAG have got control of it. Doing their best off of spawn to slay and really try to stay alive. 1:30 on the clock.
Yeah, they're still putting pressure on from the front, though. When you find a couple kills, someone try to go for a route, and that plays right into what London want them to do. Sprint to the front side, and then the ARs cut them all down. 2 from Scrapz, 2 from Nastie. As Scrapz gets aggressive through bottom plant, he's able to find another kill. If you are the Guerrillas, we need to stop wrapping back towards bed. We need to play through their spawn because there's too many bodies right now from London with bed control.
It just feels like they're sliding out right now. I mean, Asim, as we said, has not really been the story so far of this series. It's been Nastie, it's been Paul, and right now it has been Scrapz. Sitting on another spree. We'll see if he can finally earn that cruise missile, or really, he'll even need it. Because right now it is 40 seconds to go before this map could be done. LAG looking for an answer, and we'll see if maybe it could be Exceed who's there to find it. Asim will get sniffed out toward the back, and with that being the case, you can see where the arrows are starting to form. Right now from the Guerrillas, a current 4v2, or rather 4v3 on the point. Now make it 4v2. Here come Guerrillas.
That's a big kill right there. To take down Nastie from top double dash, and now they take that player in towards bedroom. They're able to find 2 kills. Now the stack is going to be in, but do they beat these last 2 players on the flank for London? They're able to take down Asim from top bed. You have to play it patient if you are Nastie. Wait for your teammates to try to get into the play. Paul X finds 1. Paul X finds 2. Nastie finds a 3rd. Now it's all left up to Assault. 14 seconds left. You have to make a miracle happen.
You gotta make a miracle run. It's gonna be Dolphin Dives. It's gonna be sprinting. Can LAG get here in time? Assault able to keep it going for a moment. It's a beamer. They're on to Paul. LAG with bodies, with nades, with kills. Kasim saved the day. Oh, he's able to find a few. Assault still here. Assault still here. Wins the gunfight, and Guerrillas remain alive after some heroics on both sides of the screen. I thought it was Asim who was gonna find 3, but Assault stays alive, Jay, for 3 kills. If he dies at any point, that is game. That's a 3-0.
Yeah, that's 3 seconds left on the clock. I thought once Asim finds these 3 kills, then it's all over. But Assault, the world champ, is never shy of the moment, hits the classic drop shot and the reload with the snap onto Paul X. He was the only guy there, man. He was the only guy there. That's ice. That's ice for Guerrillas. Momentum has definitely got to be on their side. London are going to be mad at it to do that one away.
Absolutely. 1 HP from this control already being done in just 3 rounds. And Ravens, I'm sure angrily, as they give out those fist bumps once more after allowing for a clutch to go there or go the opposite direction. I've got to refocus and hopefully take this attack. And right now it has been all business at that A zone. That one is already done. 2 minutes added on to the clock now. Rather 1 minute, 2 minutes in total. We'll see if London can use that frustration and take this round, or if that will continue to be bane of their existence. As right now it's Scrapz trying to lead the way. 20-11 now for him, as he'll be the farthest man pushed up. We'll see what he can do with this positioning now.
And London, they have bedroom patrol, so if you are Exceed that player that's causing problems towards bottom bay, you just want to find a kill, play your life. He's able to find 2. They get the information onto the last player. Exceed shuts down the push. Now with him dropping, London at least can wrap their way back to take that bedroom control. You have map control right now. If you are the Guerrillas, you have mid-map. You will push out towards kitchen. You influence in the spawns for them to spawn closer. It's only going to set up that pitch for RCDs. He's trying to find the timing with the SMG.
See if he can do it. Tagged up. Eventually erased. Good work from Paul, putting that SMG to good use. It's going to be a few in a row. Now it's on to Assault. He's been so clutch so far throughout this control. The reason why we had kills. Number 4. Able to put another one away. And now it's all on to RCDs again. A 2v1 in the point. London gave it their best shot for the time. But it will be Guerrillas looking to retake this. Asim found. First wave cleared. 1 minute down. Another one to go.
Another one to go. If you are the Guerrillas, you have to just try to fight for that bedroom control. So RCDs is able to sneak his way right on by towards bottom lights. Paul X fight him to 1 through the middle of the map. As the trades are bound, it's going to be on RCDs. He can't win that gunfight. So now these gunfights are going to be a lot more important. You have to hold your eyes if you are Guerrillas. And Exceed finds 2. Big plays from him.
Big plays once more. As we said, another wave cleared. 17-10 in lives. 35 seconds to go. And they know exactly where the Ravens are spawning. Any death is a huge one. 1 down. Make it 2. RCDs trying to perform. Can he find the third? Not going to be there. Ravens still with a chance. Still with a few bodies, but they've got to get a move on. Assault holding his irons. Can he win that gunfight?
Oh, no!
No!
Oh, no!
They're not going to win any of them. They're not going to win a single fight. But Exceed, with information, is able to take away one. Paul X now has to direct his focus toward the couches, nading him out as here comes the streak. Can Assault once more save the day? That's going to be two. Paul X saved by the trophy, still locking things down for the moment. It is all out chaos right now here in Hotel Control as Exceed on the 5 spree is still up, and LAG's chances are very much alive again. No more lives left, and Guerrillas come away with another wild round.
Lando, I'm telling you, this has been the most insane control that I think we've had all season. This is some serious Call of Duty, some serious ice at the end of these rounds. I thought once LAG drops 3 dead, that round was going to basically be chalk, but London had no idea where Exceed was playing from. He's able to leave that pressure, find 2 kills, and then stay alive towards bottom bedroom to now force that round number 5. Pretty sure both squads are tied up when you talk about the segments, so it's all going to come down to the kills. And then that final round, it was the Guerrillas able to outslay.
Oh.
Here we go.
Take a look at that record, Jay.
Hey, that's not good, man. That's not good.
It is not. But if there is anything about really clutches or wild statistics, today has been the day. So 0-6 of the Ravens, we'll see. Maybe round 5 today could be their saving grace as they were up 2-0.
Oh.
But right now, the Guerrillas are feeling it. Back-to-back crazy clutching rounds. As now they're going to send Arsenes with that Vaznev up close and personal to the top side of the bedroom. London with a bit of a lane. That could be Exceed there to spoil the party. LAG begin to really convulge onto the point. Exceed eventually does fall. Thieves with some nice long-range shots will keep Ravens at bay for the moment.
Oh, man, and the Guerrillas, they are slaying out to the best, shutting down that push from the Ravens over towards B. Because the Ravens know we captured B. And the one attacking round that we had made it super easy to just transition over towards A. But that one, with only 30 seconds left, you have to switch it on up. You have to try to extend this time. You have to rotate your way over towards that A site. Assault is still here. Exceed is still here. A team nade comes in as well. Now there's only one player left on the point for London, but at least the close spawns are in.
Yeah, thankfully those close spawns are there. LAG will know that. They're the ones who are influencing it, for God's sake. But my goodness, the Ravens are just making this a lot closer than it needs to be. I'm sure there will be a few discussions about whether or not going for B off the rip was the smarter play in the end. Hindsight for sure, but down majorly currently when we talk about the lives, but we got to be more aware of the time. Minute and 20 on the clock. Is Paul X able to put Exceed to bed? Escapes with 1 HP. That is how difficult these gunfights lately have been for the Ravens. LAG with a bit of life, but Ravens, they've got the numbers. Full 4-man rush to the backside of the spawn.
Oh, and they find that first kill onto Exceed, so potentially still gonna get that close spawn. He's gonna spawn right on his teammates. You have to hold your irons. Guerrillas have to try to find a couple kills. Assault finds 2. Exceed all spawn is able to find the 3rd. Last player up is gonna be Scrapz. He gets shut down, and the Guerrillas turning the tides when they come into the slaying in the control. We're able to shut down that push. Now there's only 40 seconds left, and they're continuing on, man. Only 8 lives, make it 7 remaining for the Ravens.
Oh no, it feels like it's all crumbling now for the Ravens. They were up 2-0, and they're letting it slide. This is really the final push. This is the final play. They cannot afford to lose more than 1 player in a spot like this. Arsene's just trying to stay alive as Paul X does get found out. 10 seconds now to go. Nastie's at least able to find 1, but Exceed, if he just finds 1, that could be it. That could be it. 2 more left up. Right now for the Ravens, no respawns, and maybe no problem as Scrapz is able to put away 1, trying to stay alive on the point, but Thieves continues to cause havoc, continues to cause problems. It's 1 man left, and LAG come away with a wild round 5 on control. Ice again coming in from the squad.
Man, oh man, what a control for both of these Cs, but for LAG to come out and win this map when it all came back to one single play where your last player on the point had 1 HP and had to pop a 3-piece, so you didn't get 3-0'd in the control. They used that momentum from an insane clutch from Assault, who also had a stellar performance in this map number 3, and were able to chain it in back-to-back rounds in the following to close out the control all the way in a round number 5. We saw the stats going into that round number 5. London were 0-6. When you came down to those round 5s in control, now make it 0-7. James Bond did not have the ice in this map number 3, and now you're tilted. I'm telling you right now, Lando, if I'm the Ravens, I'm tilted. We allow a 1v4 to happen in the Search and Destroy for us to lose 6-4. Then we're up 2-0. Our teammate gets a 3-piece, and then the last guy on the point gets a 3-piece with 1 HP to eventually extend the map, and then you end up losing the map. Man, you had the hardest regain of all time if you are the Ravens, because the Guerrillas, all momentum on their side, man.
We've talked so often, Jay, about whether it was the 1v4 clutch, whatever it was, just fist bumps. Still, the Ravens are giving each other fist bumps right now, trying to smile through the pain after losing a control. I mean, look at it. Look at it right there. They were up 2-0. There was 1 player alive on the point, and you have 3 people up. I would be breaking my teammate's arm, I think, with the fist bump right now. I mean, we talk about it, man. How close have London been to seeing success? To seeing
stage 3, man.
Victories come their way. And I mean, I don't know how this map 4 is going to go, and I would obviously hear your thoughts on it, but regardless of what happens in this series, if you are Ravens, this is either going to be, I feel like, what maybe unites this team together for an unbelievable placement because they have absolutely gone through the ringer and back, or this could just ruin relationships, I feel like, for forever if you're not able to finally win a series. Goodness sake, what a crazy day of COD it has been, Jay.
I just can't believe it, man. If you think about what London have been able to do all throughout stage 3, they go to a game 5 in their very first series, fall short in the game 5. They push Atlanta FaZe, even though they ended up getting 3-0'd. Every single map was close. And so far in this series, it's been the same exact thing. London are out there competing with the best teams in the game. They just don't have that closing factor, man. You find yourself in a 1v4 in the Search and Destroy. You got to be able to close that one out. You're up 2-0 in the control. Everything is going right. Everybody was positive. Everyone was slaying. It just came down to one play, man. One play has costed them multiple maps so far throughout this stage. You see everyone trying to take a deep breath. They're at a loss for words that they find themselves down 2-1 in the series with the way that they have been playing. But like I said, they need to hit the hardest regain of all time because this series is far from over because you know LAG have been struggling in hard points as of recent.
Jay, give me the halftime speech, right? If you are the coach, if you're the captain of this Ravens lineup, what are you saying right now to the team to get the guys focused loading into Mercado Hardpoint?
Listen, guys, you guys have simply been outplaying them every single play. Every single map, you have been doing what it takes to close out. You just have to find what it is in that final 10 seconds to close out these maps. You guys got this. You know what it takes to go and play at the highest level. We just got to get some ice, man. You guys are capable. I think the play that I'm really focused on, the guy who's going to hype them up, has to be Asim, who is currently playing with a headache or something. Like, his forehead has got to be steaming with some of the plays that he is seeing.
You got me hyped up, buddy. Let's go. Come on.
Let's go, baby.
Send us to a game 5. The COD fans deserve it. We all deserve it. We've yet to see a game 5 this week. London, after all the turmoil that you have gone through, after all the struggles, can they send us to a game 5? It would be only right, I feel like, for COD fans everywhere, but I'm sure for LAG, they would love to go ahead and lock it up here, not see that El Asilo Search Destroy for game 5, but to Mercado we go. We've seen it already for some Search Destroy. We had some wild moments, and I'm sure we will have some more again. Can Ravens force game 5, or do LAG call series and get their first dub of Major 3?
And this map is all going to be about the rotations. We have two of the worst teams on Mercado Hardpoint when it comes down to getting to that next hill nice and early. And both of these squads, 10th for the Guerrillas, 11th on the side of London. So whoever sets up properly for these hills is going to be able to walk away with this map, as neither one of these squads want to die over towards P1. They don't want to fight for that side. As the Guerrillas are just maintaining that better side of the map towards Cantinas, they're thinking a step ahead right now.
Yeah, LAG saying absolutely not. Like, you think we're going to go and chow out for P1? Not a chance. We're holding on to Cantina as if our lives depend on it, because they basically do, figuratively, of course. But final 5 seconds of P1 will come to a close, and now Guerrillas are awarded what they've so heavily fought for. Assault starting things off nicely, 3 in a row, 5-1. Now make it 6-1. This guy, Jay, in a position like this, it feels like can make some magic happen and maybe earn a cruise missile nice and early. Ravens prepare for their very first opening break opportunity.
Oh, Ravens, they're trying to do it from tunnel, but it's working exactly to what the Guerrillas want them to do. As they are pushed out all the way towards God. Heady Arsenes is going to know where they're coming from all throughout the head side. That's another 3, making all 4 dead. And now this is where you have the opportunity to try to chain a couple hills together. They find all those kills. They're trying to rotate over, but Scrapz, he's going to cut them down. So now if you are the Ravens, you're going to be down by almost 50 to 60 points. You need to have a response going into this 10 hill.
Yeah, and the positive really already for the Guerrillas is that whenever you want to invest that cruise missile, you've got the chance to do it. Like we said, it just feels like Top Cantina was a spot made for Adam Assault Garcia. That we're using the full name. We're getting serious now, folks. Game 4 already underway, and so far it has been LAG who has arrived, but Ravens only 6 points to their name. We're talking about the streak, and now they will decide to utilize it. We're just into P3, and it's already time for a cruise missile. Are those trophies out? Yes, they are. A bit of damage done to the roof.
Oh, man.
That's all right. Here on Mercado, everything is pretty much destroyed. A great break, though, for Guerrillas, and that lead is about to grow much more.
And this is where the game can start to get out of hand, because you know if you are London, you can't give up these 40 seconds and fight for the next hill. You have to try to find the break, but that's already 3 dead in the feed. Last player here is going to be Scrap. He at least finds 1, but there's still more bodies here on the side of the Guerrillas. A huge 1-on-1 between him and Assault. Assault is able to win it, and off the rotation, it's going to be a 2-on-2 battle. You have to win these gunfights if you are London.
Yeah, and Assault also wins the other gunfight on top of it, Jay. So the final 20 seconds are gonna go the way of Guerrillas as Assault, maybe feeling a bit of height after that controlled clutch, now comes to the hard point and has started this one off nearly flawless. As we jump in toward the barbershop, tell you what, man, Ravens, they need a bit of something, whether it's a cut or a clutch. They need something to go their way, as they've got early time, hoping that a break will not happen again.
Oh, well, look at it. Look at what the LAG are doing. They're putting a lot of pressure towards the back. London almost down by 70 points. They have to get a hold. Let's step aside and let's go to a listening with London.
Back alley, 1 shot. Nice.
Good call.
Oh, back alley, 1 more back alley from house.
Get in some of them, get in some of them.
Okay, it's a 2v1 right here. 2v1.
Yellow van.
1 shot.
One yellow van, they're already new.
Got him. I'm leaving.
He's already blue, so he just done the gate.
He just shot me through the gate.
I'm 1 shot. I can't go there, 1 shot, 1 shot.
He's weak, get back from down.
I spawned dark.
I see him, he must
He's
be
still there, bro. Opposite the garden shot.
Wait for you guys. I'm bringing big
Asim's behind them, they're spawning in new, they're spawning in the time.
8 seconds, we have time, we're good.
Yeah.
What we say? I'm gonna go on the wall bar.
Back alley stunned, exceed. Going dark, Play this side.
I'm swinging it.
He's in 10 on the bar, he's in 10 on the bar.
Fine,
Ten on the bar, and 10.
Hard dark dead.
Nice.
Ready?
Double shot.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
He's taking it, dead.
Nice.
I want top, I want straight to top.
I'm back alley, I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Right under me, front door, close front door.
Close front door, really weak.
I have your dark, you have dark.
Go blue side.
Okay.
Dark,
Last point, yeah, they're coming blue.
We're missing RC.
Stun you made,
He's dark on me, he stunned me.
Back alley.
Mid coat, really weak.
Dump head.
Mid coat.
I can't, bro, they're both sides on me.
Play new.
He's challenging T1, challenging T1.
One in the house, one's already knows.
Nice,
Nice, good shot, it's a big 20, bro.
One's already new, man. Top house.
Two dead.
They spawn house, one's in bottom, pushing out towards people, one's
No, he's awning, I didn't see him.
Already there, Paul.
I mean, I was very interested to see how the Ravens were going to sound. I think a little bit better than I'm sure some people would expect, but I would say, to me, Jay, frustrated, but still focused. Ravens know the task at hand. The problem being, though, is that they have got to make a break nice and early over toward Cantina, because if not, LAG can start to walk away with this.
Yeah, LAG, they cut their losses over towards 10. They win that rotation once again towards Cantina. That's another 4 dead in the feed. You saw how difficult it was for London to try to find the break on P2. They could not do it. And so far, The Guerrillas are trying to answer on P6 as well with the flawless hold as they are pushed out towards back alley. aBeZy finds another one. He's going to jump on top of the rail. At least the trade is there. That's 3 dead already. One player here that can cause them some problem is going to be Nastie, but now you have to wait for your teammates to try to get back into the play.
That's the biggest problem, and you can tell for Nastie, he just wants to go. He just wants to get involved. 20 seconds to fight for it. Tell you what, man, Assault's not going to lose a fight like that. A Tack who is just waiting for you to come around the corner. And right now for the Ravens, they are just starving for points. LAG eager to watch them strive for every single second. As we head to the final hard point of our first set of rotations, Ravens will be here, but they are low on numbers. Guerrillas coming fast.
Oh yeah, the Guerrillas are coming from both angles as well. You have one player in Exceed who eventually does get cut down, that player who was trying to work the pinch. And they also shut down the pressure from Archdies through the middle of the map. Now the break is not going to be in as fast as you thought it was. You have to try to break their setup once again. Asim finds one through the middle of the map. They're trying to set up the pinch through the back alleys. But so far, the setup right now for London is too strong. 130. They have gotten themselves right back into this game, Lando.
Yeah, I love the angle that Asim was playing right there. It does eventually fall at the hands of Archdies, but you can tell for the Guerrillas, they just don't feel comfortable. They do not feel comfortable to jump inside of this hard point. And when they begin to make their attack, there's only 20 seconds here. If Ravens win this, they're right back into this, baby. And that is exactly what we see. They get a full 60 at parking. When we talk about they needed a bit of life, it is a wonderful setup there from the Ravens. The pesky plays coming in from Asim that at the snap of a finger, the drop of a hat, we got ourselves a 5-point game.
Oh, we have ourselves a 5-point game, and London are looking like they're going to try to take the lead with a little bit of time off of this P1, but they're just doing a great job of maintaining the better side of the map. They know going into this P2, we cannot flip these spawns. We have to win these gunfights. Big kill coming in from Archdies to at least relieve the pressure from back Bananas. But the spawn's still there on the side of London. Probably don't want to fight a lot of this time. It's more important about these kills, and Exceed is starting it off.
Oh, this is a big gunfight. Scrapz is able to take that, quickly turns the corner. This pretty much could potentially be for spawns. You've got a few players that are starting to win. Another big win for Matty Marshall. How solid has he been so far this series, Jay?
He's been unreal, man. We talk about the player that he once was. A guy that has the ability to take over the game. Hasn't really had a lot of success with the London squad, but when he's on, he's on. And then alongside Paul X, who's picking up the Vaznev, picking up the TAC 56, takes over already on that Godheady. And now at least sets up the Ravens to have the preferred side going into the P2. You also earn that cruise missile. Now you just have to hold strong on the setup.
Yeah, this could be an opportunity where the Ravens could start to get away with this game. We were talking how they were down. They needed a huge hill, and they've turned things up. They've got the spawns right now for P2. However, the break is already starting to be established. Asim comes away with the big one. Scrapz now on 3. Can he sniff out one? Can he sniff out where Shotzzy happens to be? And yes, he will. 30 seconds still to go, and really for either team, somebody's gonna hop inside of this objective. Ravens have held it early, but LAG have not allowed for them to get comfortable.
LAG find the break with about 25 seconds left, and then already off the rotation, you have a couple players from the Guerrillas ready for the push. Gonna have Ghosty just taking his time with that dead silence, invested towards top 10. Exceed does cut down his teammate in Exceed, and that is a perfect rotation out of the Ravens to start off with this initial time over towards 10. Now the Guerrillas have to try to fund the break. They're going from every angle.
We thought it was gonna be over at P2 and Cantina, but I guess it's gonna have to come at 10. Paul X has got to stay alive. He cannot afford to fall. Why? Because you've got LAG players coming in from every single crevice, every single angle. Right now inside of 10, it's a break quickly coming in for the Guerrillas, but how long will it last? Nastie could be the one that helps decide it. Asim having to jump on forward. That is wonderful work coming in from the Ravens in these close quarters. We are all out dancing around the 200-point mark. Another lead change. Ravens with a minor advantage will close this one out. And they look good to have a decent advantage moving into this next hard point. But Jay, it is Mercado. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. It's all about these kills. And unfortunately, Paul X doesn't choose the best time to invest his cruise missile as soon as his teammates do drop. So you're just using this now to try to get that information, but it's going to be a full setup on the side of the Guerrillas. Have the potential to close it out on Barber. You're holding down the pressure from the middle of the map. It's looking like that's going to be the angle that London are trying to attack from. Trophies go down. Here comes the pressure. There's only one player in the hill, though. LAG has to get closer.
They do indeed. One player off a spawn. Arshnies is able to put away 2. Exceed. You can see it. He's working off some comms. Will actually
Spawns
open that
flip,
door.
spawns flip.
But Scrapz is able to find a few. As you said, the spawns will flip in London. They're knocking on the door. They will contest. Oh, Exceed gets hit with the stun. And that will wildly change up his POV. He drops, and it's another break for the Ravens. They absolutely can win this hard point right here.
But the Guerrillas, they get the close spawn. They get the close run to a back garage. You have to find a couple kills. That's all 4 dead in the feed. London, they're going to do it.
They're going to do it. They're going to send us to a game 5. Give me more COD. In the way that this HP started, we all said it would make perfect sense. If London were tilted, if they were frustrated, the listening wasn't immaculate, but they remained focused and fiery as they are able to come through with the clutch here on Mercado HP. Down early, but did not hesitate. Both of these teams, Jay, you can feel the hunger that they have, trying to walk away with both squads' first win of our Major III qualifiers. And for this week, it is the first time that we are headed to a game 5. Good heavens.
Good heavens, my friend. I cannot believe we're at this point in the series with the way both of these squads have played, but the struggles in hardpoint once again come back to bite LAG right in the ass.
Yeah. Good.
And that's not good, man. 1-9 overall in their last 10 hardpoints, as London are able to clutch right on up in those final moments, find the break in towards Barber, and are able to force that game number 5, man. This is insane series, man, because the last 2 times these squads matched up, it went to a game 5. So I'm super excited to see how this one turns out.
Absolutely. It is going to be an incredible finish to this series. We've had some unbelievable moments, some crazy clutches, and Jay's pulled up to 5. I got to do it myself, man. It's going to be a fun one. Make sure and stay with us, folks, as the conclusion to this series will be on El Asilo Search and Destroy. Make sure and stay with us. The fun only continues.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hi, friends, and welcome back. I think we had maybe a little bit of a lights out moment when it came down to the start of this series. That's what it came down to, Jake. This was supposed to be the very first series of the day. We experienced some rain delays. LAG have to go a little bit they have to drive a little bit down the street to go to the LA Thieves compound, which is where they're playing from. We came into this series and who was going to walk away with their first dub? Can we see game 5 for the first time this week? We have got it. But it has taken us a 1v4. It is taking us a 1v3 clutch in a round 3 from Assault, who had 1 HP, just to get here. But here we are, buddy.
This series, man. This has been one of the best series I've seen all year long. By just the sick plays that are happening in the final moments of these maps. You see the stats right there from young Matty Marshall. 1.28 overall. Dominated in the hard points. But none of those stats matter. It's all about this game 5, man. London have yet to find any success on this map, but it's also been quite a struggle for the Guerrillas as well. You see the map 5 records. That 1 win for London has come against the Guerrillas. So here we go. Can they try to do it again?
And they do it again. We are very well experienced when it comes into both these rosters on El Asilo Search and Destroy. And really the reason why this round has started off the way that it has is because of the intuition that London has on the fast and aggressive plays that Guerrillas are commonly ones to make over at that A site. Nice sniper out early. They're coming in from Exceed as he expires a few shots. He's gonna be careful about his own life. 8 players up. Nobody yet to fall. However, that's about to change. As Assault exchanges a few shots, 40 seconds to go on the round, and that bomb has got to get moving.
Oh yeah, the bomb is gonna start to move up towards this A site. So they're starting to understand what type of setups London are gonna be playing around. As time is starting to tick, man. They're just trying to pre-fire through these corners, trying to get the information on anyone playing in towards the site. But here comes the action.
Here it comes. Asim ends up getting stunned and will actually get found out for the first. Arseny's great work on that one. Time continues to tick away, and Nastie not able to clean up one himself. Scrapz ends up falling inside a mattress, and with that, it is a Ravens 2 versus 3. It's going to have to be a retake, and they're also going to have to do some work to plant down, or rather to defuse that bomb. Shots exchanged early as Paul was able to clean up the first. Now 2v2.
2v2. Pollux relieves that line of defense to the player watching that late flank. And now you know. Both players are going to be in towards the site. So how do Nastie and Pollux try to combine for this? Nastie only has 2 HP left. You have to get out. He sets up Pollux. 1v2. 1v1.
It's a 1v1. Oh, and Nastie is able to grab it. And you can see Arseny's the frustration on his face. It's a 2v3 in the end for Paul and Nastie, and that was such good work up close, Jay. I mean, there were some moments where Paul was just shooting through the wall, also trying to help out the audio cues there for Nastie. They came in focused and didn't care if they were a man down. It's London's turn to clutch it up.
In London, they usually do struggle on the retakes on this map. 11th. When you're talking about all the teams in the CDL, but when Pollux is able to find 3, makes your job a whole lot easier as they take round number 1. So now for the Guerrillas, on the defensive end, how do they decide to set up? You're just gonna put 2 players in towards this.
Yeah, I think everybody knows. I mean, what LAG likes to do when it comes down to not just their offense, but also their defense. They just put those rookies, they put the SMGs back to back inside a mattress room as they will lock down that A site nice and early, but Ravens, they did a great job of clutching out the round last time when they were down in man count. See if they could do it in the current 3 versus 4. Assault, the only one out of the play. As things begin to get dicey. Dead silence really on the board for a few players. Nastie currently 1 to Rocket. So Assault gonna have that information, not off of footsteps, but because of the fire that Nastie exchanges.
Oh, yeah, but at least Nastie's able to stay alive, and he's also able to find a kill. So now he turns it into a 3v3. Keep it paying attention to where Scrapz is on the mini-map. He invested that dead silence, already finds himself toward top party, but can't win the gunfight onto Assault. And with only 20 seconds left, that bomb being down in A tall task ahead. Jaw of Disease finds the first. All left up to Pollux in the 1v3. He does take down 1, but the trade is not going to be there. Guerrillas too strong on the defensive setup, as they are able to tie the game up now at 1.
it just makes you wonder, man. Like, I mean, if Asim is involved in the later stages of that round, how differently could it have gone? And I know based off of his play, it then, you know, forces the team to do something a little bit different, but just makes you wonder if maybe that first blood ends up at least being delayed a little bit longer. Maybe the Ravens have an easier chance, but regardless of it, Asim will fall. We know of him to be one to not shy away from the opening duels. Feels like he is constantly involved in those fights. However, 0-2 to start throughout our beginning 2 rounds. Round 3 we go. LAG back on attack. Last time around, it was a slower push into that A bomb site. This time around, it is 2 early picks, both from the Rooks.
And already into 4v2 as Exceed is able to line up that shot with the sniper to take down Paul. Now the information is going to be known that they're all trying to bring this bomb over towards B. So Nastie, the only player here from London, trying to watch the cross, while you have Scrapz working on that super long flank all the way through courtyard. Should be a free B bomb plant. You take down Nastie. Now it's all up to Scrapz in the 1v4. No dead silence yet to work with.
I love Scrapz, but this is not going to be easy. He at least dodges a sniper bullet off the start. That will help. Hit some nice shots there onto Arcades, but that will be a no-go. Nice and coordinated out of the Guerrillas as they are able to make that sniper land from Exceed. We saw Thieves walk away with that pick as well. There's the Guerrillas very much so investing in their young guns to make the plays. They're able to do it that round. And that's back-to-back for Guerrillas, 2-1.
So far, it's been all the attacking side, at least on that round from Exceed. When he finds that first kill, you see Asim. He thought he had an opening through Keg Alley, but it's exactly what the Guerrillas wanted him to do. It's an easy attacking round from the Guerrillas to now put themselves up 2-1. They're going to go back to the bread and butter. Let's double stack both our SMGs in towards the site. This time, let's hope Asim just doesn't run in for free.
And that's a big part right there where the trophy does get spotted from Asim toward the top. So utility could definitely be something for the Guerrillas that they may have to deal with when it comes at a mattress, and they'll actually look to back on up at least a bit. Still very much a fiery force inside of the warehouse, but Ravens will look to back on up. They actually got, I was gonna say, for a moment, they had player 8 and Scrapz making his way up toward the top side of the map. But it is gonna be Nastie making his way toward the bottom side, who ends up finding that pick.
Yeah, Nastie. He puts himself all the way towards top tower, and he's able to find that first kill. So now you maintain court side of the map. You also eliminate one of the SMG playmakers on the side of the Guerrilla, so there's only one player left in towards the site. You take down Thieves, but look at Assault. Oh, he almost tries to make the play, but now it's all up to Arcades. 1v3, he gets cut down, and London, they respond with another round. Now tied at 2.
Goodness, Jay, I feel like I'm just on the edge of my seat for every single kill.
Every time, man.
Every single little moment toward the end, you can just feel the importance of every gunfight victory, but you could argue that none were more important than the opening pick that Nastie's able to find. As we said, you had Scrapz on one side, you had Nastie on the other, both searching for information. And with that, they're able to find it, and that 2-round drought will net them their second, as we are all even early here on El Asilo. So far for the Guerrillas, as we said, they've just really not been overly aggressive inside of that A bomb site. I'm sure everybody has seen the statistics of how many bomb plants that Thieves has so far throughout this season. Team's starting to figure it out. But as it currently stands, Exceed runs on forward, and they are going to be very, very eager to plant this bomb down nice and early. The best team in post plants, Jay.
Yeah, 83% win rate whenever they get this bomb down. And it has to show here. It's now 40 seconds, London trying to retake. You have 2 players working their way up towards field. You have 1 player in Arcades who at least holding his back position, knowing that they're going to try to play for him. The dead silence get invested, but time is still ticking. You got to make a move.
Do indeed. Paul X able to win his gunfight. Arcades also will drop a very fast 4v2, and if you're Ravens, you know exactly where the final 2 players are hiding. Paul X looking very nice, sporting that Vaznev now, goes for the quick turn and burn as all 4 from the Ravens fly high. They stay alive, and they grab that round in a very dominant way. Wonderful, wonderful work there at the close range.
Man, the setup right there from the Guerrillas just has to be better. There's too many openings on the map. You had one player who was sitting towards bottom pool. You have Arsity who's watching the flank through field. He knew that the pressure was going to be on him. You at least have to win that one-on-one. He loses that gunfight. The player loses that gunfight towards bottom pool. At that point, you get all the information that you need. If you are London, the last two players alive, all the SMGs, they're definitely going to be playing in sight. They set up the pinch, and they're able to close out the round flawless on the retake to now go up 3-2.
Yeah, you said it perfectly, man. I mean, for LAG, you just had two players who were out of the play, two who directly were in the play. A great job there for the Ravens. Sniff them out and grab the smallest of advantages. One round. We'll see what they can do with it. Asim, a bit of a slower start so far to this search destroy. Has lost a few opening duels, but a first pick here would surely do wonders for the team. Attacking on Elisilo is never an easy task, and as he really lowers his head, that gives Assault a chance for some information, and I believe he does spot Asim there.
But Asim is just a call-out man. He's going to get all the information to the team of how they're playing this. You know that RC was that player towards B. You saw Assault top mid. Assault eventually does get cut down, so now in the 3v4 situation, Asim is able to take down RCDs. Now it's all up to the SMGs in a 4v2.
Asim able to win his, cannot snap out of the second. Up to Joda Thieves, 1 HP. Two players still left to find, and the Ravens take their time. They make their way. They really mosey their way up the map. You said an early pick would be nice. They're able to find it. And Asim getting involved. 2 kills in this round. And you can see it already, man. He's getting vocal in the comms. The boys are starting to feel it.
Man. Lando, I don't know, man. The resilience right now from the Royal Ravens is at
wild.
the tippity top, brother. You talk about how this series has went. Every map has been all the way down to the very end. But they are feeling like they probably should be up 3-1 already in this series. It should be done.
They were 1 HP away from already winning this.
That's insane, man. That's insane. They are clutching on up in this final search and destroy, up by 2 rounds. They're shutting down the aggressive push from the Guerrillas on that quick plant. And you can just tell that they're playing with confidence, man. Asim's just going to pop his dead silence. He's going to go on that flank.
Oh, but Arshnies, is he going to read this? Is he going to read this? Oh my God, Asim nearly hits a wild shot. Thing though is that Nastie's here as well. So dead silence invested from Asim. Dead silence invested for Nastie. Quite a few field upgrades tossed at this round. However, they are currently down in man count, and this gunfight pretty much means everything. It's the swing round, the bait and switch. However, the bait has escaped. Exceed managing to stay alive for the moment. Time continues to tick away, and now it is all on to Scrapz. A 1v3 of which so much was invested, and it all will come crumbling down. A swing round that LAG had to win, and it looks as if they will.
Great play from the Guerrillas to stop the bleeding, and more specifically out of Archides, to find that first one onto Asim towards the late flank, and then the repositioning towards field. You saw that that's a lot of the focus of what London are trying to do on their retakes, is take down the player who was watching that late flank in Archides. You know the positioning that he's playing, but you just waste a lot of time trying to locate him, trying to find the trade, as eventually he was able to reposition himself to find that second kill onto Nastie top window. Just good work from the Guerrillas. Get that first blood, get the bomb down, play your man advantage, and eventually close out the round. Now down 4-3.
Ravens on the attack as Joda Thieves will pop dead silence, and he is running past every player of the Ravens. Assault will find an opening kill, and that information will be given to the rookie as he begins to fly. Thank you very much for our third. Nastie quickly left at a 1v4, potentially waving the white flag. However, we have seen a 1v4 clutched already in this series. Nearly 2 on the day, maybe on the cards for the third. Puts in some work, and just like that, LAG down 4-2, win back-to-back, and we are all square again, Jay.
Just a perfect setup right there from the Guerrillas to get all the information that the pressure is going to be coming over towards that B site. Once you get your ARs to watch over field, that's what eventually opens up the play for Joda Thieves to make his way through Keg Alley. No hesitation on the route. Finds the first kill, eventually finds the second. And then it was all left up to Nastie in the 1v4. It's a little bit different than Mercado. You still no chances. The map's a lot bigger, but 4-4 now. LAG, even it up.
It just feels like this series is, it's got to
Unreal,
go to
man.
round 11. I mean, just the way
for
that
sure.
both these teams have remained composed, the way that they've been able to clutch, the mental resolve, incredibly tippable. As we said, both teams looking for their first W of the Major III Qualifiers. Still an opportunity for both of them to finish in the winner's bracket when it comes down to that Texas Major. But boy, have they had to fight. Boy, have they had to fight. And that first pick will go to Assault. Very, very well awarded. And now that bomb could be on for the rotation. Player number 5, the first one that's going to be here, is going to be Paul X. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Arseny's is trying to take a long-range gunfight versus him. So they've got the information that bomb is rotated, and it's about to go down on B.
Oh, yeah, it's about to go down on B, with Arseny's taking the route towards top radio tower. He's able to force the repositioning, but look at Paul X. Look at Paul X. No hesitation. Able to take that player off site. So now makes it a 2v2. Both players from London strapped in on towards the B bomb. This is a crucial round.
It is indeed. LAG telling them to come out with their hands up. However, they're the ones who have to make a play. They're the ones who have to make a push. It is all on to Arseny's, who catches.
Oh my!
He's got to go for one. Paul, you've got to run. Paul, you've got to run. And it's a 2v4.
Paul X is unreal, Lando. Paul X is unreal. He was the only player over towards this B bomb. When Arseny's makes his way towards top radio, he's able to back him down, but he does not give up on the fight. He wins the first one on to Exceed. No hesitation, knowing that that bomb is going down. Takes down Jodeci's, makes it a 2v2, and then it's just a two-man army. Back to back. Both of you guys hold your angles, try to win the one-on-ones, and Paul X is able to walk away with 3. London at game point.
Is this the round where Ravens call it curtains? Or have LH, as everything comes to an understandable halt here on LSCLO? The pressure starting to feel. You're starting to feel it. And understandably so. Paul X, who's been on a heater, can he be the one to give Ravens their first dub? However, it's Exceed. Starting things off nice. Able to find an early pick and will manage to escape with his life. A big one for LAG early.
Get the man advantage. Now it's all about not allowing that bomb to go down, because you do not have a single player from the Guerrillas playing in towards A. Jodeci is going to invest that dead silence, going to try to find the timing. Once that bomb gets planted, he hits a couple shots, but not able to finish the kill. He lines up Exceed to at least find the second. 4v2 now.
It was 2v4 last time. Paul still alive. The Red Menace. Can he do it again? Can he do it again? Get shut down. Jodeci is on the defuse, and Nastie is nowhere near the fight. Round 11. Here we come.
There's no better way to finish this series than around 11, my friend.
It has to be, Jay. It has to be.
Such a back and forth series. Back and forth plays, back and forth clutches from both of these squads. But it all comes down to one final round. Who is going to be able to take their very first W in stage 3? In this round 11, man, the pressure is on, Lando. The pressure is on.
This is just so tense right now between both of these teams. Game 5, round 11. Here we go. Here we are. Is it aggression, or will it be a bit of a stall? Nade's tossed out early. Paul X, you could just feel it. He wants to get involved in the fight. He wants to get in there nice and early. Jodeci's tagged up as Paul grabs a bit more map positioning. Continuous hit markers, but no kills as of yet. Oh. He gets punished. Exceed with the first blood. It comes through with the nade as Ravens left back to essentially distance themselves. Scrapz, he's able to find one. Assault will also put one in the dirt. A quick 2v3.
2v3. All left up to Nastie and Asim. Can they try to make it happen for the Ravens? As you know, both the SMGs for the Guerrillas going to be sitting nice and tight in towards this A bomb. Dead silence is going to get invasive by Asim, as Nastie's still trying to earn his.
Oh. He gets right involved. He gets right involved. Jodeci ends up getting picked. It's a 1v1. A 1v1 for the game. Nastie versus Assault. 20 seconds to go. And Nastie has got to grab that bomb, but he's got some information on where Assault has been hiding. Vin's to go back for the objective, or maybe not. Tosses out a stun and gets the hit markers. Assault, he's off for a sprint. He's off for a sprint, and Nastie clutches it out for the team. A series that was built on clutches will end with one. And how about the mental resolve from the Ravens? So many clutch losses, and this time it will fall favorably on them. A 2v3 as London have got their first W, and a well-awarded one at that, here in our Major III qualifiers.
Oh my God, man. What a series from both of these two teams. London are able to finally get a W in stage 3. They only had 30 CDL points so far on the season, make it 40 now. After what has been an insane series from both of these squads. It comes down to the final moments in the 1v1. There was only 10 seconds left on the clock, Lando.
Yeah.
There was only 10 seconds left. Nastie, if he doesn't get that stun hit marker, he has to commit towards that bomb plant. But Assault, he was trying to edge his way up through lockers, puts himself in the vicinity of that stun connecting. Nastie's able to get that information. And I think even if you're Assault in that situation, if you back on up, the round is probably yours. Nastie just plays it beautifully. Once he get that stun to challenge through Keg Alley, catch Assault off guard, and clutch up in the 1v1. What a series from both of these two teams. Last time they matched up, it went all the way to a game 5. London were able to take it, and this time no different. London get their W and get their first win of stage 3.
Oh my goodness, Jake. What a crazy, crazy series that this was. And I know that we could talk about it a lot. You know, London, they allowed for so many clutches to go away. But I tell you what, man, just to have the mental resolve, even going into that Mercado hardpoint, let alone to even get to this game 5, is wild. We talked about the 1v4. They allow for Exceed to clutch. The fact that they allowed for Assault to clutch out a 1v3 just to guarantee that we could see future rounds of that hotel control. I mean, if he doesn't win that, that's a game that London takes. They close this one out in 4. Unbelievable. A round of applause, really, for all 8 players, to both teams, for what was a crazy, crazy series. Ravens, they catch their dub, as that will do it for myself and Jay. An incredible game 5, round 11, as we toss it over to the desk. And my goodness, guys, that was crazy. Jay and I need to lay down.
Salute to our casters. Another game 5, number 34 for study on the season. We got to talk a little bit about this one, though, because it went the distance. And this was a series that we thought the London Royal Ravens could have locked up earlier. Then we thought the Guerrillas could have locked it up. Instead, both teams wanted to fight this one all the way to the end, Allie.
After that first hard point, I feel like a lot of us kind of wrote it off as London looked great. The hard point, 250-172. But for it to go all to the distance to that game 5, round 11 in a 1v1 situation, you couldn't ask for a closer matchup. And can I just say, Scrapz had an incredible series.
You giving him MVP?
I am giving him maybe MVP. I'm giving him a lot of credit because this is a player who hadn't been in the league for a while, gets plugged back in, struggling a little bit at the start here, and a lot of question marks are raised. Like, is this really the right move, bringing in somebody who hasn't played and been in this competitive setting in a while? And to me, his showing in this series proved his position to be here.
I was really impressed by Joe Deceives and Exceed throughout this series. The very end of this one, though, let's take a look back, because this is one of the biggest plays, right? Paul stopping the bomb, picks up 3 kills in this round. That's what keeps London in it. And then we see the Guerrillas tying things up with a great round from Exceed, who picks up 3 kills of his own. And I felt like they were following the script line by line. They played this one out to perfection.
I mean, this series had everything you could ask for in Call of Duty throughout it. You know, you talk about that last search and destroy. I mean, basically every intense situation that you could have, we saw. I mean, we saw the London Royal Ravens trying to make plays with Deddy, RCD shutting it down. Individual plays had to come in and just be the miracle for them. I mean, I feel like London look at this series and are like, we should have won all 5 maps.
Yeah.
You look back at like the control, it's just a crazy headshot multiplier Assault's able to get onto Paul X. And then also, I mean, even in that heartbreak, for them to stay composed and win that, they were down like 80, 90 points off the rip, and Mercado can easily get away from you. Just tippable on another level for London to be able to come away with this victory. What a series.
And you gotta be disappointed if you're the Guerrillas, but there is one moment you'll be able to look back and smile tonight, even though you're gonna be a little upset with the loss. It's Exceed, the 1v4. Walk us through this one. Search and destroy. This guy had highlight after highlight.
Yeah, so he wins that first gunfight onto Asim, and now he's in a, he's in a 1v4, but he gets that first win, and then he sees 2 at Hedges. This is the impossible. You know you have to take that first fight. He guns him off of the dumpster, and then Nastie goes for the reach out. Little did he know Exceed had that sub in his back pocket, so he hits him with a nice drop shot. It can be very tough to shoot people on their belly in this game. And then I love this play. He has Deddy, and he rotates all the way to the other bomb site while Paul was trying to flank Barber Alley. Gets it down and then just plays off the sound cue. Just an excellent and flawless 1v4. You saw the gunfight. You saw the cerebral plays. He gets the dub.
Allie, that was pretty impressive from Exceed. What was more impressive, that individual play or the fact that the London Royal Ravens somehow lost control after being 1 kill away from locking up that round 3?
That's pretty impressive, but honestly, I can't even be that mad at LIG Guerrillas. It was an incredible series fought overall from them. I think there were a lot of moments where we got to see individual highlights from each player on LIG, specifically the 7 spree from Assault to win that control in the final out, but it started at there for them to complete the reverse sweep to even keep themselves in the series. So I'm impressed by LEG's performance, especially in that control, but got to clean up that search and destroy.
It went back and forth, all the way down to the final kill. And the man that scored it, he joins us live right now. Round 11 champion Nastie is on the line. How are we feeling, buddy? Congratulations on winning that crucial 1v1 against Assault at the end.
Appreciate it, yeah. It was very stressful, but I'm glad we got a win, finally.
What was today like for you guys? Because you're supposed to start things off at 3 o'clock. Then you get told the match is delayed. Your opponent's facility goes out of power due to the snowstorms in LA. Yeah. Now you're playing at the end of the night, and this match goes the distance. It must have been a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, it was a long day for sure. I mean, we got here like 10 a.m. and it's now 5:30, so it's been a long day. Honestly, we should have closed that out in 3, in my opinion, but it is what it is. I'm just glad we got the win.
Yeah, glad you got the win. And can I just say, I hope you're not scared of the dark, because looking at your player cam right now, I am terrified.
Honestly,
the abyss.
Like, there is no.
It's actually not that dark in here. I don't know why the camera makes it look like we're playing pitch black. It's really not that dark.
But back to the series, I do want to ask, what was that conversation like after map number 3? Obviously, they pull up the reverse sweep. It was a huge clutch play from them, and then you go into that map 4, and it was a slow start, and you guys clutched it in the end. What was the comms and the vibes like?
Honestly, so the map 4, we put a lot of work into Mercado, so we were pretty like heavily relying on that map. Even though we were down in the lead, we knew we were the better team on that map, and it showed. So.
Nastie, you guys look way better in your last 2 series. I even thought, the matchup that you guys had on Friday, you played it so tight, a lot of opportunities. I wanted to ask, you made a role switch. What led to that, and how's it been for you personally? Because you guys look way better.
So Paul was uncomfortable on the sub, and as you know, we're last, so changing things isn't a bad thing. And I'm naturally a flex anyway. I'm not even an SMG, so it was just a no-brainer, really.
Seems to be paying dividends, and I do want to give you props one more time for finishing this series for us. It seemed like the games that would not end. You put that final kill on the board. You locked things up in the round 11, and I have the clip. So walk me through this one, Nastie, because you find yourself in a 2v2 with Asim. You get the trade on Exceed. Yeah. Now it's 1v1 versus Assault.
So Sim actually calls out he might be closet here, so I stun check it, and I knew he's gonna. I can't plant here. I know he's gonna run away when I stun him, so I just chowed him. Honestly, I just got kind of lucky.
I wanted to ask you, first of all, great play. In those situations, because it felt like you guys on a CeeLo in these last 2 CeeLos, you make so many mid-round adjustments where you guys are either like, let's hit top money or let's hit their side and make a play. Who's making those calls? Is it everybody, or is there somebody in game who's really taking the forefront?
Honestly, on a CeeLo, we just play spread and play for the info, so whoever really has the info kind of like calls it.
Sure.
And we just go off that, really. Honestly, the map's really big, so.
You're
kind of have
currently
to just play
5
spread.
matches behind 8th place right now. That's where you need to be if you're playing in champs. How does the team feel right now, and who are you looking forward to playing in the future?
Team's feeling good. We've been putting in the work, and it's starting to show. So I'm just finally glad we can close out a series. And these maps, we just got to keep at it. And in terms of who I want to play, I don't really mind, honestly, anyone, to be honest.
Bring them all on. All right, Nastie, we'll let you go celebrate with the team from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and you're walking away with the W.
Yeah.
We'll let you go celebrate that.
Appreciate it.
That
You guys
is
have a good one.
Nastie, the man who clutches up for the Royal Ravens as they get just their 4th victory on this season. Half of those coming from the Guerrillas. But let's revisit all of today's matches, because on our Sunday we had 3, and it started with OpTic versus Minnesota. And this was a rivalry match, I think is fair to say. Dashy talking a little bit of smack, letting everyone know that they've been fading the Røkkr in some scrims, leaving them hanging every once in a while. Røkkr gets the best of Texas back in Boston, but today it was all OpTic with the 3-0.
It was a revenge long coming for the OpTic Texas and the Minnesota Røkkr battle, and I think most of us expected this to go the distance out of all of our matches today, and the fact that it was such like a clean 3-0 on the side of OpTic Texas is definitely something they needed as well compared to their last loss, and with the showing some individual performances was a huge turnaround. We saw Dashy pull out the sniper for the first time in a while. He goes 8-3. Dan Ghosty, a lot of question marks around him. He goes 6-2 and clutches up and gets a streak in that Fortress control. So good looks of talent overall in the OpTic Texas squad.
Yeah, big day for the OpTic Texas squad. We saw some massive individual performances. I feel like we're going to see OpTic Texas just roll teams like this sometimes, especially a team like Minnesota Røkkr, who seem to be struggling. On the flip side of that, yeah, Minnesota Røkkr got to put it together. This is a team that placed great at the last major, and now they just look like they're asleep at the wheel.
0-3 right now in our Major 3 standings. The Surge, they move up to 2-1, though, as they get a win against the Florida Mutineers. Now, we got to credit the Mutineers. They won that game 1, but then it was Surge winning 3 straight to close this one out 3-1. The Surge now move up to 90 points. They're still in that 8th place position. Is this a squad that our top team should look out for, or do you feel like they're where they should be in the leaderboard?
Well, now I feel like they are where they should be, at least in terms of this split, right? They're winning Search and Destroys. Pred still looks like an absolute monster. Sib's clutching up when he needs to, and Accuracy stepping up in some of the bigger moments. We saw it on games 3 and 4. That is what they need. This is a dangerous squad. Everyone knows it. All the pro teams know when you square up against Seattle Surge, it is going to be a battle. And now there is no free win against them in these series. So Seattle, dark horse threat to take this next major, absolutely.
And also, can I just shout out Lamar for a second? Accuracy, a big turnaround from map 1, 8-21, heading into that map number 3, going 24-16. So a slow start, but a turnaround in the end for them to close out that W 3-1.
And now you can see the results. Surge just 1 game behind the breach. They've closed the gap, and they've extended that lead over 9th place, which currently is tied between the Legion and the Mutineers. But when it comes to Texas, these are the squads fighting for your top seeds. We've got 3 of them at 3-1 records. Surge trying to tie that, as well as the Thieves, the Subliners, and OpTic all at 2-1. Remember, though, you got to be in the top 8 if you're playing in the winners bracket. So that right side, going to be crazy to watch the final games for Legion, Royal Ravens, and the rest of the crew. It all goes down next week, and we've highlighted some bangers for you. Looking at our Friday, Saturday, Sunday matches. Allie, which ones are you most excited about?
Oh, man, I don't know. I think those middle 2 matches, the New York Subliners versus OpTic Texas and Atlanta FaZe versus OpTic Texas, I think this will be a good skill matchup, but also a matchup for winners to see who lands where. So I'm really excited for next week.
Nameless, it's going to be a great week, and we're going to have a fantastic weekend. While we're not playing, while we're not streaming, we will be playing, and possibly live on your personal channels. Ranked is out. I got up to bronze 3 in my first night. About to be a silver stud. Where are you 2 at right now in your ranked world?
Iridescent right now on the road to top 250, but all these kids don't got jobs, man. So they're like 18.
No way.
All right, get your clips in. Be like Nameless and Allie. Use the hashtag CDL Ranked Plays, and you could be featured right here on this show. We want to thank you all for tuning in. This was week 2 of our Major 3 qualifiers. We had a fantastic day, and it all continues next week. We do have to relive one moment from today, though. It happened off stream, but it's a good one. Our good buddy, FaZe Ben, making a bet back on February 2nd. Today, we had the payoff.
FaZe win the event. If FaZe win, you have to shave your head. If they don't win, then you get $500.
Ben, you down?
Should I do it? Chat, should I do it?
Oh my God, bro. There's no way, bro. There's no way you take
The forecast. The drought has ended. Your Major II champions, Atlanta FaZe.
Oh my God. Oh, he's bald. He's bald.
I don't feel it. Oh yeah, it's a lot of hair.
Oh, no.
All right, keep going. Don't be a wuss.
It could have been $500, and instead he gets a doppelganger. FaZe Ben getting it done by Cellium. Only fitting that you have the main AR from FaZe getting that job done.
Man, I was watching it, dude. Cellium, thank God he picked gaming because he was not going to be a barber. Sheesh, yo, but Ben looks like Heisenberg, bro.
A little bit. Get Maven vibes, a little John Travolta. All right, that was our weekend. We're going to see you all next week. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. As always, we're live at 3 p.m. with matches 2:45 Eastern with headquarters. We'll see you next Friday.
Let's go. Yeah. This an action-packed Rambo rap, no sample, I'm strapped. Heart like Geronimo crack. Go black, I just move on them, advance on them, groove on them, then dance on them, put a trance on them, with this tool on them. Tell all my young MCs, supposed to move on them. Mass tragedies when I grand groove on them. Put in long hours over strong flowers. The money's all ours. This is all power. We getting it. We getting it in. I said we getting it. We getting it in. Stand me across the clock, the work really begin. We getting it. We getting it in.
Yeah, watch this cam.
Yeah. Y'all know what it is. You know what it is out here when we really getting it in. It's what we do. I break day like the crack of dawn and start morning. Pouring victims off rooftops, bodies dropping on it. Storming like a Hawkeye sight. I spent a fortnight locking in on victims like a pit drop fight. Won't let go to press retro. Spit death blows. In other words, flip murders. Get bourbon, sip rolls. Flip a service pistol down. Spring cleaning. The team scheming. See this beam gleaming. Some people miss the point, so I plot till they get it. Then I back out, pull out, cop, spit it. Dock the letters off your hometown fitted. Don't be captain of your ship, watch you go down with it. I'm like a brand new being, how I slow down with it. Feeling like Rambo, being low down with it. Spitting on them like pop, everybody want it. But it's me against the world, everybody's the opponent. We getting it, we getting it in. I said we getting it, we getting it in. So that's it was a lot of work really begins. Cause we getting it, we getting it in, getting it in.
Dude, no way. Child, you?